Hey, Richard. I'll invite you up if you want to come up. Hold on, give me a sec. Actually, you're gone. You might be gone. Anyway.
She had in June.
Of course, Abdul. How you doing, Abdul? How you doing? Hello.
Oh man, what's going on?
Hey. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna use you as an experiment. Just give me a second. I have music on. Can you hear it? Can you hear the music?
Yeah, but it's awful.
Okay, no, that's not the point. Okay, so hold on. Let me just see what my level is at. I'm at volume 16. How does it hear to you? Can you hear the music and my voice? Is one above the other? What would you give it out of a rating of like how well you can hear?
The volume is all right. All right, I guess.
All right, I'm gonna bring it down a bit more. Okay, it is now at 11. Can you hear the music still?
Yeah, this is better, much better.
But can you hear the music?
Yeah, can hear it.
All right. I'll put it up to like 12 or so. Anyway, there's a commercial happening. All right. How are you doing, Abdul? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing some writing today on my blog.
Oh,
Yeah.
what are you writing? Are you a writer too? Like I'm a writer. Are you writing poetry or fiction? I know you're an educational assistant. Maybe it has something to do with your work.
I'm basically a blogger as well, so I write articles
Ah.
on different subjects. You should check out my
Do
blog.
you mind? Do you
Yeah.
mind telling me what you're writing on now?
I want to go check it out. I'll give you the link. It's
All right.
yeah. Open your browser.
All right. Give me a second. All right. Go ahead.
Islam Salvation.
Islam. Sorry, Islam Foundation. Okay.
No, Islam Salvation.
Salvation. Oh, that's even better. All right. Salvation. All right.
From
Sorry, what would you say?
From
From. Okay.
Hell.
From. Okay. Hell.
.blogspot
blogspot.com.
.com.
Blogspot.com. Are you on Substack or do you like Blogspot better?
I think I like Blogspot. It's really nice.
Okay. Do you monetize this? Like, I'm a pretty fantastic writer,
No,
but I don't usually monetize my writing or go and do this sort of stuff. But do you monetize it?
no, it's not monetized.
Okay. Well, Substack, I think you can monetize. So if you want to like make a little bit of money, in the Muslim history, I'm just going to read a little bit of it. In Muslim history, several kings and rulers emerged who either committed apostasy, like Akbar, the Mughal emperor, or attempted to introduce some dangerous heresy. Beginning with Al-Mamun, Al-Mutassim, and Al-Watiq, Abbasid rulers who enforced the Minah Inquisition under influence of the heretical Mutazilites, the orthodox Sunni Muslim community who comprise the vast majority of the Ummah have had to suffer persecution and harm as a consequence of such evil rulers. All right, yeah, you know what? You're a pretty good writer. I'll give you that. Like, you kind of write kind of like me. I write a sort of like mix of Victorian English, Dostoevsky, and this is not me saying this. This is people who read my stuff. They're like, oh, it's like you have a bit of Victorian poetic smut, a bit of Dostoevsky, the Russian, sort of literature of canon, and that makes sense. An Ethiopian basically, built the entirety of Russian literature, and I think it was like Rumi as well. Like, so you write very well, Abdul.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm pretty mediocre in my writing style. I want to improve it. I try to read different novels and articles
Hmm.
on JSTOR. Try to improve my writing. Try to improve, like, also improve my vocabulary. I love
Oh
expanding
yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. And I'll say this. That's the number one way to increase your vocabulary and learn how to speak well and enunciate well and just sort of have your own style of writing. And I think that's actually the best way to come to your own style of writing because really it's never your own. Unless you were like literally the first writer or the first artist who's probably some like black woman in Africa. Everyone else copied from you, right? So the whole point is like we have to read as much as we can so we have like a semblance of all the flavors of the world so then we can choose our own, right? But if all you really read is say religious text or poetry or this or that, you're just going to be that. If you read everything, you'll have so much to sort of like pull from, and then your own writing style will be so unique. Like it'll be almost everything but your own sort of unique style of it. I think that's the best writing type of way. Read everything, you'll be consumed by the words, and then you'll, output your own words from like the universe of words that you've ingested. People who've been only ingested, say, like, what, I don't know, sort of intergenerational trauma type of books. They'll have like a very limited type of vocabulary or type of like imagery to pull from when they're writing. Read as much as you can. So yeah, you read as much as you can. You'll have a better writing style.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
When it comes to oratory skills, which is also something I'm very impressed with, uh,
Hmm.
I really admire the African American preachers, especially the Southern preachers.
Yeah, yeah,
Martin Luther King Jr. was one of them. The way they mastered the science of enunciation, and
yeah, yeah.
you know
And emotional and logical and
exactly.
rational and data spark. Malcolm X, I think, was better for sure. For how he could just do it on the fly. I think Malcolm X was a better leader, but MLK for sure. I mean, just beautiful oration. Kwame Ture was probably better than both of them, but not by much for Malcolm X. Yeah, Kwame, like he could educate and preach at the same time on the fly. Like I remember one video where Kwame was asked a question by this like white dude, basically saying, "Oh, I don't believe in violence. We shouldn't be violent." And Kwame and then the white guy like left, kind of, and then Kwame was like, "No, no, no, come back, dude, come back." And then he asked him like about whether or not if he was enslaved, if someone had punched him, whipped him, would he be violent, right? Like it's so simple of a thing, but people don't understand it until you ask them through argumentation to place themselves in the victim's shoes, because they always see themselves as the perpetrator of violence, right? That's how it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I like the American way of speaking. And I think President
Uh-huh.
Obama was probably the best orator among the presidents. Um, the British way of speaking, it kind of annoys me. I don't like. I think
Wait, okay, wait. Give me the distinction between the American way of speaking or writing and the British way of speaking or writing. Like, I have my own contentions with all of it, but like, well, what are yours?
I think the American way is clearer. The enunciation is very solid. If you look at the British
Okay,
way of speaking, it's not that. It's not like that. It's hard to
it's more
understand.
complex. It's more complex.
I wouldn't say it's complex. It's just it seems quieter as well. It seems it just doesn't have that rhythm to it. It doesn't have that musical nature to it.
Wait. You're saying American speech is more musical?
I want to say African American definitely the way they speak,
Okay, okay, yeah, yes. The
but in general,
dialects. Okay, the various dialects, yes, for sure.
the American way of speaking is it's clearer. It's more
Uh huh.
straightforward as well. The British way of speaking, it's hard to. I mean, it's not just because it's a different accent. It's just harder to understand. Like it's not as beautiful as the American way. That's for sure.
Okay, but there's very specific like dialects that you like. Like you mentioned, I guess African American dialects that you like. Yeah, they're very powerful, especially when it's injected with politics and data and information. So what are the? Do you like the Southern dialect? How it sounds? Because I don't think it's like simplistic or anything like that. It's more like you said, straightforward. And on top of that, it is the British accent, but removed, a few centuries from the source. So I do hear some inflection of the British accent in the Southern drawl. And then because I don't really like the British accent too much, like at least the high-born Londoner accent is annoying. The Southern drawl I like so much, and it is quite sexy as well. I'd rather have 007 with a Southern drawl than than with the accent that he has now, that colonizer accent.
Yeah, I like the Southern drawl as well, but I also like the
Yeah.
New York accent. The New York City accent. That's also pretty nice. It's not that bad.
Yeah, well, with really the New York. I mean, it's okay. I don't mind it, but it's like okay. If I had like a friend who had that Jersey New York accent, of course I would love him. But I always like at least punch him once a day just for annoying me with that accent. Like I think that's what would happen. But apart from that, I love all accents though. I will say I love the New Zealand Maori accent, like that deep indigenous Maori accent. I really love that one.
And then there are accents that I hate. I
Oh
hate
God,
the.
let's not get it. Let's not get into the hate. No. Let's not get into the hate. Let's just like stay positive for the time being. Okay, so you said you like the American, or at least a larger part of the American accents than the British ones. I can I can understand that. I like African accents as well. They're very much more understandable than others, and very much enunciate and pronounce words so crystal clear you cannot help but know what they're saying all the time, even though like me they basically poetically speak and wax on for a bit. You still very much know what they're saying, or trying to convey as a message, because they enunciate so well. Nigerians have a bunch of Nigerian buddies. They are great English speakers. Very forceful pieces of shits, but I love them. What else? Other African accents. All of them are great. Tunisian, that Arab. Let's see. Let's go south. Ugandan, I really like as well. Yeah. But anyway, only say positive stuff about Africa if you want to say anything. Also, India, lovely accents all around the entirety of India as well.
No, I don't like the Indian accents at all.
Oh, geez. Okay, I'll let you say that because you are Indian. Like, what do you mean you don't like the Indian accents? This is from where you're from.
What I mean is when they speak in English. I don't like the accent when they speak in English. The Indian,
Really? I
yeah, the Indian accent languages are beautiful. Some of them, at least, like Punjabi is a beautiful language. Urdu
okay.
is my native tongue, and that's a very beautiful language. But when our people
Okay.
speak in English, and their accent hasn't been Americanized, it sounds terrible to me. It sounds comical, like it's comical.
Okay. I mean, okay, I'll get to that later. Hey, James, how you doing, man?
Okay. This thing I hear about hating accents, right?
Mm,
It's ridiculous to hate an accent on any level.
Like,
yes.
man, I hate the French accent
Do
as
you get
well.
frustrated? No, no. You can be frustrated when you don't understand an accent, right? Because I've seen a lot of people that get frustrated with my Kiwi accent, right? Because they can't understand it sometimes. But
James, you let me
I can,
James, you give me their names. I will hunt them down, those little asshats. My God. Anyway, sorry, continue on.
yeah. I just don't understand the hating of accents. I think every accent is beautifully unique. Um, so to me, it doesn't bother me accents. It's the words behind the accents that bother me, especially if they're harmful. But I was going to talk about code switching because in a way I kind
Oh,
of,
hell yeah.
even though I am YT, even though I'm YT, I do a certain degree of code switching, right? Like the fact of the matter is, the way I talk on here is completely different to how I
Mm.
talk to Te Tangata Te Whenua Māori and Pacific Island people, the people I kind of grew up around, right?
Yeah, yeah, your friends and
Um,
stuff, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So, well, not even that. It's just the cultural thing, right?
Yeah.
You don't any like if I talk to a Maori person, even though that we might not be friends, I will still talk to them in a way that is very typical of Maori, right?
Hmm.
I'll say like, oh, chair bro, tumeki, all goods, and use the um so that we're both comfortable in the conversation, right? Um, where I get on here and I talk to anyone that's foreign, it's automatically I'm talking like this because I know that if I started going that way, none of you would understand me. And people
Do you
don't even
mind
realize
going
that in a
that way?
country like this. Well,
Do you mind, James,
I
speaking
don't
like that with me
mind.
at least? Okay. Yeah, please. I just as an experiment, because I'm a writer, and I like to think that like I
Yeah.
understand words and sort of the tonality because I have a good ear. But you know what? I like
Yeah.
to be practicing. Yeah. So go ahead, please.
Well, all good, bro.
I'm
I
putting you on
mean,
the
it's all
spot.
good, you know. Yeah, yeah. No, and the reason like I go this more monotone, more what you've heard since you've known me is not out of disrespect. It's out of the fact that I know that you wouldn't understand it, and I need people to understand what I'm saying when I speak.
Oh no,
Um,
absolutely. Yeah.
so, yeah, so I mean, yeah, no, I mean, I won't do it all the time because you'll have people in here that be going, "What the hell's he talking about?" But once in a while, I might go chair or tumeki or all goods, um, just which is pretty much all the same thing anyway. Which means it's all good, it's nice, it's cool. Um, yeah, and when you were talking about the the titanga to whenua accent, um,
Mhm.
yeah, I get what you're saying. My brother's fiance is titanga to whenua, is indigenous, and her brother has the same name as me, and when I first met him, we hit it off, but we you can tell I'm a whitey man, right? Even if I didn't have my profile picture, where him, you could tell he grew up north, right, in the Upper North Island, the way he speaks, which is cool. And then we have to, if we're going to talk about if we're gonna talk about accents, we have to talk about regional dialects as well, right? I mean, when you look at Canada, I know someone from Alberta sounds different to someone from Quebec, right? Or when you're looking at the US, someone from the Midwest sounds different from someone in the Deep South.
We were actually talking about that. We ended up on that. We were talking about American accents versus British ones, and we started talking about very specific ones, like the Southern
But
drawl accent. I like it because it has
yeah,
inflections of the British accent, like, but it's like lensed through centuries
oh
of removal from its source, and it's so interesting how language changes and how it sounds over time.
yeah, I mean, eh, well, you know what one I really like, the New Orleans, the Louisiana. You know,
Oh yes,
because
yes.
it's got inflections. It's not just got. It doesn't just have inflections of the British, but also has inflections of the French. So
Yes. And it's
it's a
Creole,
very muddled one.
Haitian,
Yeah,
French, Creole. Like it is such a beautiful sort of like what it is like the type of language that conservative men would be like, oh my god, diversity, yuck. You know, it's a diverse language that like collects so much of like
Okay,
the
same.
flavors around it. And this is the thing, though. All language is like that, but you're so
yeah.
right about New Orleans. It is so rich in that. Yes, Abdul. What is it that you want? I was talking with my friend James, and you know why I say it like that, Abdul? Because I asked you to be my friend, and you said no. So anyway, go ahead, Abdul. I love you.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but like,
No, no, no worries. Go
want,
ahead.
I want to get to something that's
You want
interesting.
to what?
Want to get to something that's a bit more interesting than
Okay, sure.
discussing what island his brother is from. So here's the thing: is have you ever seen the movie? What's it called? Judas and the Black Messiah.
Curse. I know of it. It's in my queue. I haven't watched it yet. Can you remind me? Because there's like a few Messiah, Black Messiah films. Which one is this?
Oh, this is a beautiful movie. This is like one of the best in cinematic history. You will really enjoy
Uh,
it. You'll really get
I
into it.
think I know it. What year? It's either in the 70s or it's like quite literally in the last 10 years.
No, no,
Because
no, no.
there's.
It's just a few years old. Maybe it's like
Okay, yeah. So that's the one. Okay. Who's in it? Are they? Okay, hold on. Are the black folks like playing Jesus and the apostles, or is that what it is?
no, no, no. It's about the Black Panther Party infiltration.
Oh, okay. So it's
Uh,
something else entirely. So it's a documentary then.
no, it's not a documentary. It's a movie. It's a Hollywood movie.
Oh,
The
okay.
guy,
All
I'll
right,
tell
interesting.
you know the guy that was in the movie, uh, making what's that movie about Nat Turner?
Uh, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it.
A
It's been a
Nation
while
is
since
Born.
I've watched any
A
doc.
Nation is
Huh?
Born or something. I think it's A Nation is Born or something like that.
Okay. All right. Nice.
The birth of a
Okay,
nation.
it's gonna go. It's gonna go on my list. So it's powerful. Why do you think it was that powerful? And the Black Panthers, of course, are that powerful, so it makes sense. But why did you like it so much?
Because it actually reminds me of my own life. I was actually undercover myself with the RCMP.
Undercover.
Yeah,
Wait, sorry. You were undercover. What does that mean? You
I
worked for
was
the RCMP?
yeah I was an agent for the RCMP, and this movie is
Wait.
about this.
Wait, hold on. Please stop for a second.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm glad you've admitted this. It's interesting information. But remember when Corey and Smiley Anvers were discussing this, and they were saying how you might be a CSIS agent? Remember that?
not a C since I was with the RCMP.
I know, but they were suggesting you were with CSIS. But and then when I asked you, you said no, I wasn't with CSIS. Was it just which is true? But you could have then said, oh, I'm with the RCMP, right?
I was an
Uh,
undercover
Yeah,
agent.
yeah, but why? What I know, but why didn't you say that when there was a time and a place where it would have made so much sense for you to be like, oh no, no, I'm not part of CSIS, but I was an RCMP agent. You know, saying it now, it feels odd, but this is the thing, Abdul. You are odd. I will say. I'm odd too, but you are an especially odd individual, and you probably don't give out this sort of information. Fine, okay. You were an RCMP agent undercover from what year to what year?
From 20, so I started off as a CI, confidential informant. I think I
Okay.
became an agent, if I remember correctly, in
Wait,
20.
before you continue on, can you actually discuss this? So are you're going to be safe? You know, you're saying you were a criminal informant, so are you safe?
Confidential
You know,
informant. Yeah, yeah.
okay, my part, confident.
Legal,
Okay,
yeah.
you're safe. All right, continue on. All right, so you said what, 20 when?
2022, 2023.
You were the CI, okay, for certain groups. I'm assuming.
Yeah, for a mosque, basically. That was an imam that was suspected of being
And was
extreme.
he?
He was definitely extremist in his rhetoric, but he was not involved in any illegal
Sorry,
activity.
so he was an extremist.
He was. You might have heard of him. You know, he's a famous imam in Victoria. There's a lot of newspaper articles about him.
Okay, I mean, write his name in the chat. I'll look it up. Probably I know of him, but you know, there's so many Muslim clerics. So yeah, I probably did hear of him. Okay, so you helped take that individual down, so that's good. Too
No,
much
no, he wasn't.
extremism is too extreme, right?
Hold
So
on,
that's
hold
good.
on,
I'm
hold on,
glad.
hold on. He
Yeah, yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
taken down. He was exonerated. He was.
Oh, so
He
he
was.
was actually innocent. That's even better. So he wasn't an extremist.
So, well, here's what I did after my role was complete. I spilled the beans to him. I wrote everything in a journal, and I gave
Yeah.
it to him. I said, "Just read this." and then
Okay.
and then I sent a text message to my handlers, and I said, "This is what I did." After that, they never came back. They never contacted me again. So
Oh, okay.
what happened
So
is they
okay,
set me up with they hired they got a lawyer for me, right, to represent me during my time as an
okay.
agent. And I asked him, "Is this legal?" He said, "I don't recommend it, but technically it's legal. They can't charge you with
So
anything."
sorry. You said, is it legal or is it illegal?
Yeah, I asked if it's legal to my lawyer
Okay.
to expose after the fact if I could expose to the public that I was an undercover agent with the RCMP.
Yeah.
And the lawyer said, "I don't recommend it. Please don't do that. But technically, yeah, it's legal."
Okay, so yeah, you are legally entitled to tell your story. There might be a certain amount of years. Maybe that's why the lawyer was thinking that, oh, you know what, be careful. It's still very much part of national security or whatever it is. We need some time away from the, you know, the period within which you had worked. But okay, so you said 2022 to 2023, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you got out, you wrote something. You were, of course, not in jail, so the lawyer was at least worried, but they were wrong, so you're free. Okay, cool. What'd you do after 2023, after leaving the RCMP's charge?
Basically, I got this job with the school district. I won't tell you what town it is because some people might want to dox me. But
It's all
basically,
right.
I'm an education assistant now.
Okay, and you were trained in education, like you have a master's of education. Do you
No, no,
need to
no,
have a master's of education to
no,
be
no,
an
no.
educational assistant?
No, all you need is a certificate.
Okay, okay, cool. And what are you? You don't have to tell me, of course. Did you ever go to college, uni? Did you study
Uh,
anything? What do you want to be?
I got after high school. I got accepted into York. I got accepted into UFT. I choose to go to
Oh,
York.
me too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay, me too. I chose to go to York instead of UFT. All right, cool. What'd you do there?
But sadly,
Maybe we're there around the same time. Sorry, what'd you say?
yeah, I was there around 2008, 2009.
2008. I went a second time, but it was, I think, a little bit earlier than that. Okay, cool, cool. We were just like a few years apart, really. And sorry, you studied what again?
I was gonna do a degree in poli sci, but I didn't complete it. I kind of washed out, so I didn't get a degree at all. I didn't complete my college education.
Ah, yeah, no, it's all right. Like I've met some of the smartest people who had no degrees, no credentials, just like brilliant, brilliant people. But a college degree, unfortunately, one needs in this world. But it is so like gate kept, unfortunately, through whiteness, academic, you know, kind of bigotry, that fucking system that my uncles and grandfather, who were like kind of teachers, or my uncle was very much a teacher, basically would be like spinning in their graves. All right, so you saved Canada, although you didn't because the guy was exonerated. So let me ask you, did so this is a thing, right? What happened to you basically is like something that I read about as well as literally in like television shows where an FBI, like this is literally from a television show called the OA. There was an FBI agent and he basically became disillusioned with the FBI because what he realized is his criminal informants or his confidential informants that he placed in the field would like become extremists because they would be groomed by the imam or by the triple K or whatever, and then they would be imprisoned or jailed, and then he realized, the FBI realized, oh, I'm producing more terrorism than I am stopping, and so he kind of like left the FBI. But he was such a good job. He had such a good job, and he was such a good agent. They wanted him back for some purpose in the story. The whole point is, this reminds me of you. Like, okay, prior to you entering the informant program, what were your views like? Were they more liberal? Abdul, hello? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Abdul.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
You hear-
I was going to say.
Hold on. Can you hear me, Saintless?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was always very conservative, and that's actually what got me into the RCMP's notice. They took note of me because of that, and then they said we need this guy.
Oh, so you were already conservatives, so
Yeah.
you would like blend in better.
Exactly right, because especially the way I dressed in the mosque, I was going to that mosque before they recruited me, so they actually approached me. Anyways, I want to tell you a bit about the movie. The movie. Have you heard of Fred Hampton, who was the Black Panther? And
Wait, so sorry. Give me a second. I can barely hear you. There's too much noise. Give me a second.
yeah, I mean, cause James, man, please, man, don't tell something that's gonna bore the panel, please. Go ahead though.
Shut up, Abdul. You chuckle fuck.
Abdul, be kinder. Why do you
he's-
speak like that? That's so weird.
I was going to say, like, if you're going to talk about your situation and what was happening with Fred Hampton and the Black Panthers, right? Well, let's make it abundantly clear. There's a difference between going after criminals and then actually trying to silence the civil rights movement. That is what the FBI was doing when it came to the Black Panthers. It had nothing to do with it being illegal, them doing anything illegal or not. They didn't like strong black voices.
Okay. Who was I forgot the woman's name that played a big role in that movement. What was that woman's name? Let me just look it up.
Because if we're going to look at the history of the Black,
You heard
if
of
we're going to
Deborah
look at the
Johnson?
history of the Black Panthers, right?
I'm sorry, James.
I was going to say, if we're going to look at the history of the Black Panthers, right? They were very socialist. They were very almost communist. They were literally the group that influenced groups like the Polynesian Panthers down here in New Zealand, who took the framework
Irish
of
Panthers
the
as well.
Black
Yeah.
Panthers. Yeah. So the Black Panthers absolutely inspirational and instrumental
Yeah.
in civil rights, and that's why the FBI went after them. And then on top of that, the US government literally went after pew pew reform to prevent groups like the Black Panthers arming themselves.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's actually true because like Reagan, And Abdul, let me ask you: do you like Reagan?
I do like Reagan. I actually do
Okay,
like.
okay. So if you like the Black Panther documentary and it really moved you, then you should really know that Reagan, even though conservative Republicans are always like rah rah guns, he, because he was afraid of the Black Panther Party, basically legitimated the removal of all pew pews in California. Can you imagine that? One of the most, if not the most populous state, right? Reagan comes in, oh God, no, black people are using the pew pews to protect themselves, like the NRA is telling everyone to do. But unfortunately, maybe that message isn't for, brown and black folk, right? He implemented gun control laws, Reagan, the most favorite president, and I think you said this as well, Abdul. Reagan, the most favorite president of like these fucking conservatives, and he does the most anti Second Amendment legislation in California. But this is the thing, because California is liberal, it was okay. So that's the thing. Violent, weak men want their pew pews so that whenever they're sort of like, pushed against verbally with like data and facts, at least they have the pew pew, right? They have it at least, even if they take it away from everyone else. And also, the breakfast programs of the US and all around the world, very much because of the Black Panther Party, they had to feed their community. So they built programs, which, again, the government did not like because it made them look like fools. It basically destroyed the narrative that, oh, black people are stupid, black people are violent, they can't take care of themselves. But look at that. When they had negative 100, they created a program that the government was so afraid of that after a few years they took it over. That it was that good that they had to take it over. They couldn't just destroy it, they had to take it over. So that's the whole point. Anyway, I'm gonna watch that movie. Abdul, DM me a bunch of movies that you've watched, especially documentaries. I'll give you some of my own as well. One of the best ones actually is called The Century of the Self. The Century of the Self basically explains the entire neoliberal shitstorm we're all living in. And then there's like so many other documentaries from the same guy. The socialism next to me is happening. Sanitation workers, Abdul. I know you don't like them, but if without them, we wouldn't be where we are. I might go into an arcade. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go into an arcade for a little while. You guys talk amongst yourselves if you wish, but I'll be nearby and talk.
Um, there is a movie on Netflix. I believe it's called the Chicago Eight. And there's one point in that movie where Bobby Seale of the Black Panthers won't won't listen to the judge, and the judge literally bound and gagged him in the courtroom. Um, I mean, the the what the Black Panthers went through while fighting for civil rights was absolutely horrendous.
I'm doing a test. Can you hear me over the music in the background?
Yeah, can
Yes,
you?
yes, we can.
Is the music in the background like gonna bother you if I just leave it on while I'm playing my video game or my arcade?
If you can turn it off, it'll be better.
Okay, I'll mute myself when there's some death metal happening in the background, and I'm gonna start, pew pewing some alien scum that are trying to take over the world. I'll show you guys. Hold on, I'll turn it around. Maybe I'll get banned in a little while if I do, but in any case, give me 1 second. And we'll discuss this. Actually, we can discuss this for a bit. Taylorism, the reason you hate your job. You can Google who Taylor is. I think his first name is Charles. Basically, the reason why all our jobs are so segmented, so distinct, the reason why we don't have solidarity, a part of it is this guy implementing quote unquote scientific management into how he approaches people rather than approaching people, he approaches people like machines. Oh, this person can do A to B, this person can do C to D, that person can do, G to M, and then we'll get one special consultant for everything in between kind of thing. Like this guy is the reason why everyone's job sucks. This man is one of the worst people. And the thing is, he probably said it was pretty good. Like he was an engineer, and he probably thought he was doing a good thing, but not really. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say he was also the one that implemented incentive pay. Helped with the implementation of incentive pay. Things along those lines, right? Incentive pay increases productivity. Absolutely, it was his theory was absolutely like the worst kind of capitalist point of view, in my opinion, because humans were commodities. They weren't human beings.
Yeah. Milvina, like I can't see you in the chat. I don't know if you left, but you get up here and debate me if you want to come up. Any of the mods, if anyone, you want to invite someone. But Milvina is my goddess. I am the high priest of the religion of Milvinism. So yes, I am a coward. Of course I am, Milvina. You come up here. You can debate Abdul. I'm pretty sure Abdul wouldn't mind debating a woman who is a Jewish woman who is pro-Palestine. Like that would be interesting, Milvina. You get up here. No, she left us. Coward.
Yeah, but you know what? She accused me of being anti-Semitic.
What? She is not anti-Semitic. What are you talking about, dude? She is not anti-Semitic. And
I said she says I am.
I can. Okay, why does she think that? Because I'll be the judge of whether you are. Wait, hold on. Can you see the screen? Well enough?
Yeah.
All right. So this is the point. Okay, so what did you say for her to think you were anti-Semitic?
I'm not sure, and I'm not disputing the label either. I may very well be, but I'm not sure what exactly I said.
Well, you know what? What is it that you believe? This whole thing might get me, kind of live restricted anyway. So, what do you want? Area 51 or maximum? Anyway, I'll do that. Okay, so tell me what you think about what you are doing in terms of how you speak about, Semites. Because I'm a Semite too, you know that, right? So you're probably a Semite. I don't know. Actually, you might be an Indo-Aryan.
I am an Indo-Aryan, but I'm using the term in the sense that it's understood, right? Because it's a political term, or it's a specific term, right? Now here's the thing. Without being too explicit, basically, I do subscribe to the idea that a certain group controls the banking system.
Oh God, please, why? James, if you're there, if you're modding, just let anyone up that wants to speak to Abdul. That is someone who can handle Abdul. Abdul, like I said, I don't want too many people up here when you're up here because, like, I don't think you're a dangerous individual because while you're smart, you're not like so good that you could change a lot of people's minds, which is why you're like you want to read more and get better in enunciation and oration. But in any case, James, you're in charge. Let anyone up. You can also let me know who wants up if you're still here. Abdul, is he still here? Is my friend James still here?
Yeah, he is.
All right.
Yeah, anyway. I'm still here.
Okay. But don't take this like a job. Whenever you want to leave, James, you can. Yeah. And Milvana, if you're here, get up here.
We got somebody named Jesslyn that's here. And we got someone named the Prophet.
Yeah, whoever wants to come up. Yeah, whoever wants to come up. And James, they can handle Abdul. Just warn him. And you know why I'm saying this, Abdul. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you know why, right? It's okay. Especially for what you're about to say next. Go ahead.
Look, Saintless.
Yeah.
Saintless. I was going to say, this is Abdul we're talking about. I'm just going to say this. My brother's fiance's 10-year-old son can handle Abdul. he is not that difficult to handle.
Yeah. I will still say he's much smarter than Yahtzee's. And it is rude of us, Abdul, of course, to talk of you like you're not here. But the thing of it is, you say way worse stuff than we could ever manage. So I feel comfortable. And you're here, and I think you don't mind as well, because you said I was a snake. You literally called me a serpent, like Dylan.
What?
Like I'm in good
When
company.
did I do that?
In the chat, quite literally. Please do not
Okay,
Well,
gaslight me.
maybe
You
I
said,
did.
oh, because I dropped you. Remember, you had said something about a woman, about someone who was on the panel, because you do attack women a lot, and she was like, oh, I don't like that, so I'm like, I will drop him because those are the only times I will drop anyone. If someone asks that, it's their immutable character kind of thing where, if someone says the N-word to me, I don't care. I'll have them up. But if they say it to some black friend I have and they're like, nope, drop him, please, I will, right? So please be careful. That's the only time I'll drop you, Abdul, or like another kind of like reason. But so please behave. And luckily, James, we're not going to have 10-year-olds around here for, for Abdul. Anyway,
yeah, but what I was going. That's what I'm trying to say, though. His arguments, especially the ones when it comes to equality, are so off base that they can be disputed by a 10-year-old.
yeah, a 10-year-old who just learned,
Um,
sharing is caring.
that yeah, exactly.
Uh,
I mean, I definitely
anyway,
don't subscribe to egalitarianism. I don't think people are equal.
okay, Abdul, tell me the reasons why you think Melvina, the goddess, thinks you're an anti-Semite.
I don't know why she perceives me as such. By
Okay,
the way,
what do you
you said
believe
you
about
said
the?
hold on. You said that
Uh,
you were Semitic. How are you Semitic?
yes, I come from East Africa as well as parts of the Levant, as well as knowing that if you're Semitic, it has to do more with your language group, less than your genetics. Although there's a part of that, I guess, but it's more about the language group. So my Semitic language group
But
is over.
Ethiopian is not in a Semitic language. It's a Cushitic
Yes, it
language.
is. No. There are certain Ethiopian. You can't even say Ethiopian language. There are a lot of Ethiopian languages. We have a constitution that basically has like a 54 to like 75 part thing where we respect all the linguistic language groups, and each territory is kind of like led by each. It kind of creates certain issues with tribalism, but in any case, it's a pretty okay-ish system. Just needs some work. But anyway, yeah, no. The Semitic languages, yes, Ge'ez, 8,000 plus year old, Semitic language, the root of which my language, which is much closer to Ge'ez, as well as, Arabic, which is younger, Hebrew, which is also younger. Again, so if anything, I am much more Semitic than anyone here. So please be quiet, Abdul. The whole point of Abdul is it's just a language thing. Mostly that's how the academics talk about it, not in this sort of like, racist, bigoted, anti-Semitic way. But anyway, again, go ahead and say what you want to say, and I
I
will
don't I
correct
don't
you when you say something wrong.
I don't consider you a Semite.
All right,
Mine,
no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, let me ask you this at least. I'm
yeah.
a black man, and you know all these stuff that they say about black people. Do you think I'm at least not violent? Considering all this, though.
Yeah. No, you don't come
all right,
across. You don't come across
all
as
right, all right. Let me ask you another thing. Do you think I come across as at least fairly smartish? At least I can back up my arguments, and I can I have some critical thinking skills. Would you at least give me that?
I can't say for sure. I mean, you're certainly articulate. You're
Okay,
certainly
I'm articulate. Thank you so much
mild
for that
in your manner.
microaggression. Okay,
You're
I'm
mild in your
articulate. What else?
mannerism. Mild in your
My mannerisms
mannerism.
are cool. You like them or you don't like them?
Yeah, I think. Why do you think
You
I
like?
keep coming to your life?
All right. Thank you so much.
I
So
think
we'll have a
you know how to
debate.
have a
We'll have a
conversation.
debate one day. We'll have a
Yeah.
debate one day, like a legitimate debate, because there are no debates on TikTok. I might have had maybe one legitimate debate when it was like, oh, I had to study for a month and research shit. Um, so yeah, we'll do that. You know, we can debate whatever topic you want. I'll tell you my quote unquote things I'm interested in and expert in or whatever, and you can tell me yours, and maybe we'll find a lens through that we can talk about something fairly. Do you want to do that, like a debate style thing?
Personally, I don't really like debates. I like discussions better.
I'm sorry.
I prefer discussions.
You prefer? Sorry, I can't hear that.
Discussions. I prefer discussions.
Why? Why? Like debates, basically, if you want to know whether or not I'm, at least intelligent enough to speak to a man such as yourself, your caliber, debates are pretty good, you know? They basically challenge all the sort of ways that we measure intelligence. It's not one way, there's like multiple ways, like a dozen ways, right? And the whole point is for debating, for the research, part of it, for the critical thinking execution part of it, it very much will give you a sense of whether or not I have any reason to talk to someone like you, Abdul, or anyone really. Anyway, you decide whenever you want, and we'll do that. How do I was trying to throw a grenade, but anyway, Abdul, again, go and say what you want to say about the beautiful J people.
No, see, when it comes to debating in a very formal way, you got to be really somebody that's well grounded in the field. There's only one field where I'm confident in debating, and that's in
Uh-huh.
religion. In religion,
I
right?
don't mind. I'm confident in that too. So we can do that with religion. Right? I can tell you why Buddhism is the true religion, and I'm an extremist for Buddhism, and why Islam is the wrong religion. At least for you, Abdul. It might be right for some people, maybe not right for you. That might be the debate title. Is religion, or rather, is Islam right for Abdul? And the audience will choose the winner based on that, you know, question. Agreed?
No, I mean the topic it seems kind of big.
Well, of course, I'm being kind of facetious, but yeah, we can do that. If you want to do that,
I think
if
a
you want to do that with
discussion.
like
Look, I
a
think
discussion,
a discussion is much
yeah,
better.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Discussion is
Where,
fine.
but obviously in a discussion where you're attentive and not playing a video game or listening to
Well,
loud music.
of course, and I do want to give you the respect because even though I could debate you while I'm doing this, like I'm kind of doing that. We're not debating; we're just talking. Like I think you're following what I'm saying. Like I can do both, but anyway, I will use my full brain cells because you have to understand when I'm talking to people on TikTok, especially Yahtzees, most definitely Yahtzees usually, and especially like conservative men. I turn off about 90% of my brain cells. Like I don't need to talk to them like I do like James. I got to turn myself way up and turn myself down because James, you're a beautiful man. But with you, I got to like use 100%, 110%. I got to go overboard. Like the history of like the Black Panthers a bit too much.
James isn't
I
here.
think you're. Oh,
James
and he's
got
not. Oh, okay. Who else is here? I don't think you're a mod. So, is there anyone
no one else.
trying to be invited in, or is it only us two? Who's here?
It's just you and me.
All right, that's cool.
Today's your day off, right?
Yeah. On Wednesdays, I basically just do what I want to do. I might play Guitar Hero. No, actually, I won't play Guitar Hero. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do you too. And yeah, I like walking, so I'll walk. I think it's about 30. It feels about 30 or so.
What street are you on?
I'm not gonna tell you that.
Or what area
It'd be
in
like,
Toronto?
the east end of Toronto.
Okay, East York area.
A little past that, like yeah, or like closer to Toronto proper, I guess.
You know where Medina Masjid is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that is where some of my family members were buried or had their sort of like end of life services. Yeah.
I used to go there when I was younger. Beautiful masjid.
Oh yeah, it was. I had to bring my brother there whenever I had to like pick him up whenever he had those schools after school, and I think I had to pick him up like 2 or 3 days a week, which wasn't bad. But like me and him, we used to watch Dragon Ball Z together, so we would rush home after the lessons to
Oh
see
no.
the Dragon Ball Z. So like you might have been there around that same time I was picking up my brother. So there you go.
Yeah, around 2006, 7, 8, around that time.
Okay, nice, nice.
And you know Nugget Masjid as well, right? Nugget Masjid.
Which messages?
Nugget Masjid.
Where's that one located?
If you go basically toward Markham, right? It's the big masjid with the green dome. Whenever you
Yeah, yeah. I recall, yeah, a family member lived in Markham before, and when we drove up there, we saw this huge, like, and I think it had some sort of attack there. Someone came and attacked it, but like a lot of masjids are attacked, unfortunately. A lot of
yeah,
Islamophobia. So yeah, I think it was attacked as well. But yeah, yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful masjid.
yeah,
I also like Indian temples, Sikh temples. There's a lot around, so it's really nice.
I wouldn't know. I don't go there. Although I live really close to the Guru Nanak Gurdwara where Hardeep Singh Nijjar was PQ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. Let me see
you know what I'm talking about, right?
that. I mean these names kind of like mix in together, but if you're talking about the individual that was assassinated in Vancouver, BC, at least, yeah,
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 yeah, yeah, yeah,
all over.
yeah.
Let's see,
His temple is very close to where I live.
temple places. Uh, you go to these temple places, and what do you want to talk about? Actually, let's do a topic. I'll put up a prompt for that topic, but it has to be somewhat universal. Like, of course, politics or religion, media, military type stuff. Like, there's like seven subjects we can talk about that the evangelicals very much focus on. So one is militarism, financialism, religion. That's three. Four is the media. Five is education. Six is, I think I said religion already. Let's see another one. Oh, of course, politics, government. So yeah. So what do you want to talk through those lenses?
If you could give me you could start a topic. If you give me just a few minutes, hopefully, then I'll
All
also
right. You
give
know
you
what?
a pointer.
Okay. You know what? I'll put something up.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was working before this. Okay. Let's see. Now I'm gonna be serious. I'm gonna be a serious TikToker because this is how I make my money. Lol. Anyway. All right. Let's see if Trump sucks. I'm gonna call out conservative men. Let's see. I'm gonna share this live. Let's see. Should I share this live? Actually, you know what the thing is? When you're here, Abdul, not many people want to come along. You know what? You share the live. I don't know if you have conservative buddies or, people that are Trumpian and think they can argue well for his accomplishments. You share the live. I'm giving you the space and you are literally running down my buddies and people that will come up. You're infamous at this point, Abdul.
Well, I think I don't know what to say. Why don't they want to come up when I'm here? What's the
Huh?
issue? Why don't they want to come up when I'm here?
Because you say, awful things. like about the immutable characters of certain people. Your anti. Oh, just some vomit on the floor. Nice. You say some awful things. I mean, you don't think it's awful, I guess, but you do understand the effect you have on women, especially.
I'm not even sure what's the issue women have. What's the
Well, I mean, with you, I mean, you could ask maybe some of them that have like been very some have been afraid of you, some just dislike you, some despise you, some hate you.
why don't you invite one of them up here and let's see what they got to say.
I don't want to do that. Like, if they want to come up and no one is here, again, that's the whole point, right? I think only Corey is here. Hey, Corey. That's the whole point. When you're up here, people again know you. They kind of expect you to say something, kind of awful, and not always. You don't do it always, but we know you have certain beliefs, and then certain times you do say those things, and it might be like an hour and a half into the conversation, but still, you've sometimes said those things, and so people just have certain experiences with you that they don't want to repeat, right? It's understandable. Like, you're not liked by everyone. I'm not liked by everyone, so it's just understandable, right?
Okay, why don't you try inviting Jesslyn was here earlier, or if you got Lilith on your friends list, or you got
Well,
Madeline,
I think they're on Dylan's
Marcy.
live. I
Okay.
think Dylan's live is still going on. I just created this one because I think Dylan said he gets off at 10 or 11 because he has a new schedule to keep. And you had suggested me to like open up a live, and I didn't mind talking to you, at first. But if I do exit this live at some point, I'll start a new one, and you can stick around, but you won't be like in the up on the panel if I have like other people up there, unless I asked him, hey, do you mind if Abdul comes up for 5 minutes here and there? Only then, man. Like this is the thing again. Look, this is the evidence of it. Not many people. Oh, okay, hold on. There's a. Oh, Jojo is here. Okay. Oh, hey, Kira, how are you? All right, Jojo is from Palestine, of course.
Bring
I
up
don't have many.
Kira. She and me had a debate previously.
Only if she wants to come up. She hasn't asked yet. And again, maybe because of. Walaikum salam.
Alaikum assalam. Yeah, it would be
I don't have
interesting
many.
to
Huh?
discuss. It will be interesting to discuss with Kira.
Well, I mean, sure, but again, she already has. I don't think she likes you that much. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but
The only thing is that look, she's an astrologer, and I believe that stuff is just nonsense. Like straight up.
well, I mean, that's of course your opinion. My opinion is kind of like I see it more of a psychological thing because she derives from, I think she said, the Greek Western, so it might be a little bit different than the Vedic one, which I'm also interested in, or the African one, which I'm more familiar with. And the whole point is like each system was just meant to understand the human being. So, let me understand the human being through this psychological framework, through, say, the winds and the stars and the like all that sort of stuff, right? The whole point is, for example, just say this: someone is born in March, okay, or April. I forget what Aries is, but Aries is the fire sign, right? So they're hot-headed, they're leaders, right? But consider this. Oh, what happens during that time of period? It's like spring, fresh renewal, right? Fresh beginnings. And if a child is born around that time, potentially the people then would be like, yes, this will be a leader because he comes with the new, spring sun, right? Or she comes with the new spring sun. Then they look to the stars in the skies above and they're like, oh, Mars is there, Venus is there. And they record that and then they're like, it seems as if people born around this time, around this place with this weather and environment, become like this. And it just might be for the social conditions of it all. That's how I see it. If other people see it differently, I respect that too. I don't have all the evidence for this, right? That's the whole point. We don't.
Nah, it's just drunk.
And we allow for that. You know, agnosticism, I think, is the best of all worlds.
It's just junk science. Like it's just childish.
Again, your opinion, sure, but like again, the whole point is how I see it. Does that work for you? How I see it?
No, not really.
No, not really. Okay,
I don't
that's fine.
see it that way either.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So okay, fine, that's fine. But again, that's your opinion, right? So, but anyway, see, if we were friends, see, Kira's gone. Only Corey is here. So Abdul, yeah. Anyway, what do you think of Trump? You of course like him, but you shouldn't like him. It's always weird when you say that. You know.
See, the thing that I try to understand about you, Seamless, is you seem to be a guy that's very sophisticated, even if I don't
Thanks.
agree with your thing, right? But then
Okay.
you want to debate like the least common denominator. You want to debate Yahtzees. You want to debate Trump. Like those are like for like very those are for the very unsophisticated people. Like these
Well,
topics.
no. The whole point is like these are the people that need sort of a reality alignment, and I don't do this for this or that. I'm just like on TikTok because it's like easy. I could go on YouTube. I just have to figure out a certain way. And the whole point is there is no distinction between oh I can only talk to these people or that people. The whole point is to educate. So okay, fine. I'm sophisticated. Who do you want me to talk to?
I mean, I want the topic to be something that's not such a low hanging fruit. Like I think you could
Okay,
do way better.
what topic do you want to bring up? Because like, isn't politics important? You know, if
Yeah.
these guys come up and they start saying anti-trans bullshit, I'm gonna of course push back. And if it, you know, it means oh, I seem more unsophisticated because I'm talking to unsophisticated people. At the very least, you know, I'm educating them or making them uncomfortable enough to go out and educate themselves as well. But anyway, what topic do you think would be a
Okay.
good one for me?
Since you want to talk, since you got the LGBT,
Sophisticated topic
yeah.
that will attract sophisticated people.
Okay, so what's your take on the whole turf versus trans debate?
Mm, you know what? I did want to have debates like that. I had a debate like that like a week ago. See, I even preempted your whole suggestion. But so turfs versus trans. So exclusionary radical feminists versus you know trans inclusionary you know feminists kind of thing.
Yeah, what's your whole take? Whose side are you on,
A
and why?
trans inclusionary, of course. Why wouldn't I be for human rights? It's always a weird thing you ask sometimes. Of course, I would be for human rights. You know, I know you're not, like not for all, I guess, because you want distinctions made and laws made that are different for different people.
How is it a
So,
human rights issue? Like, where's the
sorry.
human rights? Where how does it become a human rights issue? How is this a human rights issue?
No. What I'm saying is, how is it not when certain people are not given the same like rights or basically bullied out of existence, have the highest, you know, suicidality rates, etc. Like, like, and then on top of that, like Trump taking so much of the, you know, apparatus of the government, making it fascist, and then attacking them even more, especially religion doing the same thing. That's insane, right?
I mean, so what the turfs are saying basically is that trans women are basically biologically men. If they wanna consider themselves women, like it's a free country. But when it comes to legal issues, like should they be allowed into a female only bathroom or locker room or whatever the case may be, a female only prison, then no, because that should be based on biological sex.
Well, again, there are like washrooms that are both, washrooms that are only one. Like we already have all these options. That's low hanging fruit. That's like not even a discussion I want to get into. Like the whole washroom debate is kind of dumb because you know why? The people that actually endanger kids the most in washrooms are men, conservative men, white cis conservative men, and white cis conservative men who are like evangelical or priests or like that or potentially teachers. Like that's it's whoever
Someone
has
wants
the
to come up.
greatest access
Someone wants to
to
come up.
to. Okay, hold on. Who is this? I don't know who this is, but okay, fine. Let's bring this person up here. Mm, are you still there? I'll invite you. Um, okay, there we go. Not
Yo,
sure what's happening.
okay. What did he say? Abdul? He said, what did he just recently say? I just forgot. Somebody called me.
He's asking why trans individuals should be protected in a way. I guess.
I
Do
think,
you wanna
I
tell them
think,
your position?
I think that men and men should be together, and women should be together. And whatever is stated on your ID, on your birth, male or female, I believe that that's your gender. There's no, other. You feel?
Okay, so
There's two.
you're talking about sex, right? There's
No, it's
male,
gender.
female. Well, no, no. Okay. There's gender, and then there's
There's
also
two
schmex.
genders. There's
Well, hold
two
on, hold on, hold
genders.
on. Can I? Well, okay. Just give me a second.
Tell okay, tell
I
me.
want to hold on. I want to understand you. I just want to ask you a few questions, right? So, one, what is the definition of gender? What is the definition of schmex? Can I ask you?
I don't know. I don't care. Just two genders. Peace.
Okay. All right. Is that all you wanted to say? Do you want
Yeah,
to say
two
anything
genders.
else?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's
Do you know?
a mental illness.
Well, well, there's like five schmexes. Did you know that? It's not only male or female, or not only X, Y, and XS. It's also XXY, I believe, XYX. There's like 5 to 7 types of
He
schmexes.
left.
So you're wrong about the
He left.
schmex part. The
He left.
gender part is much more of a psychological thing, right?
He
So from
left.
a
He
psychological
left. He left. He
perspective,
left. He's gone.
what? Anyway, for anyone else who's here, 3 people. Anyway, for you, Abdul, it's just a psychological thing, right?
Okay, so the thing I want to talk about is you
Yeah,
said
sure, go ahead.
the bathroom issue is not really an issue, but you know
Uh,
what is an issue is the locker room and the shower rooms. I've read local news here where in my very own locality, there have been some cases where a man was basically in shower room, a ladies' shower room, where there's young girls present as well, and he was doing indecent exposure, right? Indecent
okay.
exposure. So the women they complain to the management of the whatever the aquarium or the gymnasium, whatever it is, and they say, "Well, sorry, we can't do anything about it because that man identifies as a woman, and so he our policy is to allow such men into or such trans women into the locker room, shower room, and they're basically there getting off at being around naked women and young girls as well, and they're doing indecent exposure. So this is a
Okay.
big issue. Yeah,
Well, do you think it's a larger issue than, say, for example, just the majority of law-abiding trans individuals basically just living their lives and then having an entire governmental system come down on them? Which one do you think is worse? The few. I'll even grant you, maybe there's one that you're talking about, because trans individuals can be, dicks and asshats as well. They're human beings, right? But the majority of the issue is the government trying to snuff them out of existence, right?
I don't think it's as rare as you're trying to make it out to be. Every
Well,
single
there are
day,
studies. No, no, but this is the problem, right? Lefty people who become sociologists, who become criminologists, who become anthropologists, who actually want to study this sort of stuff to help us understand reality. Well, I mean, they come along and they tell us, and they have the studies, and the whole point is we understand if we go and search for those studies, and it's very easy. It's like on Google Scholar. So basically, what you're saying is incorrect, right? You know what? Let me ask you one question that I ask a lot of people on this topic who want to discuss it, because you said this is a sophisticated topic, right? So let me ask you, what's the average age of transition of individuals?
I don't know what their average is.
The average is about 30 at this point. A couple years ago or last year, it used to be 28, 29. So that's the average age of transition, right? It doesn't happen at childhood. It happens, in adulthood. A lot of people who discuss this don't understand it. They just understand it emotionally. And it's not like emotions are not a factor of, argumentation and how you think about the world. But if all you're thinking about is the emotion of this without the facts of it, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, I've always wanted to know why. I mean, if this is a real phenomena, why is the trans women, like men becoming women, is so much more common as opposed to women deciding to become men? Why is it so skewed? Why is it so skewed?
I don't recall the stats on this, but whatever. I'll grant you that. If it's the case that that's the case, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a reason why. There's a sociological reason why. We can look into it. But why do you think?
Yes, in my opinion, and this is sort of speculation on my part, but I think there's got to be some substance to it. I think one reason is there are some men who feel inadequate about being men, whether it's the size of the genitalia or the appearance or whatever the case may be, where they feel that as a man they're not really a man, right? You know what I mean? And so and they might have been bullied when they were in school because of that, or continue to be bullied on social media because of that. And so they said, well, I think I should become a woman. And you see a lot of those men, they tend to be very short or very some sort of feminine. Maybe they have very small genitalia, whatever the case may be. And so
Okay.
they decide to become a woman.
Okay.
That's one reason, among others, which I could think of.
Okay, this is what I'll say to that. Okay, there are 100,000 different reasons why someone would, but the typical reason is, oh, they are that. In the same way that, like, oh, if someone quote unquote turns out to be not Muslim, turns out to be gay, turns out to be lesbian, turns out to be bi, whatever. Oh, they were just that. They just realized it after a certain point, right? That's how it is. You over time discover who you are. By the way, happy Pride. You discover who you are, and the whole point is no one has the right to tell anyone else, Abdul, what they can do or believe in, as long as it doesn't harm yourself or anyone else. So again, trans individuals, 99% of whom are lovely people, 1% of whom are dicks. Yeah. But let me ask you this. Would you rather focus on the 1% of trans individuals who might be dicks or the 1% of capitalists who are basically harming the entire Muslim world?
Again, that's the thing, right? I don't think it's 1%. I think it's it's a lot more disproportionate, like in terms of
Well, I
shooting
mean, you
percentage.
don't really have the data. I have the data, and the data suggests no. The majority of time, there's like schmexual like allegations where kids are unfortunately abused. It's typically teachers. It's typically white cis het men who are conservative, pastors, evangelicals make up the larger portion of the individuals who are in those washrooms abusing children or just in any situation abusing children. That's who's number one, the top of the list. White, cis, het, and the number one profession is typically teacher or like an evangelical priest. That's the data on that. So,
Well, have you heard about the recent very horrific case of William and Zachary Zulak?
sorry, there's 20 billion things going on every day. Can you remind me? Just tell me the whole story of it. Maybe it'll
So
flash a
these were
memory.
two. There's a gay couple, uh,
Okay.
white couple that was very celebrated. You know, because they were like in that gay community, and so they
They were
decided
the what?
to,
Sorry.
they adopted two boys to
Okay,
raise as their
so
own
they were
son.
there were there were a white gay couple, men. Where were they?
Pardon me, we're somewhere in the United States.
And what were their names? Sorry.
William and Zachary Zulak.
Zulak. Okay. All right. They adopted two boys. How old were the boys?
They were like between 6 and 10 or something like that.
Okay. All right.
And so,
White boys or black
yeah,
boys,
white
Asian
boys,
boys?
white boys,
Okay. Cool. Continue on.
and it was the one of the worst instances of child abuse that you read the details now you'll be very disturbed. And
Okay.
this was just recently, right? So they were sentenced to like 100 years in prison. I forget which state it was. I think it
Okay.
was somewhere in the south, but I could be mistaken. So, anyways, yeah, it's what I'm trying to get from this is what I'm trying to tell you from this is that, in my opinion, every single instance you hear about a boy being abused by a man, it is always gonna be. It has to be classified as a homosexual, just by
Sorry,
definition.
sorry. Repeat that again.
It has to be classified as a homosexual.
When a man abuses a little boy,
Yes.
no, no. What it would be classified as, because most of, if not all of abuse, is this. It's a power dynamic. It's a power differential that the abuser gets off on. And so, if they could abuse, women, and they had access to women, they would. If they have access to children, they would. Some people have more predilections for whatever reason. There are reasons. I don't want to get into it. They just focus on children. And again, if some of the highest numbers of people who do abuse children are evangelicals, and people are suggesting it's not, oh, it's trans individuals. Well, I'm sorry, again, the data suggests it's evangelicals, cishet, white, blah, 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 conservative men. So again, Abdul, the whole point is we're
Yeah,
focusing on the wrong
my
thing.
point is,
You are saying, oh, it's a larger problem. It's not. The larger problem is the capitalist scum that, again, are attacking the Muslim world, right? That have control of it. And I'm assuming because you're a Muslim that you would rather want to focus on that rather than this low hanging fruit, where, again, all the data suggests no one should focus on this. We should really go focus on the whitey men that are, like, really much in power, and therefore abusing those people that you care about because they are in power. Because, again, abuse is about power, not about schmexuality.
sure, maybe, because obviously I don't understand the mindset of an abuser because I myself am not an abuser. I just can't understand it. But what I'm speculating is that it's impossible for a man that's
Are you
straight.
suggesting that I'm an abuser, that I so know the mind of an
No,
abuser that I'm kidding. Go on. Go continue. Sorry.
no. What I'm saying is that I think it's impossible for someone that is truly straight, hetero, to for any reason whatsoever to be attracted to a boy. A boy, like it's not possible if you're straight
It's
to
about
be.
power, though. Again, it's about power.
It's still the
Power,
act of
like
being
money.
committed.
No, no. Power, like money, intersects everything, including one's schmexuality, because schmexuality is not genderless, but fluid. Even in men, women, men, everyone. It's a fluid thing. Some people, have preferences. I guess it's a lot of things that make up your schmexuality, your preferences, what happened to you as a kid, etc. And the whole point is we can engage in that rather intentionally and help us figure out how to, have a much more broad and fluid sexuality. Why? Because we're human and we would want to get to know ourselves, right? So that's the whole point. It's again about power, and maybe they're
No,
more
but
fluid
listen,
about
listen,
who they abuse
listen,
with that
listen.
power. It's
Hold on.
about power.
If
No, no,
you
it's about power.
but no, if
That's the
you
thing.
ask,
It is no, no. It's about power. That's what it's about.
but hold on, listen. If you ask these people, if you ask
Yeah.
these predators, they will say we are sexually attracted to boys, not to women, not to girls, to
Uh-huh.
boys. Like they said, this
Yeah,
is the way
maybe again
our
some.
thing is.
I am not gonna deny that some people who intersect with, like, oh, pedophilic tendencies might want to go into positions of influence, of control, like teaching, like again the priesthood, etc. But again, the majority, it's about power, power dynamics, power differentials is what I was studying in uni, and basically, and through a lens of history, of comparative religions, philosophy, literature. Like, it was a particular program, and it basically just asked the most boring questions: who are we, where are we going, blah blah blah. But it was interesting how they did it through
So about the
historical
power thing,
lens.
could I answer about
And
the
the whole
power
the
thing?
whole point is, well, the whole point is the comparative religion aspect very much made me realize, oh, religion is a political, socio-political tool of control. Would you disagree with that?
See about the power thing. Let me answer that because I just
All
it just
right,
came to
go
me
ahead.
now. Okay, if somebody wants to get off on having that power, but he's a straight man, then he's gonna grape a woman. That's how he's gonna feel the power. It's not gonna be a boy. Okay, if it's a boy, that means he's not straight. Like
It's
logically, he
access.
is
No,
not
hold on, hold on.
straight.
Like I said, it's access. No, this is why you're not understanding. The first principle of this, of an abuser mindset, is, oh, I want to exercise power over an individual. To a degree, they don't care. Yes, maybe their preferences somewhat align with this or that, but the primary force is, oh, I want to abuse because I want power over someone. And then when they have access that intersects with an individual who is less powerful than them, or at the very least has less control than them, less influence than them, like a child, regardless of, schmexual, God, it's so weird saying TikTok stuff, like it's like, hold on, regardless of schmex, of their schmex, whether a boy, girl, whatever, they will just use that opportunity because it's about power, and they're like, okay, whatever, I'm gonna abuse them, right? Abusers are just very simple. Like, think of a capitalist. What does a capitalist want? More money. What will they do to get more money? Literally everything, including G-side an entire population like Gaza, right? Now you understand where the abuser mindset can go, where they can infect, yes, and affect the entire world, Abdul. Again, it's about power, and power is up here, how it's exercised. Hold on. Up here, how it's exercised, and down to my beard down here, my where it's exercised. It's personal, it's political, it's up in the stars, it's down here on Earth. Again, it's about power, power differential, because we feel powerless on this planet. I'm monologuing, but F you, this is my stream. Ha ha ha. It's our planet, yes, and we should have fun on it, but people who want more control, who are abusers, take that from us. Whether it's fun, time, space. I'm lucky enough, privileged enough to like walk around and have some fun with you, Abdul. But most are not. Like trans individuals, again, who are attacked by the state. Can you imagine that? And you like the Black Panther Party, right?
No, no, I never said I like the Black Panthers. I don't know where you got that from. I just said I
Okay,
like the
I
movie. I
assume.
like the
Sorry,
movie.
because you like the movie. Okay,
I'll tell you why I
but
like the
you.
movie. The
Okay, go
movie
ahead.
is,
Go
is
ahead.
because the main character in
Wait,
the
hold
movie,
on. Let the audience know what the name of the film is that you're talking about.
it's called Judas and the Black Messiah. And the reason it's called Judas because Judas is stands for a traitor, right? So what it was, there was a guy named Bill
Well,
O'Neill.
I will say in one stream and story of the religion, but I'll tell you about the other one. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. No, I know about the Gnostic version as well, but that's
Okay, well, okay, good, cool. That's
okay.
cool.
But Judas Iscariot, right? So Judas basically means a traitor, and there's a guy named Bill O'Neill at that time, and he was recruited by the FBI to infiltrate the Black Panther Party when at the time when Fred Hampton was the leader. So
Yeah, he
imagine
betrayed them, and there were other betrayers as well. Yeah.
so the way he betrayed them, but then at the end he actually exposed his role as well, right? He went in, he did an interview, and he said, "I used to be with the FBI." So that's kind of reminded me of my story because I was with the RCMP, and then I
Yeah.
exposed that to the. So that's why that movie. And by the way, when I was with the RCMP, I tried to give them that hint. I said, "You know what? I really like this movie. You guys should check it out." But they didn't understand. Otherwise, they would have dropped me right then and there. But they didn't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. They again, they're not in it to stop terrorism. Oh God, the language. They're in it to basically, support it in a way to basically have justification for their jobs. Remember, again, I think that it has some sort of like heritage part of the name. So it's a thing that happened some years ago. It might have been like a couple of decades ago, maybe 10 years ago, but whatever. It happens all the time. The RCMP and other federal agencies, but the RCMP mostly, had literally supported and funded something called like the Canadian Heritage or the Heritage Foundation, kind of like as racist and bigoted as the American Heritage Foundation, that is very much to blame for a lot of shit that's happening in the U.S. and around the world. Very religious, very policy based, under religious and capitalist ways. But the Canadian Heritage Group or whatever was basically tens of thousands strong, young, fertile white men, conservative and religious, And the RCMP basically funded it. They created the problem to justify their position in Canadian society, and their position should be null and void for what they did to the Indigenous. So yeah, like I like that you're up here and you're telling your story as well about the incompetency of the RCMP. So that's cool. That's cool. I like it.
I'll tell you what I do like about the Black Panthers
Okay,
or
thank
the
you.
or
At least there's one thing. All right.
the Nation of Islam and these type of groups is I don't obviously I don't agree with their ideology, but I
Yeah.
do like that they organize people and give people a purpose. Like I think that these groups are not really around today, but if they were around today, like a lot of black young people would
Yeah.
would find like a purpose. Like now that you get to meet people, you're part of a group, you get that organization, that discipline, and with NOI in particular, they were also like trying to bring moral values to the community, which I think now today has been totally disrupted in the black community. So
But let me ask you before I get to Cheshire, Hi Cheshire. What has disrupted the so-called
Hello, Mr.
moral,
Sanchez.
nice motorcycle dude? What disrupted it?
in the black community, it was the crack epidemic.
But then what caused that? I want to get to the root cause of it. What is the root cause of all that?
The crack epidemic. What I've heard, it was the FBI and the government that
Thank you. Hey, that's more than enough. Thank you so much for at least, yeah. Okay, hi, hey, Cheshire Cat. How are you? Do you know Abdul? Hey, hey, Cheshire.
Oh, yes, sorry. Wrong button. Oh, yes, I know Mr. Abdul. I know Mr.
Okay.
Abdul is a fake. But anyways,
She called you a fake, Abdul. What do you mean by that? Do you not like trust in his story of being an RCMP? Like Abdul, this is the thing, right? Is your real name Abdul Qadir or Qadir?
it's actually my middle name. My full name is Muhammad Abdul Qadir, but I go by Abdul Qadir.
So if I look your story up, I will get all the information that you have given us.
I'm gonna put it on my blog soon. You won't find it on the internet, but I'll put it on my blog soon.
Why won't you find
no,
it on the
sir, you are
internet? Is
not a
it like the
lover of
court?
mankind.
No,
You're not a lover of mankind, like all
That for sure is
Muslims
true.
were.
Yeah.
You're not a lover of mankind. You're not a lover of United Nations, not in per
No,
se, talking
nor
about the
this.
organization itself. You are a selfish human being that has many destructive ideas. I don't like you, Mr. Abdul, and it's very strange for me to say that because normally I like human beings. But you, Mr. Abdul, are a weak human being who attacks the other countries and who has measures that make me presume that you are extreme far right or very extreme far right member.
If you want to respond, Abdul, like this is the thing. She's kind of telling the truth. I also think you're extreme in a variety of different ways. And me, I asked for your friendship, and you basically, just betrayed my humanity towards you. And it's kind of funny because my music just came on. Sometimes it just comes on, naturally. Relaxing Singing Bowls, Part 4, Ocean version from Wellness Farm. It was a great ocean sound. I guess even my phone understands I might need some relaxing music. But anyway, Abdul, the thing is, what she says. Do you think she accurately describes you? Are you a anti-lover of humanity, or because you do profess to protect some demographics, but others you don't really care about at the very least. And for some, I've heard you say really shitty stuff. And I'm pretty sure other people have heard you say even more shitty stuff potentially.
yeah, I mean, I was listening to Cheshire's attacks on my person, but I didn't really hear anything specific. Just kind of ad hominems. He's this, he's that. But
Well,
nothing
again,
specific.
we talked about this. Hold on.
I can
We
be
talked
very
about this stuff.
specific, Mr. Abdullah. Mr. Saintless, if you allow me, please, sir. I can tell you a lot of things about you. For instance, we talked about before the attack on Iran was made, and you said that United States had a full cooperation there. They needed to help Israel, and everybody should have been murdered in that occasion. I remember our conversations completely because I remember your photo and I remember your name, sir. I remember exactly the conversation we had, and in that time, I accused you of everything, and you disappeared. You not even had the dare to just say something to me, just to send an answer, just to comment anything. I remember that, Mr. Abdul. You are not Muslim. Muslim people love human beings. They love nature. They love the world. They love peace among us. They are much better human beings than you are. If you are just starting, you are very young, I remember that. If you're starting, don't call yourself Muslim. Call yourself a learning of Muslim. Please do so. You are infecting, and I say this in a
Cheshire,
coma.
may I ask where you're from?
Sorry,
You
sir.
sound like
I
you're
will
from
not
Europe
disturb
somewhere.
you. I will not disturb you while you're answering me. And if you are starting to learn Muslims, and I said that to you, you have no love in your heart. Now you can answer, please.
I just want to know where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Portugal, sir.
Okay.
Portugal is near Spain.
Yeah, I know where it
It's in
is.
Middle Europe.
I
It's
know where
far
it is.
away from Africa,
Oh my
sir.
God. I know where Portugal is. Okay, fine. I just wanted to know where you're from. So, okay. See, the thing is, yeah, I mean, I don't believe in the kumbaya stuff, like love everybody and let's just have love and peace. I don't subscribe to that uh, viewpoint. I'm more conservative. I'm more traditional. I believe in hate your enemies, love your friends, right? So if it's a legitimate like hostility and not one that's oppressive. So that's my point of view. And I just also want to say that with regard to Saintless, he said that I asked to be your friend and you turned me down. So I think friendship is a very serious relationship. It shouldn't be taken lightly. And so I don't just make
Well,
I
I'm
don't.
sorry. I'm sorry. Kind of Abdul. I'm sorry. Like, I just want to get past all this BS kind of thing. One, you kind of understand what I'm saying. Like, oh, you know what? A sort of like gradualness toward friendship. Because, like you, yes, it is a very important, very serious thing. That's why I make distinctions. Friends, buddies, pals. Online friends are a different story as well. Yeah, there's a lot of lies, a lot of stuff that we sort of like trust implicitly in a way. Maybe you're not that type of person, but the whole point is like in good faith. But even in that way, because again, you're smart enough to understand what I meant. This is why I like talking to you, but this is also why you're alone here, only with people who can handle your rhetoric, like Cheshire. But again, anyway, sorry. Continue on. I'm not gonna apologize. This is my fucking stream. You apologize. Continue on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you. I'll tell you something about myself, which might give you a sense of my psychology or mentality.
Okay.
So I do not shake hands even with non-Muslims. If I do accidentally touch one, like if my hand touches somebody that's not a Muslim, I'll actually wash my hand because
Wait, I'm
it
sorry, I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. Sorry. So you will wash your hands after, because this is wild, because I've never heard this. Maybe it's from your more, in my personal opinion, your more extreme, Islamic version or variation. So if you touch someone who is non-Muslim, you are what, dictated by something to,
no
have, because you have instant. What's the term again? Sorry, it's been a while. Instinjah, no, ingestah, no. Instinja.
najasa
It might be my. Sorry, say it again.
najasa najasa.
Like you're
Najas.
unclean. What's the word? Yeah, najas. But in my language, it's like in junsta,
Istinja.
something like that.
Istinja is the
Istinja.
method.
There you.
That's the
Yeah,
method
there.
for cleansing yourself after going answering the call of nature.
Ah, yeah. You're bringing up so much. I left so long ago. My God, you're giving me trauma, tremors.
Let me
Ooh.
explain something
Okay.
here. Let me
Yeah,
explain
yeah. Go
something.
ahead.
Okay, now in the mainstream school of Islam that I follow, there's nothing wrong with shaking hands with a non-Muslim man. Like it doesn't make you unclean. Some schools did, but they went extinct. But the reason I follow that in this regard is not because the physical impurity, but for psychological, to make that psychological distance between me and the non-Muslim. I find that useful. So even though when the Quran says that the unbeliever is unclean, najas, it's not in the literal sense; it's in the inward sense.
Yeah,
But
it's
I
in the
also
mental
yeah
heart
yeah
mind
just
sense.
that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I practice it physically as well to make a psychological because it has a psychological effect on you
Uh,
of
you
separateness.
you okay. I just want to point out just one thing, just from my African and rather Afro-Asiatic cultures that I've been studying for like 20 plus years. The whole point is this: your dogmatic religious perspective, and it is one, is also in the African systems as well. Even the prior ones that seeded all the Abrahamic religions, right, including yours. The whole point is this: there was a tripartite type of way of looking at the world in a sort of like broad way. One, very physically, materially, and that's usually where I am. The psychological, the emotional, the physical, i.e., do yoga, guys, and the spiritual, yes, but the spirit is about connecting with humanity, right? So the whole point is that level of it even has a sort of spirituality that is more physical, where it's about let's say the material sense of I do remember you. Oh, like, give me a second. I'm gonna go practice that spirituality. Abdul, you speak with Chershar. Give me a second.
Yeah, Cheshire, you can say something if you want.
Oh, I can say something you want. You can call yourself Muslim part time. Do you know how people, when they are doing diet, the not diet, I don't remember the name, but they are not eating during the day and they're doing the eating during the night. They invite their enemies and they invite their friends to share a meal together, and you are not part of that tradition. You shouldn't be calling yourself a Muslim, sir. You should call yourself part Muslim, learning Muslim, starting with the Torah, with the Torah, not Torah. Jesus Christ, I'm just waking up. Let my first coffee effect on me. Quran, the Quran teachings. You are not, even though you try very hard, but in the middlest of your conversation, you are more mega than exactly your friends and people you follow like Muslims. That's what I'm trying to say to you, sir. You
Okay.
are wrong, but I excuse you of that because you're very young.
I'm not that young. I'm almost 40 years old, so I don't know.
Well, even better for me. I don't have to say that you're young. I'm excusing myself from saying that. I thought you were much younger. At least your voice deceived me. But at the rest, it maintains.
All right. So I want to say that I asked where you're from because I figured you're from somewhere in Europe because of the European accent. So I've been to Europe actually twice. The United Kingdom. I also went to Germany, and in my experience, Europeans are extremely liberal in social views in particular because they had that enlightenment, they had liberalism and socialism, whatever. So they think that they're very allergic to conservative culture, whether it's in the Middle East or whether it's even in the United States.
Sorry,
Like
can you catch me up? So sorry, Abdul,
no,
can you catch me up?
No, I was just
no.
saying that he should call himself a Quran reader part time. That's what I was calling himself, a Muslim part time. He was still learning the first phases. And I said that after in the middle of the oh God, I have no coffee yet. I'm just having my first coffee, Mr. Saint Plus. So
It's
you
okay.
must excuse me in the middle of the month where you don't eat during the day. Don't laugh at me, please.
Well, I'm gonna show you something for just 1 second, because right now where I'm at, it's like around 12:37 a.m. I see. I just have a certain type of spicy drink. So I'm at the opposite end of where you are at. I'm at my first drink.
Oh
You're on your
God,
first,
don't.
morning drink. I'm on my first night drink. Abdul, of course, will disapprove us both drinking coffee and drinking, the spicy whiskey. Abdul, do you disapprove? I think he does.
Not of coffee.
Oh,
But yeah, we don't drink alcohol in our religion. We don't like
Yeah,
that.
well, I mean, no, some do. No. I like, dude, Muslims drink. Like the first drink I got ever in my life was from like my Muslim uncle. He gave me
Well,
like some beer,
that's not
and
allowed.
he was a cool uncle. Well, I mean, this is the thing. Again, there's always interpretations because there's
No,
one
it's not a
aspect,
matter of
there's one verse.
interpretation.
No. This is the
Very
problem. No.
clear.
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you a very, very specific example. There's one verse in the Quran, or the Hadith, I forget. Anyway, they both are authoritative. Where basically says, you shouldn't gossip or something like that, which in a sense is like, I can agree with, I can agree with that. The problem is some people take that and then they say, oh, you shouldn't listen to music that sways your emotions or some shit like that. Like, I even had my uncle who's like this jurisprudence friggin' expert, his entire living room just filled with these books, leather bound, and he's very smart, but even he was taken in by the goddamn, like, interpretation being, oh, don't listen to music. Because one time I was in an airport, he was there as well to pick someone up. I was literally going to Saudi Arabia, Abdul, for Hajj, and he's like, "Oh, you shouldn't." I was listening to Michael Jackson, and he's like, "Oh, you shouldn't listen to Michael Jackson because it's like, the violins will sway you, and that's the devil and whatever." And even like as a 13-year-old, I was just like, "What the fuck? I used to think you were smart. Like, this is just stupid." So I was like, "Yes, of course, this is wrong. Yes, inshallah, inshallah, inshallah." And then when I was on the plane, I blared Thriller. So whatever. That's the whole point.
but yes, you should call yourself part-time Muslim. That's why I'm saying to you, you have no interaction with your human beings. And I'm not saying this to repeat myself once more, but you have no love for humanity. And I think that's majorly important in every religion. And in Muslim religion, I mean, when they go to Mecca, sir, have you been there? Have you saw their their compass, their respect for one another, their help to the elderly, their, I mean, everything. They invite you for the meal at midnight at night, and they invite the enemies and they invite the friends. They invite everybody to share the meal together. You are not, I'm sorry, sir, to say this to you so
Okay. If I
coldly.
may say a few words
Don't
as
call,
well.
and don't call Europe a non-conservative because we are very wrong, sir. We are fighting extreme far right every day and night. We are fighting them. So don't call us free and don't call us other names of the sort because it's not true. It's not true. Europe is in a silent fight with the extreme far right.
Sure. Okay. So the thing I want to mention is that, and maybe Stainless, that you could comment on this, is that the thing I said about not touching people that are not from my community or trying to avoid that. I also find that sometimes I don't have a driver's license. I don't have a car. Never did. I take public transportation, and a lot of times I'm seated next to somebody that's not from my community, not from my race. And sometimes I find myself getting physically sick just sitting next to someone that maybe is Asian, maybe it's a black person, or maybe it's Indian, or somebody like even maybe it's even a white person, and so I find myself getting like something I can't control. Like so I actually find myself getting feeling sick in my stomach when I'm sitting next to such a person. So what it
I don't want to interrupt you, but I need to ask where did this begin? Where did this feeling of disgust and contempt begin? When was the first time you experienced it? And then think of when it was before even that point where you think it began, like
it
the
actually
source of
began
it.
quite recently, like in the past couple of years.
And in the last couple of years, like you said, you were like a CI, right? It sort of infiltrated in like very deep places where it might have affected you even more. Such, and again, there was also, what happened with COVID, right, Abdul? So the whole point is, there's a lot of like intersecting stuff that you used to think about where, oh, a lot of people now are very, very clean in a particular way. Not everyone, of course, but your culture, my culture, we're very like clean people. So the whole point is like, oh, maybe that intersecting with COVID, intersecting with the, again, my opinion, religious extremism of yours and others, intersecting, etc. Yeah, you produce some sort of subconscious, psychological, and you even said you do this very specifically, even though interpretation, you say, oh, it's about psychology when the Quran says, oh, they're unclean. You take it very physically, such that you produced the very emotions of disgust and contempt. Do you think that's what happened?
Yes, you're probably spot on.
Okay, all right. So at least you know what produced it. So now you know what can unproduce it, right?
Yeah, but I'm not sure I want to get rid of it. I think it's a healthy thing to have. It's a
God.
healthy. Yeah.
That's not coughing at you. That was coughing at the spicy, whiskey. So the whole point is this. Again, you got into it. You feel powerful because hate is a powerful thing, right? It is a powerful thing, or at the very least, it has a feeling of power. Even though, like that car over there and that bike over there, if you hear it, it's all about imitation of power. It's about control and domination and the optics of like vroom vroom, right? So I think that's what you're aligning with, rather than power, through kindness and empathy and empathetic joy and equanimity. That's that type of easy stuff, right? It's not easy, but I think that's why you glom onto the hate, because it feels powerful, but it's just about control and domination and humiliation. So when you can place someone underneath you, oh wow, I'm stepping not only on stones but on literal people. I must be quote unquote powerful, right? Do you like contend with what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, I think what it is that I feel superior to other cultures.
Sorry,
You
sir.
know,
Oh my God.
I feel superior to other cultures. Like I get on the bus a lot, and I live in a place that's very diverse, very cosmopolitan. So I see Chinese people, for example, they're always wearing their mask, even though it's like so many years now since COVID, but they're still it's always them wearing. So I feel like, okay, these are people that are kind of cowardly, like they're not really, they're so kind of paranoid all the time about their health. Then I see other races of people, the way they're dressed, like it's just like they're all practically half naked. And then I see people like other races of people that have these pet dogs all the time, like they're picking up their shit literally with their hands and putting it in the trash. Like, what kind of culture is that? So I feel superior. Like when I look at myself, wow,
Okay.
yeah,
Abdul, hold on. I have to just keep going. But when I go to a quiet place, I'll talk to you. Okay. Okay, keep going. Oh God.
yeah, sure, thanks. So I look at these other cultures and I say, well, come on, like I feel pure. Like I see like our religion, our culture, it gives us that sense of purity and superiority. Like the way we're washing all the time, washing our hands and feet, and for prayers. The way we dress is very conservative, very modest, and then we avoid dogs and these dirty animals, pigs and stuff. And then our dietary restrictions so superior. Like we don't eat pork, we don't drink that. we're a holy people. We're supposed to be a holy people. So that
Okay,
elevates us
okay,
above everyone
okay.
else.
We,
Yeah.
we, we can stop at your apotheosis where you have merged with the divine, and it's only Muslims like yourself who have merged with the divine. Okay, so first I want to remind me of this topic, please. But I want to go back and finish what I was interrupted with. What happened was I met someone on the street here who does live, unfortunately, on the street. I helped him out before, so he recognized me. He said, "Oh, you helped me out before." I gave him some like small little advice. Hey, exercise. He's like, "Yeah, that's important. I'll try." So that's good. And the whole point is this, like, so what was I talking about before? That individual, lovely individual interrupted me, was basically what the whole point of that interruption was: humanity connection, right? So again, the tripartite or the three-part system of quote unquote spirituality of, I'll just say, all of Africa really is one, the material, where quote unquote our collective grandmother is the thing that we quote unquote worship. And it's very material because we can very easily reach back, not only quote unquote spiritually, I'm going to stop doing that, but also historically. 200,000 years ago, one woman, what was her name? Right, it was Eve. Or if you're Muslim, I think it's Hawa. Or isn't that it, Abdul? Hawa?
Yes. Hawa.
What does it mean? Do you know? Remember, I love the meaning of names, but does it mean something?
Hawa. I think it's something related to desire or wind or something like that.
Okay, I mean, to a degree, desire is the primary force of life, and women are the primary forces of creation and life. So all goddesses basically stem from that, and that was our original religion. Anyway, again, very much the ground of it being material, the collective grandma. Okay, that's the worship of ancestral worship, but mostly of women, the sages, etc. The second medium part is the spirituality, much more connected to unto the Mother Earth motif for Western people. It's the much younger, Gaia. For the older traditions, it's unto or Ursha, various other names. But mine is unto from my culture. So basically, Mother Earth, you connect to it, you protect it, the trees, the life around you, the insects, everything. We're an ecosystem. We all belong to each other in solidarity, all creatures. That's the second part. And I'm there, basically, on the first part and the second part. The third part can be a little more dogmatic, just a little bit, where you have the priest class, that level, the religious, dogmatic thing. But even within the African tradition, it wasn't as dogmatic as, say, the Inquisitions of the Catholic or Roman Catholic empires. The whole point is, I think it's a better system because we were discussing certain things before that reminded me of this. And the whole point is, with that guy, Abdul, you would not have ever given him any type of advice, suggestion, just talk to him, maybe like give him money, right? You would have basically been like, oh, get away from you, you're unclean. But he came over, remembers me, is like, hey man, you helped me out. I help him out like a little bit here and there, whatever I can. I am very poor. Oh, so poor. No, I'm kidding. I have a full heart, Abdul, but you would not touch that man. I gave him a fist bump of the Black Panther Party. That's what the Black Panther Party would do. So in any case, those are the three levels of the broad African. I'll just say, instead of African, I'll say the broad Bara. Bara is a different name for Africa. More original name. I like it better. So broad Bara tradition of spirituality. What do you say to that, Abdul? First of all, then we can get back to the topic that I know you remembered.
See, there's no question that when I see homeless people, or when I see disabled people, or when I see people that are suffering, it definitely it agitates my heart because I'm a human, and that's very natural to feel that way. In fact, I feel that a lot of people, especially including liberal people, who claim you have this term "bleeding heart liberal," I feel that they don't have it as much as us religious people do. We feel something much more agitating in our heart when we see homeless or people on the street. You know what I do sometimes? In fact, I do this a lot on my time off. I go and sit on the street, like sit on a pathway. Of course, it's a clean area and it's not very busy, and people think I'm homeless. So I've actually had people come and like give me money and stuff, or give me bottles of water, or give me a token or like a coupon or something. But I'm not
Wait,
homeless.
sir, how are you dressed? I'm sorry. Like, what is
But
happening?
yes,
What?
I'm wearing a thobe. I'm wearing a kufi. I have
Okay.
long
Oh,
hair. I have
oh,
a beard.
so okay, they see it as different, therefore they see it as like, oh, you need help, kind of thing.
Yeah, people are always either staring at me, or people are. Some people will come and maybe give me like, very, very rarely. Like most
Do you
people
do
would
you,
give
do
me.
you mind going on camera? Do you mind, or because you've done it before?
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
have.
trying to like target
No,
you.
sorry.
I think you're a beautiful man. I think you're a
No, no,
beautiful man.
thank you. No, I have videos on my profile now. You could go
Okay,
check it out.
yeah, like that profile, that picture is you, right? Because you kind of, I always thought that was Jack Sparrow because it's a very tiny picture, but when you put on your camera before, I was like, oh, you kind of do look like Jack Sparrow, which is why, in some sense, I always thought you were like in costume, and then when I found out, oh, you used to be a CI, it makes sense. Anyway, so you say the religious folks are much more heart filled, you feel more is basically what you say because you're much more connected to the divine,
Yes,
effectively.
exactly. Yeah. But now
Okay,
the
all
thing,
right.
the thing is though, as a Muslim, I do make a distinction between people of my own. Like if I saw somebody that's suffering in my own community versus somebody in the same similar situation that's not in the community, then I'm gonna go to the one that's in my community, right? So if I see a homeless person that's a Muslim, you bet I'm gonna help him out. And I've done that before as well. It's not good to reveal your good deeds because then it's kind of questioning your intention whether it's just for God, but just to make a case over here that yes, I do give money to homeless people when I see them, or people that look like they're in distress or whatever the case may be. But because I live in a place where the people in that situation are not in my community, so yes, I do kind of avoid them. Like I don't look at them or touch them or give them anything. I don't do that. That's true. Go ahead.
May I
So,
ask just a question, Mr. Saintless?
please go ahead. Yes.
I just wanted to know, Mr. Abdul, if you are invited to the first supper after the sun went down, to a home of either your enemies, of your friends, because they know they don't make any judgments about you at all. Can you tell me which is the wrong hand we need to use to be seen as a respecter of their house, and the hands that offends them?
I have never entered the house of a non-Muslim since I was basically in high school. I went once to a friend that I had in high school before I was religious and everything. I actually went to a Catholic high school in Newmarket, and I entered his house. He was a friend like in high school, and the first thing I noticed was a terrible stench because he had a pet dog. And I said, "Don't you smell that stench?" He's like, "No, I don't smell anything," because he was desensitized to it. After
Yeah.
that, I never entered the house of a non-Muslim ever until this day. I'm almost 40 years old, as I told you. And for religious reasons, I do not enter the house of a non-Muslim ever, ever,
Yeah,
ever,
it's not
ever.
just. Yeah, I know you're extreme in terms of the lens through which you see the principle of najas, uncleanliness. Okay, cool. So you just don't want to even interact with it because why even bother? I'll just take care of it in the extreme so that I don't even interact with the smell, the hair, because then I would do it all the time, etc. Right? Like it's a hassle. Okay, fine, whatever. I can understand it on a laborious level. Okay, fine, cool. Okay, cool. Set that aside. Okay. What was the topic we were remembering? Because Cheshire was the answer. Was the question answered? Was the answer palatable? You want to ask something else? Abdul, you're very much
No, sir. I think
confusing.
he's a mega undercover. I don't think that he's a Muslim in all sides. From what I
He is
know
a
from
criminal
Muslims.
informant. No, no, he was a sorry, he was a CI for the RCMP. I did suggest to him
Oh,
that like his more extremist views came from what the RCMP basically do by seeding a lot of like racist, bigoted, extremist sort of like groups, like the Canadian Heritage, group or whatever. Like they literally, it is in the news out there that the RCMP basically are CIA, I guess. No, sorry. CSIS is our CIA. RCMP is our FBI. And so it's kind of like your Interpol. And so they seed they fund a lot of terrorist groups. And so the whole point is Abdul might be a part of that chain or link of which, the FBI, CSIS, the CIA, MI6, MI5, they produce, CIA produced the Mujahideen, Al Qaeda, various other groups, the Syrian, Liberation Front, all these sort of groups. And why? Because they can control somewhat the outcome. Because it's an old formula. And Abdul, I suggested you fell into it, a little while back, and you agreed, right? So the whole point is rather you were still kind of conservative, you said. It pushed you more extreme, right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I would say I've become a lot more extreme in the past couple of, not extreme, conservative in the last couple of years.
You're
I
more
was never
closely
very
aligned
conservative.
with, let's say, MAGA, right?
Only in some issues, basically. The
Okay,
way
yeah, because MAGA also hates you. But hold on, before. Oh, sorry, because Known has been waiting for a while. My apologies, no. It's sometimes when Abdul's here. Again, Abdul, it's not a slight against you. You challenge me, but in the
Well,
worst ways possible. Yeah,
no,
go ahead,
I'm a,
Abdul.
I'm a
Sorry.
follower of Abdul.
Okay. You're a follower of Abdul. Are you a student of his, or what's up?
No, he said if you don't follow me, you wouldn't go to heaven. Like,
Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. So, age and
things
location,
like every
please,
day you
and
have to do brush your teeth, then do the breakfast.
so sorry. Can I just get your age and location, please, just for like all the
Please, sir.
TOS?
I am
The
45
age is
and I'm from Portugal.
for girls. The age is 24, and the real
Okay.
age is 47. And area right by area 51, next to it, not inside. Two blocks down.
These are the issues of streaming outside on a walk. So you're saying where are you from? Sorry.
Me, sir?
Me?
Me, sir?
I am from America, United States of America. God bless America.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. And can I just ask you? It's just very easy to just ask this. Are you a Trump supporter, a Harris supporter? Are you liberal,
America
conservative,
supporter.
independent? What?
America supporter.
Okay. Would you have rather voted for a Trump if you could have voted, or for a Harris?
Um. So, yep. Whoever supporting America. So it would be Trump.
Okay, so you're a
But
Trump. You're somewhat of a Trump supporter. Okay, so Abdul is somewhat of a Trump
in other
supporter. He
words,
is from
like
Canada.
if you look for defense, then yes, and then if you look for economy, I'd say Kamala because both have benefits and negatives.
You know what? You're an honest conservative. I like that. You know that Harris was better on the economy. I'm glad. But you still said you would have chosen for Trump. So what is it about Trump that trumps, sorry, the economic value of a Harris presidency?
I think it's not only about Trump because the the Red Party always has more of like a, I would say like a veterans in them, or they were the one who ended slavery, and then probably for Civil War they were the one. Uh, so I mean, I was just, it's my guess. I could be wrong, but mostly whenever they wins, it's like for mostly
Well, okay. So
America get
let's
more
let
protected. I mean,
Okay, so wait, hold on. You said something that is an argument that I hear a lot, so I just want to bore down into it. Okay, you said that the Republicans were the one who freed the slaves, right? True, but what was the mentality of the Republicans back there? Was it more liberal or was it more conservative, right? The whole point is there's a particular party change where I think in the U.S. somewhere in the mid 20th century, 60s, I believe the Democratic Party, which was very, very bigoted, uh, they changed their name to the Republicans. They became Republicans. And the Republicans, who were very much the party, yes, of freeing the slaves, basically about human rights as much as they could give to people like, Abdul or me or women like Cheshire or Jojo here, who, by the way, is Palestinian, so give her anything if you can. So there was a party change, a mentality change. Democrats
Right.
became Republicans. Republicans became Democrats. So I'm glad you understand. So the whole point is the more liberal-minded peoples always push human rights. I'm a communist. I push the most human rights. You know,
Right.
I birthed it out of my canal. I will not tell you where that is, but I birthed it out somewhere. And the whole point is, as a communist, it's like, oh, more human rights, the better. Abdul, who I think you're more aligned with, but you can explain yourself after, wants limited human rights for certain people. So what do you say?
No, because I only had two options. If I choose third option, that would be like a Green Party or like a another party. Because I also read a history of politics of America, where the JFK was one of the last best president to be voted and stuff like that, and then the change in the system too. So
What do you mean the
yeah, I
change?
mean,
Like the financial change? Like,
no, in the system of politics, every country get once corrupted in between politics, and then era passes on, and then it gets better. It's like a cycle. I mean, I guess it's
uh-huh.
like a
Well, no, I kind of get what you're saying, but for me, that sort of like injection of money in politics, like people think like, oh, it was just in the last, whatever, 20 years. No, it was very much 50 years ago, 100 years ago. It has always been a part of like the power, or rather the control systems of the world, right? Politics being one of the great ones. I'll basically use the lens of evangelicals in the US. Are you Christian known?
me sometimes. Yeah.
I love that answer. So, so the thing is, there are a couple of books I can mention. I think one I can at the very least remember at the top of my head. Jesus and John Wayne, or it's John Wayne and Jesus. Basically, the intermixing of like the bravado, macho-ness of Hollywood, John Wayne, this rampant bigot, with the Republican Party, with evangelicalism, which is basically just religious, political extremism. So, for how the Mormons and the evangelicals see the world, they see it through sort of like seven kingdoms, or rather, we could say seven lenses, but they say seven kingdoms. One of them being politics. There's media. There's media could be Hollywood, news, papers, etc. There's religion, of course. Four would be education, potentially. Five, militarism. Six, financialization of the world, like financialism. Seven, uh, I don't know, maybe history. Like, I think there was another very specific one, but they have to control these seven kingdoms in order to basically create a world where they have supremacy over, right? That's the whole point of right-wing extremist evangelicalism that Trump very much supports. And so when someone supports a Trump, I have to ask them if they understand that part, where through politics, through the book, Jesus and John Wayne, and then there was another one, and I'll just basically describe it to you. It's like 100 years of like the right wing infiltrating systems where at this point in 2025, one of those systems, i.e. military, policing in the US is basically like 25% white supremacists. So what do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, what other option would you have in like times of today where like most of the system is like intermixed, and I think you have to survive the heat and just get away from the trouble as much as you can, because
I
technology
can
has
understand.
changed, and then back in the days it was different, where they would change the system or they would change the whole country and then stuff like that, but nowadays I don't see it.
Well, do you think maybe that, because yeah, things change only when like 1 to 3% of the people rise up, right? But do you think change is being quashed because we're too comfortable with our Wi-Fi and stuff, or maybe people in that sense being kind of weak in a sense, in mind and heart, like me, I like my Wi-Fi, right? But when our Wi-Fi is gone, we might riot, right? But the whole point is, what do you think quashes the change imperative? Is it capitalism? I think it's capitalism. I think it's capitalist scum. I think it's like, the owner class. I think it's money in politics. Basically, money in the hands of people who are sociopaths. But what do you think it is, like, primarily?
Uh, yeah. I mean, you were saying for technology that I would say that I stayed without technology for some days, and then no, like no technology, no, only light. I mean, you could say not like a wooded area, but like kind of stuff, or not like camping, but more. So if your body starts experiencing, not I would say like some power or something, but your smells get better, your hearing get better. I mean, it's just a natural thing, I think, but I don't know if technology is affecting that much that removes that effect.
Yeah, like, yeah. Do you think? Okay, let me ask you sort of an extreme question, because it happened kind of in a film by Steven Spielberg. I think it was something about video games. It was sort of like an online space where everyone, the entire world, at least the entire U.S. of A, was in this virtual reality place, and it was like the most prosperous company that basically created this VR space because everyone could go in and it was like basically, wow, I could be this video game character. And it was like very, very 80s coded. I'm trying to remember. Just give me 5 seconds. If I can't remember, I'll keep going.
I mean,
But
I have my own experience where I have tried like a VR. It was, I think, HTC
yeah,
Vive. Yep. The one had the
okay,
controller, and I was
yeah,
feeling like I was almost inside the game.
yeah, yeah. So basically, yeah, the film is that it's a great film. Gameplay, play game. I don't know. Anyway, great video game. Just type in Spielberg video game, 80s, and you'll find it. And the whole point is, at the end, spoiler alert, but like it's been out for a while. Basically, the good guys win, of course, and they basically tell the world, oh, 3 days out of the week, the video game, this VR that basically has enthralled and basically placed the entire world in debt. 3 days out of the week, we're not going to be online, and they basically wiped out all the debt and all that sort of stuff. They basically, that's what happened. And so, would you want something like that, especially for kids? 3 days out of the week, you little shits. You go out into nature, you breathe in that magnificent mother unto, you breathe her in, the only goddess that I actually meditate and pray with that I can touch. So, would you suggest that? Like, at least what? Couple of days, no technology?
Yeah, I mean, I tried breathing and everything, and it was like I have never gained that much weight, or I would say I've never gained that much of even like my intellect got better without technology. Like if you stay, it's just like kind of you can also try with the camping. It's just more into the woods than I mean zero technology. It's not like you take radio or anything.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, so, okay, this is what I would suggest. At least till 16. No, you know what? Because it's up to like 25 where our brains are still developing. So I guess, we're in charge of these little shits up to till 18. So until 18, we should have a hardy legislative policy to help them out of the nightmare of like technocracy, right? There's a documentary, and I do remember this one, The Social Dilemma, that suggested that like the year after social media really became big, 300% teenage girl suicidality rates like just increased 300 plus percent. And the whole point is like, yeah, there's an issue with there, and even the CEOs and the inventors and the coders of the very substructure of the entirety of the internet are like, yeah, I don't let my kids online like other people do. And these are the people that are like 100 millionaires, billionaires. They created a
I
system
mean,
that basically hijacks humanity, and they don't allow their kids online like that. Yeah. So up to 18, maybe we should like spank kids like metaphorically. But yeah, go ahead.
I made like it would sound stupid, but I saw a couple of videos where how they say they are programming you and stuff like that, and then through TVs and stuff. And there's a line from like a Tupac. It says, "What you dream is what you scream in a paranoid state." So he meant to say that I have tried it. Like suppose your mom used to say, "Oh, you would go into the woods at night at 12 o'clock into the jungle, there would be like a demon or stuff, and then, but like say, if you are scared of snakes, right? Mom tells you you dream of that, right? Because and they visualize it through movies. Like in the movies, they would make snakes scary. Like a snake would eat you. No, snakes are gonna. If you are sleeping, I mean, in movies, or it might bite you, but I have never been bitten like without tents or anything. You have to try it. So that's what I thought. Like it might be like relevant where. So everything what I have dreamt, I have tried it, and then the dreams goes off. So I figured out
Yeah.
there's no dream. If probably.
Well, no, it's interesting you said it before, like the where you're removed from technology, basically your dreams become sharper, like, you have more of them, you remember them more.
No, no, no. Like what I was telling about the woods. So I was sleeping in the woods. It was my first time. So my mom and my dad used to do
Oh, no, no,
religion.
my apologies. This was like maybe like when you first came up here, like maybe, 15, 20 minutes ago. You said sometimes you stay away from technology for a little bit, and then you said that, oh, my sleep is better, or you said my dreams, something about your dreams in a positive light, that they're better. You
Yeah, yeah.
remember
That's
them.
what
So,
I'm saying. That
yeah.
so how can I explain you that? Oh yeah, when I was sleeping into the woods, right? Like through religion, like even in Christianity or Islam, they say, oh, there's devil and there's like a jinn inside the dark places, and if you pee, there's a myth inside Islam that if you pee under the tree after 12 o'clock, jinn will come, like the devils will come and get you inside. Get you. So over there, it was so dark that even pin drop silence, you can, like, I mean, there were animals and stuff. So I was sleeping and a leaf fell on me. I woke up. I thought it was like something animal, or it was nothing. And couple of hours I wake up, and next day I was so scared. The third day, I didn't even wake up. I was sleeping like nothing happened.
Yeah, so no, it's interesting. So and also, yeah, about the dream stuff. It's kind of connected. So Abdul knows this. I'm a Buddhist. I practice like this Tibetan yogi or dream yoga, and it does work. The book is by Joseph Morley. He is an individual that says he was, a student of particular Rinpoches. And the whole point of like dream yoga is to basically, and I swear to God, meditate. So you meditate during the day, of course, and you meditate in your dreams as well when you're lucid. And it is basically lucid dreaming. And so, yeah, away from technology, very much when I practiced it in a very serious way, a part of it was like you sort of have to unbind yourself from the world. And one of the larger aspects of the world is the tech that we have. So away from TV, away from technology, away from anything. Like I think at that point in my 20s, like COD was out, COD 4 or whatever, away from COD 4. And so it does work, the lucid dreaming. You do create spaces in your mind, again, when you're away from technology or practicing it in a sincere way where you don't have too much distraction, because technology is distraction. Again, social dilemma, 300+% suicidality rates, where I was removed from it. My dreams became more lucid. I could literally play football. I was about to say soccer. Football with sheep on a beautiful mountain range. Of course, these were some of the things I was doing, but the majority of it, again, through a Buddhist lens, was more like, oh, this is an opportunity to just like understand insight in a particular way. Oh, within the mind itself. So I understand that, in a particular way. And again, legislated till like 18, you little shits, you children, you need a guiding hand away from the priesthood, of course, away from other places, away from Abdul. I'm kidding. Abdul, you are an assistant, educational assistant. So I think you help out children who are autistic and have certain type of
ADHD,
needs as well.
autism, behavioral issues, and so on and so forth. And yeah, that's what I do for a living. It's not very romantic. It's not very glorious. It's not very glamorous, and it's a very low-paying job. And the worst part of it for me is you got to wake up so early because school is so early, and I'm not a morning person. I have a hard time waking up like around, you know what? I usually have to wake up like around Fajr time, then I could get a bit of sleep after. But then it's not enough. Like I'm somebody that if it's my day off, I could like sleep until noon basically. But in this job, you got to wake up early and you got to go to school. And and I'm not a morning person, so I'm kind of like groggy in the morning. So and people are like, why do you look like you're out of it? So that's the thing. But the thing is that I would still rather have this job than work night shift like you, because night shift is terrible. I used to do that when I was younger. I used to be a dispatcher for a taxi company. I think you also work at some kind of warehouse. I used to work at a warehouse as well and do night shift. I used to work at Amazon. In the night shift is so terrible to work night shift. Like it's not a good thing.
No, I'm with you, Abdul. Like it's a shitty thing, very much so. So yeah, give me a second. So yeah, no, I'm with you. So if you're a good educational assistant and you're helping out those kids, and you know how to, and you're accredited to, and you said you were, that's great. So I'm glad.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask you a question because you're a communist.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you know
The
the
way you
thing
said that is
the
hilarious.
thing about communists is when they come to power, the first people they target, even before the capitalists, is the clergy. Like they got something against
Um,
the religious classes.
no. Again, it's the power base, or rather the control base. That's what we have an issue with. The control base is religious. The control base is governmental, or rather a corrupt government. The control base are people who control, the means of production. That's a control base we're against, and one of them is religion. So, to give you an idea about this, I would say something. Wait, hold on, give me a second. Hey, Stuart. Bye, Stuart. So the whole point is in terms of like Ethiopia or Ethiopian history, the epicenter, the literal epicenter of all the Nile River Valley civilization spiritual traditions was centered around Eritrea, Ethiopia, that sort of region. That basically look at the 10 or so Nile River civilizations. It's not only Egypt. So Egypt, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Uganda, maybe. Yeah, probably. Yeah, there was some like mixage, interbreeding of dual. I know you don't like that. I said Kenya. Other ones, the Eastern Horn, all that sort of places. There's like 10 of them. And it even goes western as well, right? The whole point is the spiritual epicenter was like Ethiopia, Eritrea. And when the Christians came in to colonize in their way, Ethiopia, or at least the capital of like where the spiritual epicenter of, again, all the religions of that area was, Ethiopia, they were like, you know what? We have a tradition of tens of thousands of years. Basically, these Christians took our tradition and then kind of changed it in a way, but you know what? We can work with it. And so the city of Aksum became the first sort of Christian nation or city in Ethiopia because they understood that the Christian colonizers had taken a part of the sort of story of Jesus and what that meant, the redemption, the sort of salvation, the Judas traitor sort of myth that you were talking about, Abdul, the Heror and the Judah within the traitor, the salvatory or the salvation principle of Jesus or Isa or Yeshua or the anointed Christos, the sun God risen, right? The whole point is Aksum understood, oh, we can kind of work with this. So they turned a bit Christian, but they kept a lot of books that a lot of Christians don't know about. The Ethiopian Bible is much larger. So the whole point is when my, tens of thousands of years culture basically seeded Islam, right? All the Abrahamic religions. And again, we were the spiritual epicenter, the Vatican, quite literally the Vatican. while the Nile River civilizations were the governments, were the sort of like UN nations of empires and powers. Um, with the Vatican, basically of old, seeding your Islamic, interpretation, uh, shouldn't you look to me, for some better understanding of Islam? And like
Are
Cheshire
you
was saying,
are you
yeah, go
Oromo
ahead.
or are you Amharic or Oromo?
Sorry, am I what?
Amharic or Oromo?
I know, no, I'm a much smaller subsection, 50,000 or so strong. 25,000 at the least end, 75,000 at the largest end. So I'm not gonna, I'll just say I'm Ethiopian, very subsection, small subsection of 50,000. I don't want to go too deep into the
I know
cultural marker.
Ethiopia has a
I'm
lot
sorry?
of Ethiopia has a
Oh
lot of
yeah, they
ethnic
do.
diversity.
Oh yeah, they do. Like even the Constitution has a lot of like subsections of like, oh, this territory is Oromo, this territory is Amharic, blah 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 blah, and there's so much intergenerational, lineage, language group sort of like strife. It's stupid, stupid politics all around is stupid. So the whole point is, yeah, just a small subset. At the very least, again, when I said I was Semitic, the Semitic language of Ge'ez, that I think is the parent language of uh, Aramaic, maybe for sure Arabic, and I think Arabic might be one of the closest uh, in sort of like language group or connection to Aramaic. Can you like fact check me on that, Abdul? Do you remember?
I don't know what the parent language of Aramaic would be.
I know,
In any
sir.
case, yeah, the whole
Aramaic.
point is it's about
Yes, you're
Semitic.
correct.
Yeah?
You're
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
And I'm not a Muslim.
I love you, Cheshire. So Abdul, anyway, sorry. I got off on a tangent about like the history of this sort of shit. But the whole point is, look to me, Abdul. I will teach you some Islam. What means what? I'm testing you now. Which means what? What is Islam?
Surrender.
There you go. Thank you. You surrender to God's will. But you've
Can I ask you a
interpreted it in a...
question? Okay, I
I'm
want to
sorry,
ask you
go
a
ahead,
question.
please.
Okay,
Yeah,
look.
please go ahead.
So you were saying how communism will only go after religion that is what did you say, that is too powerful or has too much land, or so see my concern with communists is that they say we want to take over the means of production, and but for our some of our clergy, some of our Sufis, some of our big religious networks,
Uh,
they have a lot of land. We call like awqaf or waqf. They have a lot of land with which they use the proceeds of that to run their madrasa or khanqa or a mosque even, or to an institution or religious institution. So the fear is the communists come and take over, and they take over that land. They take
yeah.
over that, and either they start managing it directly, or they turn it into something else. They smash the power of our clergy, and we love our clergy. At least we Orthodox Muslims, we love our ulama. We love them, and we want them to be powerful. We don't want them to be inconsequential in
Well,
society. So
well, you
yes,
want certain amount of them or certain type of them to be powerful, not the liberal ones, of course.
of course not the conservative
Of
ones,
course.
and the
Of
clergy do
course.
tend to be conservative, right? Because the more you learn Islam, the more conservative you're going to become.
Really, I would dispute that, but you know what? Potentially. Hold on, my earphones just unalived. But can you still hear me? Do you have issues?
I can hear you still.
Okay, but I was actually asking, do you have issues? I'm kidding. So I'm glad. So the whole point is this. Maybe I'll grant you that. Fine. You read it more. It just means you are much more studying under an imam who might, of course, be older, and older folks in the previous generation would be, tend to be much more conservative. Like I said, I think I told you like a little while back, family member, married, etc. But the imam has some issues with certain things that he believed in when we talked. It's odd, but I had to be respectful, of course, decorum, right, Abdul, with an imam especially.
So I want to know what your take is on the communists taking over the Awqaf.
Again, it's power. It's a control, rather. My apologies. If they are controlling a lot of land that they took through, again, this is the religion that they took through their basic like infection, or rather, I shouldn't say infection, their parasitical cling to government, because religion as again a source of control and domination, created by certain men. Again, though, women created the first iteration under matriarchy. We're talking about the Abrahamic religions, which are redefined or redefining the matriarchal spiritual traditions, and then they created the Abrahamic religions, more patriarchal, more violent, more dominant. So these men basically used it as an excuse to take land, to basically support certain clans, i.e., for example, again, the Abrahamic religions through Judaism, the lineage of the House of Israel or Judah or this or that, right? It's just basically a bunch of tribes. And this is the religious, socio-political, historical stuff. And so that's the story we're all clinging to as some sort of like proof. Sorry, the TTC is passing by. Yay, socialism. We're using that as proof as why this is real, this Yahweh story that very much just affected a certain collection of people that has become a larger story. But again, because it has some truth, because it was seeded by, and this is my contention, African sages who were women, basically. But anyway, we take it because again, they take it with control. We take it back with power and then give it back to the people because the people are powerful. Patriarchal men, through religion, through their intersection of politics, through other more controlled, dominant-minded men, they intersect, they intertwine like little bitches and basically take control. And then if the communists come into power, they understand this principle. Large institutions of control and domination, whether it's religion, the media spaces, the financialization spaces, the education spaces, conservatives always try to take it over. And they take it over in a way where they try to dumb us down. Does that answer it?
Yeah, I mean, hold on. I want to mention that you talked about government and how the religious clergy have immense amount of land and power because they sided with the government or the government sort of gave it to them unlawfully. Whereas the Orthodox conservative Islamic perspective that I represent, we want our clergy to be independent of the government. It's when the government controls the institutions, like for instance in Egypt, you got Al-Azhar University. It used to be a very dynamic, very consequential institution in the Sunni Muslim world, but ever since it was nationalized in the 19th century by a guy named Muhammad Ali, it lost its dynamism, it lost its creativity and everything. So when the government takes over religion institutions, they actually make them less vibrant. And so when the clergy is at its peak of power and religion is thriving, it's because the religion is actually independent of the state. It's almost like a parallel state. It's almost like a state within a state. And that for me is the ideal situation. The problem I have with communism is when the communists come in, they're gonna take over those institutions. They're gonna use it for their own agenda. That's what the Soviet Union did. That's what communist China is doing till this day. In communist China, right, the Catholic Church, it has to answer to the government, not to the Vatican. The Vatican doesn't have authority over the Catholic Church in China. Like, that's so crazy, right? Because the communists say the Vatican is a bad influence, and that religion has to serve the interest of the state. So this is my fear with communism. Communism is totally against religion. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just crying because I love communism this much. Can you hear me? Sorry, my earphones actually just died.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said?
I did, yes. So yeah, China, etc. Yeah, China with its leaning towards communism does it differently. Every country does it differently. Do I agree with all the countries that try to do it the way they do it? No. Do I also know that it is capitalist, imperialist states that go against these, fledgling little Cuba like, fledgling little socialist states, of course. Then they have to get authoritarian, etc. I mean, they don't have to, but anyway, it's a whole thing. The whole point is this again. If you want like a separate Muslim, like, kind of quote unquote state, as you suggested, yeah, it's going to be a separate large institution. To a degree, you just want a sort of Vatican within each nation, within each Islamic nation, right?
Well, we don't have a concept of church like in the way
Oh, I know,
Christians.
I know, I know. We don't have a pope or whatever, but like just broadly speaking, like that's kind of what you're suggesting. Like,
I want clericalism. Like I want the clergy to be powerful and influential in society.
yeah, okay, yeah, I can understand that. But like, okay, let me ask then.
In the political sense, I want the whoever the government is, like they should be like, okay, if a cleric is saying something, like we gotta listen to what he's saying. Like we gotta take him seriously because he has power in society. That's the kind of society I want, or state I want, where the clergy is taken seriously. They are powerful. Because the Muslims are like following them very strongly in the masses. So whoever the government is, like if a clergy, it's kind of like how in Iraq, Sistani is a very powerful person, even though it's from a different sect, that the Iraqi government is afraid of him. Like if he says something against the government's like, okay, we'll change our policy because so many millions of people follow that cleric. So I want a system like that where the clergy is very powerful, very influential in society. And that won't happen in a communist state ever. The communists will break the power of the clergy. And we Muslims, we love our clergy.
Oh no, sir, you should be in Iran.
Yeah, Cheshire and Known, if you want to respond to that, if you have your own thoughts, please. And thank you so much for your patience. My apologies, I'm being a little dick. And Known, this isn't for you.
Yes, it's
It's just
impressed.
more
We
towards.
understand you completely.
Yeah,
And I love
thank
your
you.
debates.
Thank you so much, Cheshire. And Known, this isn't a slight
Yeah, yeah,
against
no, I
you.
don't mind. I don't mind.
It's more like, the deep, deep Trumpers that can't change their minds. Like, you seem to be very, like, you seem to be very centrist,
No,
which I don't like.
also put Elon Musk, fuck him too.
Oh, wait, sorry, you support
I'm
Elon
just,
Musk?
I'm just kidding.
Okay, oh God, thank you. My heart. Okay, hold on, let me just swallow it. Swallow it, just fell out. Just give me a second. Okay. Okay, thanks. Anyway, you guys want to respond to what Abdul said? Like, please go ahead.
Oh, I just did so, sir. I think he's in a basement somewhere and just reading that book, which I cannot say the name in TikTok, but you know exactly it's the book to do, some boom booms and things like that. You are one of those people, sir. For instance, there is this Elisa girl that she said in the chat that she was raised by hippie family, and you said to her condolences, and she was very, very open with you, and she said it's not the religion that matter, but the behavior, sir. But the behaviors are what matter, and your behaviors, I'm very sorry to be this direct with you, are almost appalling.
So yeah, I want Saintless to
No,
try to respond.
Abdul, I read it right because Abdul sent me this message, so I was just looking.
So Saintless, what do you got to say about what I've been saying about the clergy and how communism is?
Okay. This is my problem with religion. It tends to get, it tends to think itself, divinely ordained, because of course it's a religion. It's basically, this is my issue. I'm an anarcho-communist. Basically, I don't believe in unjustified hierarchies, and the justification of religion for the hierarchy of a quote-unquote God or unseen spiritual medium of heaven, paradise, angels, etc., Iblis, the fire demons, the jinn, what have you, that hierarchy, and then under that, men who can tell you about that hierarchy, right? So I know it's men that created, or rather interpreted the matriarchal spiritual
Stainless, you're
traditions.
missing the point. I'm not asking what
No,
you.
no, but this is my issue. This is
I
my
want to
issue.
know what
The mentality, but this is my issue. Hold on. I just, I go off a bit, but like it's always historically rooted. My issue is this though. The mentality of those type of men who would create a Vatican within each Islamic nation, I don't trust. I.e., because you would want a certain type of cleric, a certain type of quote unquote Vatican that then would appeal to the public, because again the mentality is very much dominant control based, again in my opinion. And then on top of that, it basically states if you don't follow us, you're going to go to hell. Your soul is basically captured, to the words of the main head cleric, the I forget the words, the terms, the ummah or the grand ayatollah or whomever it is, right? I was born in Saudi Arabia. The goddamn clerics there, the Wahhabists, the little shits there, fuck them, right? The whole point is, that's my worry. The mentality of it, the corruption of it through the matriarchy, which became patriarchy. And again, the men, they're not well. I don't think they're well. If you have a religion and it's about peace, love, what have you, you will protect all of humanity. And Cheshire is right. In her assessment. She's a very kind, eloquent woman. Thank you so much, Cheshire, for being here.
Okay, but here's my question is very specific, Stainless.
Yes.
Let's say hypothetically, your version of communism, whatever it's anarcho-communism, whatever it is. Let's say you used to live in Saudi Arabia. Let's say in Saudi Arabia, I know this is very remote. It's just a very remote hypothetical scenario. But your ideology came to power. You came to power yourself. What would you do with the clerical establishment? Like, what would you practically do? Not like what you believe. I don't care what you believe. Would you to take over their schools or imprison the clerics themselves or prevent them from preaching in the mosque? So what would you practically do to the clergy?
Sorry, I muted myself because I was devising my diabolical plan to unalive all the clergy. Sorry, I have to be somewhere in 2 minutes, but I will tell you an answer. But no, I'm not ending the live or anything. I just have to be somewhere in 2 minutes. I gotta make it. If I seem like I'm rushing, that's why. Okay. I think I got everything. Good. Yep. All right. So this is what I'll say. For the clergy that want to preach, I'm cool with. My baseline is, supreme freedom of speech. It's almost more American than it is Canadian, right? We here in Canada, and this, Abdul, we're infected by the American virus, their media, the haram alaik media of the US. And the whole point is, I like a sort of mix in between, but I'm always geared towards, hey, if it entices or incentivizes violence against anyone, that's not good. If the cleric, if the Vatican, if anything suggests harm to a group of people that I'm kind of fond of, like I'm fond of with everyone, trans individuals, even you, Abdul. My friendship with you, it hangs in the balance. Anyway, my whole point is, we're not going to unalive them. We're just going to say, hey, if you're kind, whatever, cool. If you are inciting violence, no. Hell, there's like a Buddhist preacher somewhere in Burma or Thailand, I forget where he's a Buddhist, and I'm expecting him to be a Buddhist, but he's like very dangerous rhetoric. I think he did this on Facebook, of course, and well, anyway, that's the whole point. Even him, which is more aligned with my, spirituality, even him, he would be like, oh, nope, you can't do that, maybe fined, other sort of stuff. Because again, this is very anti-human, right?
So you would allow the freedom of speech to preach, which I appreciate. But what would you do with the institutions as a communist? Would you nationalize them or dismantle them? What would you do to the institutions?
So I'll answer this, and then Alyssa and No More Rainbow, please, age and location, and then you can respond to everything that you might have heard. I'll just mute myself for 5 minutes after this. Again, if the institution is large, cool, whatever. If it has too much influence and it incites or entices violence against groups, that should not only just be protected, but just be left alone. No one needs protection if we were just all common, decent human beings, right? But we have these laws that are necessary because there are hateful bigots out there, right? So again, you'd be left alone. The whole point is, at base, again, anarcho-communist, at base, you're left alone. If you want violence, if you want to take on this planet more than you should, yeah, of course I'm gonna come in and, bitch slap you. Yeah, that's the whole point, right?
No,
I'm sorry, what would you say? Sorry, who was it?
me, but I haven't introduced myself yet.
Oh no,
I'm
please go
sorry.
ahead and no, please go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself for just a couple minutes. Let me know what you disagreed with, and then I will come back and I will disagree with you or love you even more than I do. Okay, go ahead and just age and location, and then I'll go to No
I'm
More Rainbow.
51. I'm in California,
Okay.
and I think that I'm not religious at all, but I always liked the turn the other cheek idea. And if somebody, like when you're raising children, when you have kids, you really learn this because they can be horrible, like horrible. And when they're the most horrible is when they need a hug the most. And we had this like really disruptive period in our life where my house flooded and my kids and I had to live in a hotel for 3 months. And my daughter started doing this thing where she would just start screaming for no reason. And she had never been like that. She was a chill kid. And so I figured out that I had to like get her a snack, cuddle her, and put on a movie and just hug her. And that's what she really needed. But I think a lot of parents, when their kids act like that, start yelling back at the kid, like, shut up, don't, what are you doing? Whatever. But I think that in our most times of acting out is when we need the most love. And so the idea of like when someone's being horrible to bitch slap them is just
So
inherently
sorry, no.
wrong.
My apologies. Like the context was on a larger sort of national scale rather than a personal scale. For me, I always start with kindness. Maybe the last 9%, if it's not working out, I'll align myself with chaos. But the whole point is always bridging towards understanding. But on a national level, I was kind of like joking around. But if a large institution, whether it's a government, whether it's a religious institution, a media institution, an educational, whatever, a financial institution, if it is corrupting society in a way where it harms people, quote unquote, I will bitch slap them. That's what I mean, right? These large corporate institutions that are filled with people. So in a sense, yes, I would bitch slap those
That's what
people, and
scares
typically they're men, so I would bitch slap these men.
That's what scares me about communism.
What? That I would bitch slap these men that are trying to corrupt our
But like,
society with like
think
their
about,
excessive greed.
Because you're a judge, juror, and executioner.
No. This is the
you
thing,
need
right?
to
Again, it
introduce the other
starts.
guest.
Yeah, okay. But I'll stop here. This is the underlying thing. Again, Abdul, you agreed with me. Unlimited freedom. But then we have to go towards a place where we allow everyone to do anything. But then if someone does something that harms someone, we then have to implement legislation to be like, nope, you can't do that. You know why? Because whatever, 80% of society says, wow, we really shouldn't unalive people. That kind of thing, right? So anyway, no more rainbow, please. Sorry, Asian location.
Yeah, it's me. No more rainbows. Well, somebody got a lot of back.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's me. I'm outside. Sorry. You can complain
Yeah, I'm
to the Mother
52
Earth.
from California, and I voted for Trump. I love Trump.
Okay, I
It's
know.
gender.
Yes, I know. This is Gender Czar, and he's I guess a regular at this point. Oh God, Abdul and Gender Czar are regulars.
So
Great.
I just want
Yeah,
to,
go ahead.
I just want to let you know that today I was in a live with the person, their profile name, they go by the name Lexi.
Lexi.
It's a transgender man that says he's a man but wants to dress like a woman.
Uh-huh.
And he also admitted that he was not born this way, and that the majority, and this is his words, the majority, and I can bring him in here if I could, send him the request. The majority of the people that are LGBTQ are lying about the fact that they were born this way.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so there is a mental disorder that some men become sexually aroused as dressing like women, and that's not the same thing as transgender, and they still consider themselves men, and that's not the same thing as being transgender.
Thank you.
So you ran into somebody who has that condition, and it doesn't speak to the transgender community whatsoever.
Yeah, well, so gender is, or my apologies, here you're no more rainbows.
Either way, whatever,
Is
it doesn't
very,
matter.
yeah, is very anti-trans, very twerfish, I guess, trans. Yeah, probably turfish. He's also anti-radical feminist in all likelihood. Very much the prototypical American citizen, lives in California, quote unquote liberal state, but is very, 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 very. Hold on, there are two more varies. Very, very conservative. Do I have you right there? No more
You
rainbows.
got to add another 100 varies in there.
Okay.
So I would go on what we were saying before, and now that we've introduced gender,
Yes, please.
to say that if you take somebody, like if you're talking about bitch slapping these big organizations or these people that are doing wrong, like take somebody like Donald Trump, right? He grew up with an abusive, racist, horrible father who his wife says never spoke to him until he was an adult. No, sorry. Trump didn't know how to talk to his kids until they were adults. So like he has no like
Social graces. He has no social
yeah,
graces.
he
Yeah.
grew up with just competition within his own family. His dad made him
Yeah.
compete with his brother. His brother like backed out of it, unalived, right? Like there's all this sadness.
Was that the
and
physicist?
His brother died. His brother died.
Unalive.
Hold on.
Unalive.
Unalive. Thank you so much, Alyssa. Was it this physicist brother?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And
It's
so, like,
and I know I
it's,
agree with
like,
you though. Yes,
really
but
hard
because go on.
childhood,
Yeah.
right? Same
Yeah,
with JD Vance, really hard childhood.
Yes, with the couch. Yeah.
Well, that was like a
That was
highlight,
later.
I think, of his life.
Oh,
That was like the good point
Oh,
because I
Lord,
think he
yeah.
grew up not okay his whole childhood, right?
No,
Yeah,
our
I agree with
childhoods
you.
are actually build character.
But
Yeah,
again, we
character
understand.
like yours,
Yeah,
but I
genders
don't
are. I
want
understand
character like
you're
yours.
on that side. I
But
guess.
what I'm saying is, like, when you take these people, these men who aren't okay and who are acting it out all over everybody else because their childhoods were so out of control that they feel like the only thing they can do to make themselves feel safe is to control everyone around them. And once they can control everyone
Yes.
around them, they will be safe. And so it's fear, and it's
Shame,
shame,
guilt,
fear, inability to communicate. Like there's so many
the
things
desire
going
for
on.
love, the desire for love and
Love.
to be seen. Yeah.
Yeah, and their
Oh no, I
parents
make this
never
argument.
figured out
Yeah.
to like
Yeah.
hug them and get them a snack and cuddle for an hour. You know?
I've always said
I got a question
that
for
the
you.
young men and even the boomer men like gender or no more rainbows here basically need a father figure and they follow Trump, but Trump literally needed a father
So-
figure. And this is
Yes.
the thing, and I'm with you. This is the thing. Forget the fact that I said bitch slap. Actually, don't. It's awesome. But I will say it. I'm just talking about legislation
I'm just gonna
against
keep
national.
arguing with you.
All right, I love you. So the whole point is national level stuff. Yeah, let's just make sure, find them, etc. And then when we find them and we, find banks here in the real world $2 billion when they help out terrorist groups, right? If you want to go against any sort of institution, go against the banks, right? But then with those fines under a communist system, it'd be like, oh, you know what? Let's give it to children care or child care or
I watched
education or cancer care.
I watched an
Unlike Trump.
interview with Michelle Obama today, and the interviewer said to her, "You still believe when they go low, we go high?" And she faltered, and then she was like, "Yes, I think that always has to be the plan. And in our private thoughts, we can think low, but when we act, we have to act high. We have to go high." And I totally agree with that because
Wait, is this you agreeing, like the real you? I want the real you, Alyssa. I always want the real Alyssa. So,
the real
okay.
me is more patient and understanding than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, you know what? I would very much agree with that. And like I said, I agree with your assessment of Trump because I make the same argument. That's why a third or so of my panels are just young men focused. where they come up, and I try to talk to teens and young adults. Basically, the whole point is like with Trump, he's very much
Yeah,
again.
if you and I were talking, it would be fucking boring.
Well, see, this is the thing, right? I don't mind truth, because this is the thing. Truth in some ways is boring, because it's more like, oh, of course, this makes sense. Of course, this is the truth. Of course, Trump needs love, you know? Because, of course, while he got $400 million by the time he was 18, like, I think we would be better off in this world if he was a president that got $400 million worth of love, right,
Yes.
from his father.
Yes.
And again, the whole quote unquote bitch slap was more against the national level threats, the personal level threats, and in some ways, Trump is a national level threat or an international level threat.
Yes.
Yeah, for him, it is much more psychological, and when I go personal, it's much more kindness. And I think for you as well, because I am patient for sure, like 91% patient. The 9% will always be attacking the bigotry, because that part always has to be overpowered and shamed and made sort of like small, like their
Yeah.
testicles in a way. Yeah.
I just tend to shut out when it gets too much. Like with genders are when he's too bad, I'm like, we can't talk about this.
Yeah.
Like
So
it's
genders
abuse.
are. Did you
So
hear her?
here's a-
Did you hear?
here's a
Can you wait?
question.
Before you ask? No, no. Before you ask, did you hear what Alyssa said? That she
Yeah.
is she will talk, but please be kind and cordial, and you know you
So
can swear if you want,
Yeah,
but like
I'm polite.
in
I'm
kindness.
always
Okay,
polite.
thank you.
If
Thank
you look at the founding fathers, would you think they would vote Democrat or Republican right
you.
now?
Republican. Do you know why I say that so quickly?
I mean,
You know why, though. You know why.
I mean,
Come on.
yeah,
You know why.
yeah,
You know.
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
So,
But what's my
knowing,
reason? What?
knowing
Tell me
that,
my reason.
knowing that, well, knowing that they would vote Republican and that you support the Constitution of the United States, you have to agree then that the Democratic Party is off the rails.
We support the Constitution of the United States.
Yes, and so question to you then. Do you believe the founding fathers, if they were to vote right now, would they vote Democrat or Republican?
Republican, but my answer is because they're
I'm waiting
bigoted.
for Alyssa to answer.
Okay, but my answer is they're bigoted, and they had hundreds of slaves amongst them. George Washington himself, by the time he was a kid, was like 100+ slaves to help him out in his conquest of the U.S.
But you
of A.
support the Constitution, right?
Well, to a degree, no,
But I
and
think-
to another degree, yeah. But go ahead, Alyssa.
But I think that they were very wise men. And if they were alive today and they got to see what happened to the world because of the way they were, they would rethink it and they would probably be socialists.
I think some would be, yeah. Some were smart, yeah, for
Because
sure. Like some were
what they
deists,
really
yeah.
didn't want was a monarchy, and what they really
Yeah.
wanted was the voice of the people. And that's why the whole thing is set up, the whole government is set up to be the voice of the people. That's why we're a republic, because they wanted to make sure that all people had equal votes. That's why the Senate has 2 people from each state, even though some states are bigger and some states are smaller, because they wanted the weakest voice to be heard and counted. And
So
then
It's also
would
a
you
reason
agree that
within the sort of
Congress, the
slavery
House, and the
codes as
Senate
well,
are
but
corrupt?
yes, money in politics, dude. It's a very simple question. Very simple
yeah, we
answer
need
as
to
well.
get money out of politics. Everybody agrees with that. And I think our next political party shouldn't be Democrat or Republican. I think it should be
And
Um,
so I'd
a
like
money
to
out of politics.
I'd
movement.
like to lead with that and say this, that when do you think the corruption began in Congress, the House, and the Senate? Do you think it was 4 years ago, 66 years ago?
I think it was in the
just
80s. It
guess.
started with Citizens
in
United,
Vancouver.
like right before Citizens United, and that was the beginning of the end for the people.
You believe it was in the 80s. So my belief is, from my belief, and if I chose to research this more, my opinion may change. My belief is it started in the late teens to the early 30s, somewhere in that timeline, and it progressively got worse and worse and worse. And by the time we were in the 40s, everything was lost, and then each year it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And now the Democrats and the Republicans, and I'm not just saying Democrats, Republicans too, they're all out just for themselves. My approach is pay the congressmen pay each one of them $500,000 a year. Let them make a great living.
So do you remember the New Deal?
No.
Roosevelt?
No.
So after the Depression, everybody was really, really, really poor and not doing well. And so he made it so that rich people had to pay more taxes and created social programs to help people not unalive, right? And so he went in and took money from the richest people and gave it to the poorest people to kind of right the ship, and everybody started to do well. But then the corporations got upset and they were like, hey, nobody's worshiping us the way they used to. We used to be like the big businessmen, and now everybody's like not doing that. And so the corporations went into the churches, and in the churches they started to preach capitalism and the value of hard work and, you know, all of that, and kind of worshiping corporations and the dollar. And so that's how like the Christian became synonymous with capitalism, and it could be undone. Like that's when we like later added all the God stuff to the dollar bill. Like that wasn't our original money. That wasn't our original Pledge of Allegiance. That all came later. And so it was the corporations trying to stop us from caring about people and get us to care more about money. And they figured, well, people listen to the people at church, so we'll go into the churches and do it. And so that is how that happened. And I think that in order to become better, we need to get the corporations out of the churches and Jesus wasn't like that. He wasn't a capitalist. He was a socialist. And so I think we need a better version of church that doesn't teach that. And we need to start not bowing down to the power of the dollar.
Can you give me the simple version of your version of
may I just
socialist?
ask you questions, Saintless?
Please,
Are you
go ahead.
listening to me? Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead, Shesha.
I just wanted to ask something to Mr. Abdul Qadir. Why is slavery is not inherently immoral?
Sure, I'll answer that. See, the thing is that slavery has been a practice of human civilizations for thousands of years. For thousands of years. It's so normal. And it just means that a human owns another human. So it's not, I don't see something inherently immoral about it, because the thing is that somebody that owns a slave is responsible for feeding that person, for clothing that person, and for providing shelter for that person. So in a lot of ways, a person who's a slave, who's being taken care of his master in exchange for labor, is a lot better off than a lot of people today that are homeless, that don't have food, that don't have shelter, that don't have clothing. You would rather be a slave than be in that position. So I don't think slavery is inherently immoral. I think it's very natural. And I mean, it's preferable to be free, obviously, but to say that slavery is inherently immoral or something so evil, it's been so exaggerated, and it's just a wrong narrative. Go ahead.
Oh, I see. And why are too many rainbow flags here?
You know, what Abdul mentioned, a lot of people don't really pay attention to, but if you look at the history of slavery, they had food, they had shelter, they had living conditions that were equally, if not better, than today. Now, when I don't know if I can say the word, when slavery ended, they were all given a plot of land and stuff. And no, I do not agree with slavery at all. But when you look at somebody that is surviving on minimum wage today, it doesn't really matter if they're what ethnicity they are. It's a form of slavery, but they're not living as good as slaves did 200 years ago.
Oh yes, they were not. They were not.
Are you? Can I ask you a question? Are you
attacked.
altering your voice?
No, I'm not altering my
Okay.
voice, sir.
All right.
I'm European. I'm
Okay, got it.
European, sir.
That's why I
I'm
asked.
not
Go ahead.
altering my voice. My voice is like this.
Okay, all right, understood.
No, I'm not no AI. I'm not an artificial intelligence. If that's concurring with you, what? So if they were beaten,
For that,
if they
Cheshire.
were eaten by dogs, if they were
You were
treated
singing.
with all kinds of all kinds of manners, they were better than today.
No, but can I say something? I think we are confusing slavery with worker. So slavery wouldn't be moral in any ways if you look through religion or without religion. Slavery is a word where you could keep a person take control of his time and his actions and everything. But if you are mixing it with a worker, I don't know how you are.
Well, a worker is one thing, being a slave to someone else, being de-owned to someone else is a completely different story. I mean, there were no fun being a slave. There was no fun.
No, if you
I
cannot
mean, for
enslave an
goodness
animal, why would
sakes,
you enslave
let's just
a
put the
human?
things where they are. It's not just in the movies, because right now we don't have any accurate documentaries about it. But in the movies, as long as we see it, slaves were treated by lesser human, lesser people, lesser something in this world. Come on, guys, come on. Let's just breathe for a moment and not say shit
Well,
like this.
so the good news is we don't have any slavery today. So, yeah.
Why you will
Lie.
not know more rainbows? You're against the LGBTQA community.
Can I
Yeah,
please
but
speak?
that's different than slavery.
Yes, of course it is.
No.
It is the same thing, sir.
Yeah.
Because if a person can't be whatever he is or whatever he wants to be,
So I got a question.
there
Do
is
you
a form of
believe a
slavery
person should be able to do whatever they want?
Sir, I did not interrupt you. I'll ask you not to interrupt me.
That's fair. You're right.
Thank you so much for your attention. If someone can't act the way they should be, the way they feel they want to be, the way their heart wants them to act, it's not a form of slavery to be like someone else. That is completely what we call normal in comas, normal in comas. Aren't we taking that as a form of slavery, to not be oneself?
So, question, and if anybody wants to answer this, feel free. When should we create laws to stop humans doing whatever they want? In other words, saying to somebody you should be able to do whatever you want. When do we put a stop to doing whatever you want?
I came up here for two reasons. First of all, gender czar, because that's who you are. Saying slavery doesn't exist anymore is a goddamn lie. It is called the prison system in the US. That is slave labor. And to think at any point it was beneficial to the slaves to be slaves is fucking asinine. It is goddamn asinine, right? The only ones that ever benefited from slavery were the YT men and the slave owners, right?
Well,
They are the only
and the ones that brought them over, and don't forget the ones that brought them over. The people the people that brought them over here benefited also.
Well, yeah. Okay, so James is right, of course. I was just like indisposed because I was in this spacious cavernous place and the echo would have like ruined things. So James is right. There's in totality of people, there's more slavery now than ever before. In like ratio, it's much less than before for sure, but there's just a lot more people. But this is the thing. There's probably a lot more enslaved than we think. I think the last reports I saw was maybe in the tens of millions, 80 plus, I think. But it's probably in the 100 plus million, probably 500 plus million. The whole point is we should also see capitalism.
Are there white slaves or Hispanic or Asian?
Well, they're going to be mostly people of color. But of course, there can be white people that are exploited. But the whole point is I want to go to exploitation. Some are, of course, enslaved. Some are in wage slave. Some are like, in positions under capitalism that harm them in particular ways, psychological, quote unquote, spiritual, physical, emotional, not in the same way as a slave, but like capitalists, the same type of people with the mentality of control and domination that enacted slavery are now the people that have the money to have the corporations, right? We need to understand this historical truth. The legitimate people that were the enslavers are now in charge of the corporations because they're the descendants. They made billions of dollars. Basically, the enslavement trade, at least in North America, was worth, and this is just the labor, 250 plus $1 trillion at least. So imagine that dispersed amongst a bunch of white supremacist, racist, bigoted families, of which one, I think number 17 on that, basically the 17th most land-owning American families, their wealth came from enslavement. Cumberbatch, Doctor Strange, it's my favorite, Marvel film. I wouldn't say it's because of Cumberbatch's, truth about where his wealth comes from, because he knows, oh yeah, my wealth came from enslavement of Caribbean, places. And this is the funny thing. Again, it all universal. I'm not a believer in God or whatever, but this is very coincidental. One, Doctor Strange is probably my favorite of top Marvel list. I love the magic stuff, the spiritual meditation stuff. Two, Cumberbatch then comes out and is like, hey, my thing, my wealth, my education comes out of me having this money from the enslavement period, like many white families. And three, I then date an individual whose last name is Cumberbatch, who is from the Caribbean, who is connected to Mr. Doctor Strange. So the whole point is, genders are, etc. You were saying something incorrect about history. There's still slavery. A lot of that is because of corporations.
May I just
and
say
I'm glad
something?
James is up
It's
here.
in the
Yeah,
chat.
please, Cheshire.
Mr. Saintless, Mr. Abdullah, with all his wisdom, says that black Africans were enslaved because they are more suitable for physical labor. I don't
Is that what
know
you said,
what
Abdul?
to say
I
about
have one
this.
question from Mr. Abdul too, if he give me chance.
Please don't even defend. Don't even dare to defend what I just read.
So yeah, I would believe you, Cheshire, and Abdul is very honest about himself. I
That's
think.
not true.
Hello, Nick, my love.
Hey,
I
everybody.
was going.
Oh, Nick! Oh my God!
I was
how
going
are
to
you?
point.
Oh.
I was going to point out something, and this is what a lot of conservatives do. They say that a lot of black people bought slaves themselves. What they are failing to realize is they bought them to free them.
And
That
this is
was
the other
why
thing.
they were buying them.
And this is the other thing. If even some of them were quote unquote selling them, what they understood was, oh, these people that were quote unquote selling to you are basically prisoners of war. They're very smart people. This guy's an engineer. This guy's a commander. This guy's is whatever. Take him to your colony. They'll work for you. And then you bring them back after 3 years, after 7 years, however long they were going to be a prisoner, right? Because the justice system was fairly good in Africa before all the colonizer shit. And the whole point was they believed the word of the Western European slave trade colonizer nations, and then after a certain while they understood, wow, our people, and this is not even their people, this is like from a different nation, a nation that probably attacked them, like even under matriarchies, 5% of the time, it doesn't get it right, but this is probably prisoners of war from nations that attacked them, that were sent off to the colonies to build the American empire. And when this nation asked them, hey, give us back our people, even though they were not their people, the colonizer nation was like, nope, and we're taking more. And that's how it all began. And you're so right, James. Like, again, the buying and selling was under very different particular nuances than most people wanna say or suggest. Because again, conservative mindsets, from my opinion as a communist, very biased, is very anti-reality.
So I'd like to go back
Mr.
to the
James.
question. Somebody had
Oh,
mentioned
sorry.
that we should be free to do whatever we want. So my question to everybody, whoever would like to answer it, or if everybody does, is when do we put a stop to people being able to do whatever they want?
I would like to answer that. No more rain.
Nick, how are you doing, Nick? So sorry. It
I'm
was such a
okay.
busy day. We were supposed to call, but I'm
I'm
glad
getting
you're
used to
here.
mistreating me. It's not the first time.
How's your
You are my warrior queen. You can handle like little Yahtzees and people like him. I'm gonna count how long it'll take before he drops. But lovely to see you, Nick.
No, don't say that, because then when you start this stuff, they drop immediately. I would hate that. So no more.
All right,
Your
of
question
course.
is, when do we put laws out that people cannot do whatever they want to do?
Yeah, so somebody was saying, I don't know who it was in here, they were saying that as humans, we should be able to do whatever we want to do.
Yes, let me answer to this. And exactly this is it. As a human, we should be able to live and do what we wanted to do. This do not include like wearing pew-pews, going out in schools and pew-pewing out the children, or whatever violence and hate. This should be covered. But every other side, humans should be able to be the person they are and do what they want to do. I don't know if you see that, but your president is just right doing what he's doing against all laws. And
No,
you're
I'm
holding.
talking about it
No, let
as
me just
as a
please
nation or
finish.
as a
I'm
world.
talking, so please let me finish. And for this, it is okay. But if anybody want to live his regular life, his sexual life, whatever, that's what you want to put on the end. But this man is unliving people, putting people in threat, getting WARs out and everything. And this is fine with you. But a regular human being, they don't want to build up WAR. They don't want to
So
unlive
you
people.
only named one thing. So we shouldn't be able to do only one thing?
I said one thing. I said we should do whatever we want to do, as long as we do not harm others, do not threaten each others, and just doing bad to others. As long as we are on the, doing everything on a regular way without harming, why should we not be able to do what we want to do?
Well, we make laws for the better of society. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Well, I guess they was meant to be for the better of society, but obviously the way it is treated now, they're not for the better.
Yeah, so this all started in like 1913. I don't know where you live. I'm in America, but in
Now
the
look at my
United States.
flags. Look at my flags, and you know where I'm from.
Okay, got it. So, in the United States, it started around 1913, 1920, somewhere in that time frame. that the politicians started being corrupt and started allowing laws to exist that should have never existed. So my feeling is this: when you have self control, and I'll give you an example. And some of you may have heard me say this before, but if the speed limit is 60 miles an hour where you live, or 60 kilometers an hour where you live, and you like to drive 10 kilometers or 10 miles an hour over that speed limit, you are now the problem. And if the new law, they come out tomorrow and says, instead of the speed limit being 60 kilometers an hour or 60 miles an hour, we're going to make the law 50 miles an hour. You are even more upset because you're already doing 70 and now you got to slow down to 50. Well, me, and I'm just giving an example, this is not how I actually drive.
It's a bad
I'm the
one.
type of person that already drives 20 miles under the speed limit or 20 kilometers under the speed limit. So when they tighten it up, I say, oh, no problem. I'm already living good. I'm not breaking the law already anyway, so I don't care. So my life, I already live a conservative life. I have self-control. I say no to most things. I don't have a problem with things such as, you name it, anything, right? So everybody else that has lack of self-control,
Just
whether
gay
it be
people,
from,
people of the LGBT community.
well,
Yeah,
no, I
those are
mean
the things you have an issue with.
it
We know
no,
that.
it could be people that overeat. It could be people that you
No,
know.
no. So I'm going to interrupt you. The fact that you went and made a bullshit statement of 1913, corrupt politicians has pretty much been around since the inception of the political system when it comes to the human race. When there is power, there is corruption. So to make an a absolute idiotic statement like that says it all.
Well,
And
you don't live
let's
in
be
the
honest,
United
when
States. I do.
yeah,
You
and
live in a
you're
different
just
country.
proof why no, you're just proof why your education system sucks.
Oh, I agree with you.
Um,
Yes, absolutely.
yeah, you're absolute proof. The
Yeah,
fact of the matter is to go and make a statement with no basis just because you think it's the right thing to say is
well, you
idiotic.
don't live you. With all due respect, you don't live in this country.
Can I say something
Yeah, but I
about
probably
this
know more
speed
about
limit,
your
James?
country than you do.
No more. Number
Yep.
one, just a little fun fact. Talking to a German about speed limit is really ridiculous.
I've done over 200 kilometers an hour on the autobahn.
Well, let me go ahead now. You know, we do have speed limits, like for example, around schools, around kindergarten. You know, we only allowed to drive 30 kilometers an hour, which is to protect our children. So we don't mind going by 30 kilometers an hour around those areas, you know, because we do protect our children. This is for our good. So I think, you know, with every law and everything you want to go by, you should take a look at it. What is good for the community and what is good for the guy who making those laws? You know,
Yeah, the guy making the laws is irrelevant. What's more important is the majority, not the minority.
yeah. Sorry to laugh, but
Okay,
right
no,
now I
that's
doubt that
bullshit. No,
anything.
no.
Go ahead.
No,
That's
no
not the
more,
American
no
way.
more,
That's why we're a republic. I already
no,
explained that to you.
no. So no more rainbows or gender or chuckle fuck or whatever you want to be called nowadays. Here's the thing: those people in power make laws so they benefit, right? The
Yes,
fact of the
yes.
matter is, when you look at your pew pew laws, right? Your country is not putting regulations on them because groups like the NRA are paying your politicians and the pew pew manufacturing lobbyists are paying your politicians. So there aren't any laws put into place for certain restrictions. Because remember, the 2A says you have the right to bear arms. It doesn't say what kind, right?
Yeah, well,
So
I'm all for taking the arms away. I'm all for no guns.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the people in power decide the laws because they actually profit off the laws, right?
Yeah. I mean, if they got rid of all the guns, I'd be more happy too.
Yeah, but to sit here and think that
James, may I need to have coffee. I need to have breakfast. Coffee Saintless. I love you. You know that. And just Mr. Abdul, please go to your mama's basement and try to build some boom booms, because definitely you do not deserve to have such goodwill be part of the other presence in this world.
Yeah,
And
sure. I love you.
I love you, Nick. I love you so
Have a
much.
good one, my girl.
My warrior.
No, the warrior has a broken wing, as you hear in my voice. You know, I'm fighting this virus. Abdul Kader, you know, you're just pumping up my heart right now with no freedom of speech and no freedom to bear arms. I'm happy that the stupid's not allowed to wear arms. And yes, we do have a law. We have two kind of licenses here in Germany, and I'm so grateful for this, because if I look how many stupid MFs in the United States unliving people, you know, I'm very grateful that we have this law, because you have been very good proven here in Germany to carry a pew weapon which is able to unlive. But we have this license, and we have another license which is called the small license, where you're allowed to have protection gear, you know, like those sticks or like gas pews or anything. But before you get this license, you will be proven. You will be checked up. If you have ever convicted any kind of criminal law or anything, then you will not get this license. And then it's illegal. And I think this is more than right that our governments protect us from the crazies which are running out in the US streets and unliving people on daily basis. That's number one. Number two, you said we don't have no freedom in speech and no beer arms coming to the freedom of speech. I'm telling you what, I grew up as a German, very pro-American, and we always thought, yes, America is the land of the free and freedom for everybody, la 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 la. No, that is not so. You come to Germany, you can say whatever you want to say. I can go against my
Hey,
law.
how's Germany taking the Iran situation? Is Germany okay?
Can I before you talk about that?
I'm going to answer this to you, Alyssa. We do, even if you go here on German Lives, you're going to have a heart attack what they all saying in German Lives, because on this American, Canadian, or international Lives, you can never say what the Germans say on their lives without being bananas. So even here out on the street, I can say whatever I want. The only
I
thing,
got a question though.
let me just wait a minute. The only thing what is forbidden by law is hate speech.
Right.
That's
Okay.
the only thing what is forbidden. I can tell you're an a-hole, but I cannot go around and tell people Abdul Carter is an a-hole. I would like to unlife him. This is hate speech.
Well, that's not hate speech. That's a violent threat, which obviously doesn't fall under speech. But the thing I want to ask you is, look, I believe that hate speech should also be legal. It may not be tasteful, but it's a human right and it's a civil right. Now, here's a question I got for you. So
Wait, hold on. Up to what point? Up to what point? Because if it incites, if it says, "Oh, the Yehudi or this," go and do that to them. That's incitement to
that's what you
violence.
said. Incitement to violence is not what anybody's talking about. Hate speech, which is non-violent, it should be considered freedom of speech.
But this is the thing, though. I want to add this.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you consider it stochastic terrorism?
No, it's not terrorism.
Hate speech. No, be careful with the wordage. But the whole point is stochastic terrorism is what Ben Shapiro and people on the right wing, the media spaces there, are basically being labeled as, because the words do matter. Because remember, you're Muslim, Abdul. the man who basically unalived however many dozens of people in that masjid in Montreal, he basically had a manifesto and said, "Oh, Ben Shapiro is basically one of the reasons why I did what I did. Stochastic tourism is basically these people, these talking heads, kind of like me. Hold on.
I have a very
Ooh.
good example for that right now, Saint Louis. If you
Okay,
would
Thank
check
you.
our
Go ahead,
let
Nick.
me
news
let me
Abdul,
complete that and complete
I,
my point.
let me
I
just
got
drop this point. Abdul Kader, we just had this. There is one magazine here out in Germany, which is very, very right wing, deeply right wing, very Schmittler leaned on. So they putting all out those signs from Schmittler, all those pictures, which actually by us is forbidden, and they just sued this they just had this case running, say they tried to forbid this this magazine, and our courts very clearly said no, this is freedom of speech and freedom of the press, so we're not going to unallow it. We're going to still allow, even if it's not our way to think, but it's our culture and this is freedom of speech, so this
okay.
magazine still can run.
Okay, but
This
here's
is
here's my question that I got for Saintless. See, Saintless says that somebody was influenced by hate speech to commit act of
We'll be right back.
violence.
Wait, before Saintless answers you, I think you should respond to
can
Nick
I will. I
and
will.
say that you heard her and that was really rude. And I think you should respond. She just took her time to explain to you how it is and how it works in Germany and that they do have free speech, and then you blew her off.
No.
What kind of behavior is that?
Okay. Okay. Let me address Nick before I address Saintless. See,
Yeah.
see, my objection was that there's no freedom of speech and no freedom to bear arms in Germany. And with regard to freedom to bear arms, she basically said, "Yeah, it's true, and we're proud of it." And so what's more to say about that?
just
Now, when
like
it
I
comes,
said, we are able to
Because you're
wear.
making these blanket assertions
let me
that are
make a point.
false, and she lives there and she's saying to
Okay,
you
look.
people can have weapons but not if they are criminals. People can say what they want but not if they are evil.
Okay, fine. Look now.
And
Look at
so
Saintless.
you
Okay.
say now,
so
oh, I
no
was
no can
wrong
I
about that and
No,
I've
let me
you've
complete
changed
my
my mind.
my
Thank
point.
you.
People are
no
interrupting too
no
much. No,
no
James, be quiet.
Abdul
I'm talking,
no
man. Why
no
can't I
no
complete my point?
Shut
Why?
hey
Hey,
no
Saintless, what
no
is this, dude?
no I need
I didn't
to
get a chance to
no, the
speak, and this
fact
guy
of the matter
they
is
just
you
wanna
can't
they just
no
wants
no
this guy just wants to
Abdul
interrupt
you
me top of
Abdul,
the
no
line.
Abdul, hold on,
It's
James,
my
hold on,
turn
hold
to
on. My
speak.
apologies. Hold on, Abdul, James, hold on. So, when Nick was speaking, I give her all the grace and all that sort of stuff. So, Abdul, you were speaking on something, but did you answer Nick's question in good
I'm
faith?
doing that right now, but nobody's giving me the
Okay.
chance. This James
Oh,
guy,
Yeah,
okay.
what
every
I
time I
missed
Okay.
talk,
was
he
You.
that Abdul
interrupts.
said if you don't
Now
listen
this
to
other
me,
guy is
you go
interrupting.
to heaven.
See what I'm saying?
Okay.
You gotta
Okay.
take
Hold on. Hold
control.
on.
Now people are just
Okay. Hold
interrupting
on.
all the time.
Okay. Hold on. Abdul, you respond. Then James can go, and then Known if you want to go, and then anyone else.
Okay.
Go ahead, Abdul. Respond to Nick. Then ask your question, and then James can respond to you, Abdul. And
Yeah.
you can understand again why we're not so much attacking you, but like going, "Come on, Abdul." Whatever. Anyway, go ahead, Abdul.
So, with regard to freedom of speech, as you can see before you, you got a prompt that says whoever voted for Trump, F you. It says he's a dictator, fascist. Now, if somebody looks at this and says, "Man, Trump is so evil because he's just being fed this day in and day out by Saintless," and he decides, "I'm going to unalive Trump," and as you know, Trump, there were several attempts on his life, anyways, and it was because this kind of a thing. Now, are you going to say that this type of prompt should be banned because it's leading to violence? Because it does lead to violence. That's proven in history.
Okay, let me
Well,
refer to that,
Answer
Abdul.
that.
I
yeah. Go
can
ahead, Nick,
say,
please,
here, and many
and then
people say
James.
that, we wished someone would unlive him so this shit would be over, no problem. But if I come to you and say, hey, Abdul, you go ahead and unlive him, this is hate speech. This is, putting you in, giving you a way to go. We're not allowed to do that. But of course, we can say here, oh man, if somebody would pew pew the MF, this shit would be over. Why should we not be able to say that? Who is telling you this crap? And I ask you again, Abdul Kader,
Okay.
especially with the beer of pew pews, what is wrong with this? if my government is protecting me from criminals wearing pew-pews and using it against us. Like I say again, we have those licenses. And you can buy pew-pews. And I work, fortunately, I work for a company. I work for a hunter company. We sell all kind of pew-pews. As long as you show me your papers and you have the allowance to buy it, why we should not sell it to you? And I'm selling pew-pews on daily basis. Okay, to hunters, to sport pew-pewers and everything. That's not the problem. But we are not giving out pew-pews for hate, for criminals, and to unlive our people. So what
I
is
think
wrong
we
with that?
should ban all pew-pews from the public.
Now, Abdul,
Yeah.
did you learn something from Nick just now?
Well, Nick just said that she wishes someone would unalive Trump. So what should I learn from her? But the lady is crazy.
Okay, no, did you learn from her
She's advocating for
that something you
violence
said
on
earlier
TikTok.
wasn't right? That people can buy pew-pews in
Just proves
Germany.
my point. She's proving my point that Germany is crazy.
So, no, Abdul, here's the fucking problem with you. You
Can you
sit
hear
here
people?
and you just dismiss, especially women on the panel, right? You don't actively listen and you just want your point to come across, right? You did not listen to one word other than unaliving Trump, which, let's be honest, the world would be a better place for it. And with that prompt,
In Minecraft.
yeah.
You don't even live in the United States. How could you say that?
I am having...
No, I'm saying to James.
He affects everyone. Trump affects everyone. So
Trump is a
it's-
world leader? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he affects everyone. And I'm Canadian, and he is, and the U.S. is, and all the American people, like Kira, my apologies, is on the ass end of Canada. So we have to worry about you guys. You're the boil on my ass. I gotta like treat you. Hi, Kira. Anyway, aging location for Kira, and then James, keep going. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
we can hear you, Kira.
Okay. 33, Pennsylvania.
Go ahead, James, and then before
yeah,
that, Known, and then
so-
Kira. Go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I'm in New Zealand. We have freedom of speech, but there's no freedom of consequences from that speech. So if you say something that targets a marginalized community, that incites violence towards a marginalized community, such as people of color or the LGBTQ community, that is hate speech. You can say it, but at the same time, you have to suffer the consequences for saying it, right? When it comes to pew-pews, one of the prime examples was actually a mosque here in New Zealand where 52 people were taken out by a right-winger, a conservative that had listened to right-wing US politics, right? And he decided to go into a mosque with a pew-pew. Then our government said, look, we're not having that bullshit here. So they put a bill within 2 weeks removing extended mags and certain types of pew-pews, right? It didn't affect us in any way. The only country that fetishizes, that has some bloody, fascination with pew-pews is Americans. US citizens fetishize firearms. Let's be honest. The way that the US fetishizes firearms should be considered a mental illness. Why does one person need 30 pew-pews? Why does one person need 10 pew-pews, half of which are fully automatic? Right? Nobody needs those amounts of pew-pews as a citizen. But the US has this epidemic of fetishizing pew-pews. And it's disgusting. They don't actually care about this. The US government as a whole doesn't care about the citizens because they would put tougher restrictions on those pew-pews. They just care about the almighty dollar at the end of the day.
James, can I just, sorry to take my place, but I'm not done with Abdul Kader yet. Abdul Kader, you said you answered my question. No, you did not. I asked you, and I ask you again, what is wrong with my constitution? Because it was not my actual government. It's in our laws for a long time to protect the own people, or not only the own, everybody who is living here is protected by this law with those pew licenses. And your answer was, well, what do I have to say to a woman who has said she would be glad when she unlives? This was your answer. My question again, what is wrong with our laws having set up two different kind of license where you have the right to wear your protection outside on the street when you carry this license? What is wrong with that?
Well, the point is that a constitutional right to bear arms in Germany, or is it just a privilege? Is it just something you can be licensed for, but it's not a guaranteed civil?
Oh, sorry. You've woken up the lawyer in me, or at least my grandfather's lawyer spirit in me. Like, does anyone know like the difference? And my apologies, it's been a while since I studied law. Napoleonic law and common law, and the sort of like the law that allows you to do something before it's legislated against, and the laws that legislate against anything that it thinks of. So it's kind of like a difference between allowing for the mistake, and then the other system is about not even allowing for that mistake to happen. So one is much more authoritarian. I would suggest the North America law system is much more authoritarian than, say, the European one, which I think is much more laissez-faire. If someone can help me out with the term, that's a very specific geopolitical, political, scientific term for the difference in common law, Napoleonic, etc. But again,
As I understand it, common law is based on precedent. Like the precedent of other judges' rulings are taken into account, whereas the civil law of the French is not.
And then Napoleonic. Yeah, please go ahead.
New Zealand is a common law country, right?
Yeah. Canada too.
Yeah. And here's the thing: due to the fact that we are a Commonwealth nation, the setup of a lot of our laws comes from England, from UK. And that's the same that's said with Australia, and I believe Canada to some degree. The base of it is based on the English system. But we have all made alterations over our times as nations to be more beneficial to our societies. Here's the other thing with it, right? We need to look at, when you look at a country like the US, where you've got not just state law, but you have to deal with federal law. And that's like, to me, that is a really messed up system, in the fact that you're literally having to deal with two, in a degree, two judicial systems. And instead of one.
We don't even notice it. I'm American. I don't even notice it, because your state laws align with your federal laws typically. And so basically your state laws are your federal laws plus whatever additional laws they decide to do. So you don't really notice that there's two sets of laws until you get something like the sanctuary cities, where the federal government is like, you're not following our laws, and they come in and get mad, which never has happened before. So it's not been more obvious until now.
Sorry, Kira, if you want to come up, Kira, and then I'll allow you to speak if you're sleeping. So, unless you left anyway.
Honestly, I barely ever notice any laws because I'm just that boring. Like, I don't really have to think about laws. And I would break them. You know, I'm not a big rule follower.
What the
So
heck? Please, can somebody give me some? I don't know what the heck. I mean, after on which ice shell you riding on? Laws like it's illegal to vacuum on Sunday? Holy cow! Where you living at?
Sir,
Really? Where
if
on
you
which
I
want,
have one
ice?
question from
no,
Abdul.
no, Abdul. If you want to, hey, Abdul, if you want to talk about weird rules, laws, look at Alaska. It's illegal to push a moose out of an airplane. Or, I believe it's Oklahoma. It's illegal
Is that
for
talking
an
about
unmarried
Alaska
woman
stuff?
to go skydiving on a Sunday. Another one is it's illegal to put a donkey in the bathtub in some other state. I believe it's Arkansas. So if you're going to talk about where, in one state it's illegal to wear a fake mustache in church. So, I mean, if you're going to talk about ridiculous laws, America has got so many ridiculous laws that are actually still on the books because they never got rid of them.
I love that.
Yeah.
James, let me just,
Hey,
Abdul, I think, you're mixing up things. So for us Germans, it is very allowed to vacuum our house on Sunday, no problem. What is not allowed, I'm telling you, I'm getting a high blood pressure again because, I mean,
Okay,
I'm
breathe,
always up
Nick.
for
It's okay.
open conversation, but not for BS. What is
Yeah.
not
Be
allowed here
careful
in
of Joel.
Germany, and I will explain you, we are not allowed to mow our yard on a Sunday. And this is just because Sunday is our holy day. And we are, not to disturb our neighbors on a Sunday because this is the only day where really nobody works except like the gas stations and stuff. So not to disturb our neighbors on a Sunday where everybody is relaxing.
it's
We
more
are
of a
not
noise ordinance thing.
exactly. But we are surely allowed to use our vacuum cleaner on a Sunday. I can promise
And
you.
if you had a push mower, that would probably be okay.
Yes. Then you can mow. But
Yeah.
not with the engine, because this is
So,
our holy day here in Germany, and we're not disturb our neighbors.
by the way, last summer I visited Germany. I went to Frankfurt and I went to Berlin as well. And one thing I noticed, it's a bit of a side issue, but one thing I noticed is like if you go to a restaurant in Germany, like they won't even give you water. You gotta buy like water from them, and they don't even let you use a public bathroom without paying for it. And another thing about them is that like even when you go to a grocery store to buy water, like because like there's no water in that. Like people don't drink water. Like
I
people
think
here,
they just didn't like you because I got free water.
no, they actually don't give you free water in the restaurant. Like they don't.
That's not true. If you ask for water out of the faucet, you get free water. But of course, when you have the bottled water, which is, by the way, if you buy it here as a regular person in our shops, it's 19 cents a bottle. Then, of course, and our restaurants do not carry this water. They carrying much more other quality water in glass bottles and stuff. Then you have to pay. But if you ask for a glass of water out of the faucet, you will not be charged. So Abdul Kader, and not using the bathrooms in Berlin and Frankfurt, I can also explain this to you because these are two the big cities with a very high leveled schmuck problem. And there are many addicts coming into their restaurants, go using the bathrooms and doing their thing in the bathroom. So this is why, and even though if you go and ask, they will let you use it, but because of this, of course, most restaurants say no only for customers.
Yeah, and I was gonna say about the water, even
Sir
the
Abdul,
bottled water.
one
And
thing
hold on,
I saw,
hold on. What's the problem? I was gonna
I
say
was
the
asking a
bottle.
question. I was
Yeah,
confused.
chup kar, yaar, chup kar. I was
A
gonna tell
question,
this.
one question.
Chup kar, yaar, khamosh. I was gonna
Okay,
ask
Abdul,
you.
respond to Nick, and then Noan, you can ask your question. Yeah.
The bottled water in Germany is carbonated as well. Like I was just gonna say, like, these people they don't drink water. Like they don't drink normal water. They drink beer so much you won't believe how much they drink beer. Like it's the
Why are you always
alcoholic.
coming
There's
up with
holy
some
water
other
you can never
BS?
get for free.
Go ahead now.
So I was asking, so I saw this video and this guy had chain in his
By the
hand
way, Seamless,
and
this
he
is what I was
was
talking about.
walking the woman with it.
The,
So
the,
I
the,
think his name was Chris Brown. So is it slavery or is it allowed in Islam?
Seamless.
Hmm?
The reason I don't like listening to this guy is because his accent. But that Indian accent is so annoying. It's so annoying.
I'm sorry.
Man.
Okay, again, Abdul. Okay, sorry. Come on.
One, we know you are in some
my
ways, again, my opinion, you're hateful in certain ways, you don't like certain accents. Okay, cool. We were talking about, just for everyone, we were talking about the positiveness of like accents and differences, the history, the roots of it. Like the southern drawl is basically the English accent removed from its source after a few centuries, right? And then he went on to like talk about accents he doesn't like. He's Indian Muslim. You know what, Abdul? I'm gonna just basically tell your entire life story. I'm kidding, but you were RCMP informant type of individual. You're kind of an apocalyptic Muslim, and you don't like what Known's accent. Okay, fine. Sorry, Known. Can I ask you where you're from? What's your
Abdul's a
ethnicity?
G main, you know, Abdul's my friend main. Shit main. What the hell,
I don't
man?
like Gender's
Abdul,
voice.
man, you know, I'm straight main. Man, what the hell, man?
Gender's voice really
Accent,
grates on me.
Okay, okay, Known. Ask your
Abdul
question,
main, shit main. I
please.
trusted you,
Go ahead.
man.
It's not
No,
really.
Known. Go.
It's just
So,
that.
Abdul, you're kind of just keep it to yourself. Okay,
No, but
just
it's just that. It's just that listening to some people speak gives you a headache. Like the way
I
they're.
know.
I think
Well,
you're a
and
little too truthful for your own good. But anyway, please.
I
Go ahead.
understand you, but because I was so upset by Gender's voice, it was really getting to me. Like I have to turn my phone way down when he's here.
Like that
Oh,
lady.
gender left. No, I jumped.
That lady Chanel Cat or whatever.
I didn't even. I wanted to
I like
ask
her
if his
voice.
mother-in-law was okay because she's had surgery.
Oh, okay. I would be surprised if he loved her in a particular way that was much more transactional, because it's the same thing with his wife. It's quite transactional, and he admitted it. He's a weird guy.
Yeah.
I would
Look,
not have another.
I have no issue with. Look, like I said to Saintless, I have no issue with accents. It's the words behind them. And to be honest, when I've heard gender talk, I literally just want to punch him in the throat. Because he's that kind of person.
I understand.
I try to imagine like his world. Like I try to imagine like his brown suits he wears. Like, don't you think he wears a brown suit and like?
Yeah, I just want to say before anyone says anything.
I have another fun fact for Abdul Qadir. Abdul Qadir,
Before, my apologies, Nick. Before that, I just want to say, for anyone that thinks we might be rude talking about someone who's not here, with all due respect, I only do this under the most strict conditions, i.e., he is gender and also Abdul are kind of like way too extreme for me. So anyway, go ahead.
Can I tell one quote in like Abdul's language? I don't know if you would understand or not.
Okay, no, go ahead, but please don't say anything
No,
unbecoming of a human being.
Abdul, आपने पतंग उड़ाई है उसके बाद वो जब लपेटते हैं.
Abdul, I have another fun fact where my
I don't know
hubby
if you
just
understand.
reminded me on.
I was
Coming
wrong.
back to the bathroom situation, and you said Germany is full of flaws, and yes, we are full of flaws. You are absolutely right, because in our laws is also written. Just for an example, I have to go to use the bathroom. I can ring every bell in every house here in Germany and ask them to go use the bathroom, and they have to let me in because this is a human need. And we have to open out. And even though if somebody rings the bell and tell me, give me a glass of water, I have to do so because this is a human need.
That's terrible.
Oh my God, that's so
terrible.
nice.
That's humanity, my friend.
No, that's terrible.
That's so nice.
That's your privacy that's being invaded. The privacy of your own house.
If somebody has to use the bathroom, where he has to pee in his pants?
Not
no,
my
we
problem.
open our
That's
door.
my
Come
house.
on in, use our bathroom. He's not going to invade my house.
No way, that's my house. I don't even let certain people.
And you know they don't have a pew pew, and if they're a criminal, so that's good.
No, this is a terrible law. Terrible. Absolutely.
You know what your issue is,
everything is
Abdul?
terrible.
You know what your issue is, Abdul? You don't really understand the historical roots of everything that you believe in. Again, the matriarchal societies out of Africa had a system. Thank you. Had a system of like where, oh, you know what? If we have enough meat, we will give it out. And you know what they also did? Structurally, their mind was bent towards wisdom, bent towards sharing. Therefore, their infrastructure, their homes, their neighborhoods, you know how they built them? They didn't build them like gate kept. They built them outward so everyone could see into the kitchens of everyone else. So if someone looked into those homes, the kitchen would be right there, and they'd be like, "Oh, they have a lot of meat. I have a lot of fruit. Let me trade." Right? This is very much why for 50,000 years it was very peaceful up until, colonization. The whole point is, Abdul, if you want tolerance, again, this is the problem. I can't talk to you in a particular way because you are, again, very, 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 and then you said add another 100 very conservatives, or varies, and
Well,
then
that was gender
conservative.
czar.
Oh,
That was
are you
gender
like
czar.
that? Oh, yeah, yeah. Are you like that as well, Abdul? How many varies for your conservatism?
I'm quite conservative, but I'm not an extremist by any means.
Well, I mean, some stuff that you have said have teetered into what I would consider, extremism in a way. But again, this is why I think the RCMP kind of, in a way, groomed you, in a particular way, and even the imam, etc., who was exonerated. Yes. Do you want to tell them your story, Abdul, before known asks you that question, and then because you said a lot that I want to talk about, but anyway, tell your story, and then
No, I don't want to tell my
known ask.
story because that was a
Can I
specific
tell it?
to,
Because
to
it's already here. It's
you
going to be
want, but
out
I
on the
think it's a
internet
waste of
later on
time.
YouTube, etc. Okay,
I think
whatever.
it's a waste of time, but you're the boss. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead, known, and then and answer Nick, please, if you can, as well, Abdul. Please, thank you. The sharing, caring,
So
isn't that
I
Islam?
have this problem. Every time, I try to marry a girl, every night it doesn't get decided, Abdul. And then every night we decide, every night we decide. So don't you think we should one day try to decide in a day?
यार थोड़ा अपना लहजा सही करो खुदा के वास्ते. I told him fix your accent. For the love of God, fix your accent. अपना लहजा सही करो यार.
I had this girlfriend, and then we were having a
Be
good
nice.
time.
Let me answer Nick now.
Every
Let me
night
answer
we
Nick
just
now.
get married, but something happened. The light goes
This
off,
guy
and
just wasting
electricity
time. He's
in
not a
bad
serious
days.
person. Okay. So Nick said that in Germany, it is required by law that if somebody knocks on your door and says that may I use the bathroom, or could you give me a glass of water, you are required by law to let them into your house to use your private bathroom, your washroom, whatever they call it there. I say this is against basic civil rights because your house is your private property. You should be allowed, I believe that if somebody trespasses on your private property, you should be able to have the right to pew them right there and then, if you
Oh,
want to. And their country is saying, no, you gotta let them into your own private house. Even the police can't enter your house without a warrant. And they're saying that you gotta let in any stranger, you got no idea. And bathroom is something that, people have different etiquettes, right? Different cultures. Some cultures, they got no bathroom etiquettes at all. You go to some countries or you go to some communities, you see the situation of their public bathrooms. You realize that their cultures, man, that are so inferior. They got no concept of hygiene. They got no concept of cleanliness. So you're gonna let somebody in, like I would never let in. Very, very. I'm very sorry to say this, but I would never let in a black person in my house to say he wants to use the bathroom
oh my
because I know he's
God,
gonna
please.
destroy my bathroom. No offense.
Oh my God. Abdul Kader, I'm sorry. The only thing I hear you speak is a hate speech. That's the only thing what is coming from my opinion out of your mouth. You're going against knowing how his accent, you're going my children are black.
I was upset at the first thing. The first. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I was upset by something he said before he said that horrible thing he said last. And then I was like, I don't even remember what I was upset about before. That's so
You know what, Abdul Kader? My daughters are
what
black.
was the first thing he was saying before he became entirely racist? What was the he said superior, like some people are so inferior. And I was upset about that.
crazy. It's really
So
crazy.
stupid. Oh my god.
Let me give you a
Oh my
little
god.
Look,
story, Abdul Kader. My daughters
look,
are today 36 and 38 years old. They was where they was like 8 and 7 years. They was with a friend of mine. They was like on a walk in the summertime, and they didn't carry any water. And my daughter, she got very dehydrated. So there was this old German woman looking out of the window, and my friend asked this woman, and again, my daughters are black, asked this woman, can you please give us a glass of water because the girl needs some water? And she handed out immediately this glass of water. So I'm glad I'm living in my country and you weren't the guy looking out of the window because you would not give her water. So what's wrong with you? This is humanity. Did you ever hear the word humanity and empathy? Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's fine. Like what
But
I
we
mean
can't
at this
require it by
point,
law.
Nick, I think that with somebody as limited as Abdul, it's not he doesn't listen to anything I say, nor does he listen to anything you say or James, or he doesn't listen to the three of us. He does seem to listen to Saintless for some reason, and I guess that's why he's here. But he doesn't listen to us, and so I think the best that we can do to hope to get through to him in some way is to show him why being more like us helps us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like at some point you stop trying to tell somebody that something will be helpful to them and you show them. Like he can't listen. So he has to just.
Yeah, but I think, Abdul, especially for people like you, those laws are made because we Germans, or even the people living around here, we would not have a problem handing out water or letting anybody use our bathroom. But for ignorance like you, I think we definitely need this law.
Hey,
look,
Saintless,
I've got one last thing to say, and I'm actually going to drop because my phone's not doing great. Here's the thing with Abdul. The way I look at Abdul is he is literally a Muslim version of a Triple K member. He's just a different shade, different ideology, but the same goddamn hate.
Yeah. Where Abdul come from?
Canada. He's been in Canada. He goes to, I think he said India. When he was little, went to India, but he hasn't been in a long time. He's in his 30s, still a virgin because he's not married, and he hasn't gotten married yet because he is not wealthy, and so he needs to have more money before he gets married.
So where his heritage come from?
I guess India, because he was saying he went to India when he was little.
What his hairs? His hairs came from his father.
Say again now?
Hey, Saintless, do you know this guy named Joe Morin in the
See,
chat?
he doesn't hear us.
He hears you. He just chooses to ignore, and he basically says, "Okay, whatever you said, that cool."
I want to tell you guys something interesting. That's why.
Okay, cool. So
this
Joe,
guy,
yes, I know Joe. He's a cool person. What about him?
Do you know his friend Dina Sharif from Ottawa?
Not sure.
He and her protest a lot in Ottawa. Like they counter protest the truck convoy and all that stuff, right? So this lady named Dina Sharif, there's footage of her on YouTube like violently assaulting people with her megaphone, and she went to jail for like a year almost. And this guy Joe Morin, he's like advocating for her. He's like, no, she's not like that. She's peaceful, and she has. We're gonna, because I don't know what his relationship with her is, but anyways, that lady is
Joe is a
crazy.
protester. He's on the right side of history. Also, so
Joe
I'm
himself is
not
a good
sure.
person. He's not violent, but this girl that he's like, this lady that he's promoting, she's like literally knocking people in the face with megaphones.
Well,
Like
let me
she's
explain
crazy.
it this way.
Yeah.
No, let me explain it this way, because I think I might have seen a video like this, maybe, but if I recall, there were very much distinct circumstances that I think would have allowed her to protect herself. I think she was being kind of surrounded, but in any case, the whole point is this. Look, in a position where protesters are out there protesting for human rights, unfortunately, the other side is legitimately just more violent. It is. Just statistically, it's more violent. Whenever there is quote-unquote violence on the left side, it is usually in self-defense. I would say that without even like remembering huge parts of this case. And I would say that also with my trust in Joe as an individual who very much is a reader of books and articles, and anytime I'm on his panels, when he hosts, and I'm up there, he very much like just goes to the source. He reads the articles, he talks about it. Again, Joe has been like a protester for human rights, everything, anti-capitalist protester for a while. So that's the answer.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with him, but if you see the footage of this Dina Sharif, she is crazy. Like, she's out of her mind. Like, they had to keep her in jail for a year. The judge
I
didn't give her
mean,
bail because
again, though, the
that's how
state
crazy
is
she is.
conservative. But see, this is the thing, though. We can't ever say or look or see something as fair unless we know the underlying sort of nature and germ seed of it all, right? So again, the germ seed of the settler colonial systems of the entire Western Hemisphere is basically colonization, at least, in certain places. Turtle Island, which is North America, a lot of South America, Caribbean, Asia, large part, Africa. Ugh. Hold on, who's that trying to get up there? Joe. So the whole point is, even from the beginning of it all, the very beginning of the system is already racist, bigoted, anti-indigenous, anti-black, anti-woman, blah, blah, blah. Over time, maybe the seed becomes not so much less corrupted, but less in control of things. But again, this is insidious stuff, and I'll land on this because we talked about this maybe at the beginning of all this. I think we've been talking about 600,000 days at this point, Abdul. I think that's correct. Basically, the system having an anti-indigenous thing, basically allowing for apartheid of indigenous. Like, I'm saying all this because, again, Abdul, you're very anti-indigenous. In any case, it cannot be fair if the very support and pillars and bridges and everything that makes the infrastructure of a society is like littered with like spittle of hate from people like Sir John A. McDonald, or going on down to whomever, even Trudeau. Joe, age and location. This is the first time you've been here, I think.
Sure. Old ass man from Ottawa, had 52 this year.
Nice.
Nice.
And Marshy, age and location. Actually, it's okay. I know you. You know Abdul. Joe, do you want to say anything to Abdul?
Absolutely. So, I think I've just narrowed down a lot of the sources in regards to where Abdul consumes information. So, for Abdul to be able to come up to the assertion of that my friend Dina is violent, as he says, really means that Abdul is just consuming a lot of Zionist sources, because that's the sources that have been projecting that particular messaging about her. She, again, all these particular videos never show her being the person that does the first action. The ones that kind of do, because they kind of clipped it and they kind of get disproven, because we show the video in the full length. She's never the one that initiates the action. She stays 6 feet away from people, always from a distance. People closing the thing. The megaphone interactions, again, somebody throws their face into a megaphone. She pulls it away, but somehow, oh no, she's violent with a megaphone. And never has been, ever. But again, Abdul is now showing that he's very lenient towards Zionism. Is that what you're saying, Abdul?
Not at all. I mean, you see, video doesn't lie. Like, what I saw with my own sinful eyes, I saw your friend with a megaphone smashed it into somebody's face.
Whose face?
Some guy who was protesting.
Okay. What was the action? Describe the action.
Basically, she came out of nowhere with a megaphone and she hit him in the face, and he was like, "Ow!" And so, like, that's just wrong. That's violent.
Cool. Except that video never occurred. That's a lie, right?
The video is fake. Is that what you're saying?
No, the video doesn't exist. You're making this up. There is no video that occurred. I know all the videos. That never occurred. Even the clip videos that they're using to try to twist. There is no video of her ever using a megaphone against somebody. It doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, I'll have to look. I saw it on YouTube. I'll check it out to see if I'm gonna save it this time. But it's one of the very.
Save it, send it, and again, if you can show me a video where she actually used a megaphone, which she never did. I've seen all the video. I've known her for years. I've been to most of them, and half the time is my content. She has never used a megaphone as a weapon of any kind.
And may I say something, Joe? Some people like to
Absolutely.
doctor things they put on the internet, Abdul. That's maybe your downpower. And it's no fault of your own if you see it and it's put out there, because everyone's going to put out whatever they put out. But honestly, Abdul, saying that Dina's dangerous is a dangerous thing for you to say, because there's many people that know her that would contest what you're saying is a fucking lie. Just, you know, just putting it out there. Because I can put a video of you on the internet and it's what I clip, but that's not the actual intention. You know what I mean? It's intent over impact. They didn't intend to be a good person, they intended to be a dick. And the impact is far greater on people when that comes to play. Just letting you know.
There you go.
Well,
Put the link in the tag. I don't know if you guys see that link, but that's
Links won't go through. Some links don't go through though.
the Discord.
can you play it, Abdul? Abdul, can you play it?
I don't know how to play it and use TikTok at the same time, but I'll tell you, it's a channel called HonkTube. If you just search Nina Sharif, you'll see this video.
That's such a bad place to get your views or get videos from, because they're all doctored.
And yeah, exactly. So
The name of the video is Counter Protesters, so you'll see it there on HonkTube. It's not.
Okay, let me just give you.
Real
Let me
footage.
give you a hypothetical, and it's probably not even a hypothetical. It's probably the truth. Do you think do you think a controlled institution like this government we have, that's typically conservative, even though liberals are conservative, that is typically anti-protest, regardless of what it is, whether it's the convoy or whether it's a lefty like Joe, that rebel scum, don't you think that they would use doctored evidence, and they do? Don't you think that they would
Totally
use
on.
informants, and you know that they do, Abdul? Ha ha ha, your story, right? To basically use as evidence to imprison, in capture, really, in trap, capture, kidnap an individual that was protesting for human rights, right? Like, this makes a lot of sense. And again, Abdul, think of it through the Muslim lens. How many times has this happened to Muslim people, imams? And remember, you were part of a famous case in Vancouver about this, and that imam was exonerated. So again, you have to understand it through your own lens, through your own sort of like biases. Okay, cool. The very same thing that happened with that imam who was exonerated, thankfully, did not happen as it should have with Dina, right?
See, obviously, we're not privy to all the details because this is a case in Ottawa somewhere, and there's not much media information about it. However, with regard to the footage that I saw, it's something called Global National. Is that some kind of media? I don't know. Do you know what that is?
Global National is a fucking right-wing extremism, I believe.
Is it like that's like Channel 3 in Toronto, like Global News? Is that it? And then
I
there's
don't
like
think
the
it's
National
Global News.
Post.
It's not Global News. It's something called Global National.
If it has the term national in it, I'm kind of like wary. Even here, the National Post is an issue. Globe and Mail is okay-ish, but it leans sort of center right, sometimes center left.
I can't even find this HonkTube he's talking about.
Yeah. So again, do you know
Joe, keep up.
Abdul?
That was 5 minutes ago.
Abdul, can I ask
I
you a
know.
question?
I'm trying to go with like, all right,
What
You know
let's
what?
follow up on this
My
info.
my apologies, Marshy. Joe, I actually have a question. How do you do the thing that you do where you do the music thing and it's in the background?
Oh, it's because I do the live stream from a PC.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, Bowtie and Smiley have asked me to like look into that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's too difficult to do it on my laptop, right? On the app or the website or whatever.
So yeah, to live stream from your laptop, not too terrible. It does get a little bit tricky if you can't do multi-monitor, because then at least you have two monitors, if not more.
Yeah.
So
I have
it's
another one. That's good. All right.
yeah. Take
Okay,
video
can I
allows you
ask
to do
Abdul?
music. Throw in OBS allows you to bring in some screen shares while guests are online. It takes a bit of practice, but yeah, it's pretty
Joe
straightforward.
can
So
walk
how
you through.
much
He's pretty good.
so how
Duncan's
much
correct.
equipment
I
should I
do have
need?
that.
So how
You
much equipment do I need past the monitor, and how much would that be?
Well, Duncan's absolutely correct in regards to my setup. I don't believe you need to get 5 monitors like I do.
Okay.
I just like to look at the world all at once. Um, but a second monitor, and just in general practice now for PCs, a second monitor is always a good thing. Third monitor, absolutely. Again, I'm also on the idea of more monitors the better. But yeah, the second monitors can make it a little easier so that you can have something as main versus the side stuff to be what you
Okay.
maintain. 2 monitors, so your laptop and a second monitor should do fine.
That's good.
So, just want to know when Abdul can answer me. Do you know how editing works in videos?
So it's not edited. It's actually it is from Global News.
Okay,
Since
okay. Yeah,
the
but I'm
footage is
just
from
saying.
Global News.
I'm
Oh
just
my
saying.
god, I know exactly the video. Okay. So
So you can go ahead.
so I know exactly the footage here. And that's a clipped video, dumbass. If you want to go take a look at the actual original video, go take a look on Dina and Joe on YouTube. There is a video there that's called, what's it called here? Because that particular day I recall because I was there. In fact, if you look at the video, actually, no, you can't quite see me. I'm on the right side during the infamous, yeah, I'm just out of frame. I'm actually there. I'm actually at that particular point. Where's the video here? Because that particular person that gets, as you said, assaulted, did you see the person tearing off her backpack or removing her sign or any of the other assaults that were done to her? Or do you just see her response? Because that's what we need to do. We need to show the women being violent. Not what led up to that, just her response.
So the footage on Global News has her assaulting two different people. I mean, it might be two different incidents, but there's one where she assaults one person with a megaphone, and then she assaults another woman with a megaphone. But after she assaults the other woman like gets upset, like I'm gonna fight her,
Yep.
but she doesn't get a chance to hit her back.
So you don't see that woman throwing a coffee cup at her, right?
After she got hit with the megaphone.
No. Before.
No, it's after in the footage.
So, sorry, you're right. The coffee cup was after, but you don't see her actually taking a swing at her before. The person who filmed it clipped it so you don't see that. Again, you will just see the video as is, and that's the truth to you. You don't care to see the footage before that actually says the full story, right? Because that's the important part that needs to be ignored.
So where
right?
can we find the full footage? Where can we find it unedited?
Oh my god.
No. It's a fair question. It's an absolute fair question. I'm going to give that to you.
Not Duncan speaking up on the panel and scaring me yet again.
Sorry. Give me a second here.
Also, Abdul, again, we were discussing this at the beginning. Remember, I only allow people up here who can kind of handle you, as well as I'm allowing for the sort of the restriction of my life to have you up here, and as well as me sharing this live to others. It's like, oh, I can't have this person up here because they've like told me, oh, I can't stand Abdul. I think he's dangerous. I don't like his voice, etc. So I don't want them to be here exposed to you, and you understand that, right? But what I'm saying is, be thankful that I allow you up here because other people have not allowed you, and you called me a serpent, mind you, yesterday or a couple days ago because I dropped you because you said something no bueno, and yet you called me a serpent, and I was like, hey, dude, you can't say certain things. So I'm glad you're a little more decorum adjacent. Thank you.
So
I
what
am.
you
And I
want to look on
really
YouTube
appreciate you not running
is
away.
yeah, what you want to look on YouTube is exactly the statement I put in there, which is Dina and Joe, because that's the name of the channel. Exactly that spelling, the character. And the peaceful gathering is the name of the video, and that is actually the clips of the entire day that were of relevance because people kept on talking about that. And
Joe,
you'll
how
see.
dare Tina stand up for herself?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's crazy. This actually shows from my particular camera angle, which was I'd say 30 seconds to a minute before the clip in regards to the second altercation, captured by Chris Dacey, a dumbass right winger. And the other video, which was done by I'm sorry, I may have some strong opinions about a
Good old
dumbass right
Charlie Wright
winger.
Chris
It's
Stacy.
quite all right. Quite all right. You're being actually very diplomatic about it all, Joe.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I have more opinions. And
Oh,
the
I
second
have a
one's done
few
by Global
opinions too.
TV. So the one by Global TV is absolutely
The
entertaining because you
turtle.
actually
The turtle.
so so the Global TV is the one you need to remember when you watch it because the Global TV, the entire time you're watching my video, he's in frame of Global TV filming the entire altercation. And it's an exact example of they filmed the entire thing and they only clipped the final part.
A
And
video without
that's
context and intent.
yeah.
Listen, Abdul. A video without context or just vague, you're never gonna get the full story, and that's why people think she's dangerous. It's because it's their
Yep.
narrative to make them feel
That's
that she's
exactly it.
dangerous. It's a fascist and a
I've
dictator, and it goes down to racism because, oh my god, she's Muslim and she's defending herself. God
we've
can't have
got
that.
yeah. We've been dealing with people from the convoy since 2022. We've been dealing with people from the Zionist positions.
Yeah,
We've been
everybody's been dealing with the convoyers. I literally got to a fight with a convoyer on another live. And no, Abdul, I'm not a heartless person, and I do care about everyone. How dare I have empathy? Fuck, I should be in jail for having empathy. But I actually do
TKO.
care about human beings. And I
So
don't
can
think
you
I'm that
please
horrible.
explain me this convoy thing because I don't know what this is.
Okay, so the convoy was a
the
bunch of
convoy.
freedom fighters that fought for their freedom and no one else's. It was a bunch of white men and other people having temper tantrums because they heard no for the first fucking time in their life.
Complaining about having to wear masks or vaccinations during a pandemic.
Yeah,
An
mass
infringement
Literally,
on their
yes.
rights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
while they're gathering around people, like beating the shit out of them and carrying
Pissing,
Yahtzee flags.
pissing on the grave of the unknown soldier. Yeah.
Yep, shitting on the graves of like the
No.
statue of Terry Fox. Oh yeah,
carrying Confederate
whether
flags,
Yeah.
the
placing
Yahtzee
labels of
flag.
Yahtzeism on
Yeah.
the
Oh,
doors of carriages. Mind you,
not to
carriages that had
mention.
this open fascist neo-Yahtzee symbol
Mhm.
that
So
Polivier saw and still went into.
Yeah.
so even an update to that where a lot of these guys are like, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis, we never support that. Fast forward to last year, August 31st, where half these guys from the Ottawa area show up to the United Nations rally, which is Adrian Thomas. Adrian the realist. And for those who know what that is,
Don't even get me started on that dude. I could
there
fucking
we
go
go.
off.
He had his Thunderbird, and his version of the Thunderbird is the same symbol as the symbol of the Third Reich. Eagle, swastika, all together.
Yep. And he put it on a grave of an indigenous soldier.
Hey,
Not
let's
the
go,
grave
man.
of the
MF Doom
but
for
the
life.
monument.
MF Doom
Thanks,
for
Flojo.
life.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, what's your age and location, dude?
24 Toronto.
Oh
Hey, I'm
God.
in Toronto too. How you
Oh,
doing?
no way.
Hey, that's cool. What do you want to say about anything? Go ahead.
I mean, I definitely don't like Trump.
All right, cool.
Was hoping some people in here did, so we can have a lively debate.
There's one person
Abdul.
that does.
Look two stories up from you.
Yeah. The guy above me loves Trump, thinks he's a wonderful president.
He
And
Yeah.
he's
wants us to be
Canadian.
the 51st state.
And he's
Abdul, I'm just gonna
Canadian.
tell your story. I'm kidding. But like, yeah, well, yeah. For some, he's a very smart individual, but he lacks certain things that I think would produce a
He
better
lacks
human outcome in
empathy.
him. Yeah, some people will suggest he lacks empathy. I would suggest he lacks a good
Common
enough
sense.
story to believe in human beings. I don't know, maybe. Anyway, go ahead, Abdul. Sorry, were you trying to say something? Or?
Oh no, I wasn't trying to say anything.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think someone was trying to say something.
So,
Anyway,
Abdul, you're a fan of Donald Trump?
Yeah, I respect him. I think he's a pretty good president.
Okay. Would you agree or disagree with this statement that Donald Trump is the worst president of the United States history, including George Washington?
Hold on, Stateless. Can I tell you something really fast?
Disagree.
This is the individual that said they would pew pew immigrants in the face if they
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, no, he's also he said much stuff.
Well, when did
I'm
I
only
say
allowing people up here who Abdul, you've
I
said
would hear that
many
next.
You
horrible
said that the
things.
other night when we gave you the boot, Abdul, 2 nights ago.
Yeah, and like Dylan and like other people, they will only engage with you in under strict conditions. I already know this live is restricted, which is okay. I will only allow up
border
people who
guards?
can handle you, and then two, remember for the first couple of hours, it was just me and you and Cheshire who can also handle you very well. So again, if someone asks me to, especially if you attack an immutable trait of theirs. If they ask me to, I will drop you. If you call me the N word, I won't drop you. I don't give a shit. But for someone else, if they ask, especially if you attack them, I will drop you. So you have been cordial, but still the whole pew pewing stuff. I think sometimes you go way too extreme is taking it lightly. But I think, I don't know, you're a rage baiter. You're a person who likes inflicting high emotional tension on people, which should not be the case because you're supposed to be a Muslim, right? So again, be cordial. Don't say stupid G-sidal shit. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyway, Ashlyn and go for broke. Brooke. Sorry. I was always
It's
gonna
both.
say I'm never gonna
It's
make
both,
that
baby.
mistake, but I did.
It's both. It's all good.
Okay, sorry. Agent location, go for because I think this is the first time you've been here. Ashlyn, of course, I know you. Please go
Oh
ahead.
no.
And Flojo, thank you for being here.
So my age is 40. My location is the west coast of the United States.
All right, thank you. So Abdul, go ahead. You may attack me if you wish.
You didn't ask my age and where I'm from, St. Louis. Come on, buddy.
Yeah,
Duncan,
St.
you're
Louis.
165 years old. I'm 135, mind you. So
You
at
named
some point,
it.
I'm literally
Stop.
walking
right.
towards where you are, Duncan. It might take me another 30 years.
Walked
I
it.
My
know,
bones
right?
are weak and weary.
Until you get to the light.
Yeah.
Yep. My
Follow
knees
the
are
light,
older
my
than y'all
friend.
y'all's.
Follow the light, my friend.
Actually, Abdul, you know what? Because Abdul, you are very a devout Muslim, at least for what you particularly believe in. Can you tell us the afterlife according to yours? I guess you said you're Sufi. It's kind of weird. I was a Sufi, but I don't think you're practicing it
More Sufi,
in the way that I
yes.
would. But in any way,
Actually,
sort of
I'm curious.
apocalyptic.
I have a question. I have a question to
Yeah.
go with for Abdul on this one. As a devout Muslim, are you a follower of the Quran or the Hadith?
Both.
Both? Okay.
Both.
So, as an apocalyptic Muslim practicing Sufism, which again to me is weird because I practiced Sufism before I left Islam, which is again very weird. What is the afterlife in your variation of Islam?
It's pretty simple. We believe in the resurrection. We believe in heaven and hell. I don't know what other version of Islam there is that doesn't agree with that. We don't believe in reincarnation like you do. That's all.
Okay, and then you believe in the Dajjal, which is the Antichrist that's going to come, and then basically that will precipitate Isha, Prophet
Different
Isa's.
rain. Yeah.
Yeah, he comes down. Please come down on me, Jesus. And he comes down and saves us all, and then 1,000 years of like golden light peace, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Why are you interested in this topic? It's pretty random.
Well, no, because again, everything that it makes up a person, of course. But the whole point is, it also makes up their political ideology, what they believe in, the things that they say that are awful sometimes. So I just wanted to like root that down because again, you said I believe in reincarnation. Sorry, go ahead.
The Quran and Quran 532 is specifically against what Abdullah has said. The Quran does not permit the unaliving except for corruption in the land. Like that's Abdullah, you are not following your faith. I'm familiar with what it says. Like that.
Because here's the thing, right? What I was talking about was border guards in protecting the border, and you just said that I advocate pew-pewing immigrants.
You did.
You literally said I was here when you said it, my dude.
What did I say? What were my words?
You literally said you were literally saying that you were okay with the unaliving of people who cross the border.
Yeah, by border guards, not by people not by Joe Schmo, by border guards.
It does not matter.
I was about to.
What's the difference between the two?
Yeah, like Abdul, I was gonna make that distinction, i.e., you want it to be legally mandated, but that's still horrible. Laws can be horrible and anti-human, right? So,
but isn't that the law now in the U.S.?
No, it's not the law of the land.
No,
in L.A.
Pew pew.
Although, go ahead. Sorry, Ashley, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
That's against the law. Like even anyone on the land has due process. You can't just go around pew-pewing it. They're under our jurisdiction once they set foot inside the United States. They are subject to our laws.
I mean, like they're about to cross the border, and the border guards at the guard tower wherever he's at, and he's got the target on the illegal that's about to cross the border.
So you think there are towers?
Because the border guard is on our land. It's jurisdiction of us, and you can't just slay people across the border. That is an international crime.
It's detainment. It has to be detainment.
No, it's not.
It is detainment.
International law states that at a port of entry, a traveling immigrant fleeing a nation that was probably imperialized by U.S. Western corporations, fleeing there can go to a port of entry, can ask for asylum, can ask for help, can just ask, hey, I want some freedom space, what have you. And then even if they get through, within the year is when they kind of have to like go through the entire process, or at least
and the process takes like years.
So
and then the other thing, it's a misdemeanor, Abdul. It's just a misdemeanor.
So Abdul, how many people do you know that have gone through this process?
All my family. Shh! Don't tell anyone.
Which process? Immigration. I have two aunts that live in California. They were from Canada originally. They moved to California.
Oh, from Canada, from California. Do you have anybody that has moved from a more brown area of the country?
On my dad's side, I have a whole lot of family in Chicago.
Mahogany.
Okay.
Love your color, Saintless. Love your color, brother.
Yeah, hell yeah, yeah.
Abdul, would you be okay? Would you be okay with a police officer in your area of suburb of Vancouver walking up to you and pew-pewing you in the back of the head because he thought you were trespassing?
Trespassing on what?
Well, you're talking about
Oh,
somebody
just
crossing the border.
you are a
That's
brown
classifying
person.
as trespassing, right?
You're a brown person being shot with a non-lethal piece of armor. How about that?
But I didn't cross the border. I'm a
No,
citizen.
no, no, but it really doesn't
No,
matter.
it
They're
doesn't
doing this
matter.
in they're doing
Doesn't
this in the
matter,
United
dude.
States. They're pew-pewing
They're doing
anybody at
it
this point.
in LA.
Did you not
Well,
hear about
there
the?
were riots over there, obviously.
Okay, no. Okay, can I
No.
say something quickly? Can I ask Abdul something? Do you remember a couple days ago where there was a black man that was lynched? Had a in New York City. He didn't do anything wrong.
I
The only
never.
crime he was
In
the only
Albany.
crime
In
the
Albany.
Albany, New
What's his
York.
name?
Uh,
It's not hard to find his
something
name. He's the only
something
person that's.
Smith. It was
It's
something
like
Smith.
the first lynching in
Yeah. How many? No, actually, it's not
100
the
years.
first.
They haven't
No,
No, but
there's
released his
it's
name,
been a
guys, by the
while.
way.
But
it's
yeah,
No, they never
no,
released
no.
his name.
They did.
they
Someone did a
did.
piece on it.
Yeah,
It's just I can't remember the name, but
it's
No, it was it was self-unaliving. It was not.
no, it wasn't.
bullshit.
No.
It is
There's a
not.
Prove that
difference
it is
between.
No.
Do you know
So
what
No.
Abdul,
lynching is, sir? Do
yeah,
you know what
Abdul, do you know that
lynching
there
is?
do you know that there are still sundown towns? Do you know that there are still like very rich areas in this U.S. that have a yearly sort of like festival or celebration or ritual where they unalive a black individual, and they're usually found on the golf courses or
Yep.
in some rich part of
Yeah,
of
I
the
have.
neighborhood or the city. So Abdul, come on, and again, you're a person of color, so you
That was
understand
Margie
the
just said that
systemic
I
racism.
it was
I
not
have
a
the
lynching.
This
It
shit
was
I have
not
the
a
story
exists.
lynching.
It
here.
is.
It was a
The
It
department
fateful
said
was.
it would not
assassination.
release the man's identity or further information out of respect for the
He
family's
committed
privacy.
We gotta,
self-unalivement.
we
No,
gotta
he
get
didn't.
into the.
Yes, he did.
He did
No,
not.
no,
Fake news
no.
that these
We
guys are
have
spreading.
to get into the system in order to find out what actually happened. You can't just like abide by what was released. I'm so sorry, but like that is the bullshit.
That's the stuff
every
that.
every
Okay,
time.
Abdul, this is what I'm talking about. Black, brown, and indigenous people, and I'm not talking about indigenous issues because I want to piss you off. I'm saying this for a reason. Black, brown, and indigenous people are unalived more than white people are. It's a fact.
Yes,
By
It's
each
a
it
So
is
other.
a
would you,
fact.
if it was a kid
By each
running at
other,
the
though.
border, would you say that the border patrol would be able to pew pew them?
Personally, I think that if I was in a position, I would not do that.
Or if it was a pregnant woman?
Yeah.
Again, I would not do that.
So what
Oh,
if
but
it was
it's
just a
okay for a
woman?
male. But it's okay for a male.
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Wow.
kill a
Wow.
man.
I mean, if
Yeah.
if you want to risk coming to a country illegally, you gotta understand that that's gonna be the
Okay.
response.
Well,
No one.
why
Okay.
are they
the
risking?
Quran
Why
doesn't
are
go
they
for
Wow.
this, Abdul.
risking?
Like I'm
I
an
can't with him
atheist who
tonight.
does not
Oh,
typically
oh,
like
wow.
religion, but Jesus, no, the Quran does not stand for this.
No. And
I
again,
mean,
no one is born illegal. They commit illegal crimes. We've talked about this, Abdul, many times.
I
Crossing the
mean,
border illegally is a huge
So
crime.
no,
It's a felony.
g'day,
You
folks.
know,
Babes.
G'day.
holy, holy.
Let's.
Holy
No, I'm not
ghost.
bloody.
A
I ain't
fully
a bloody
Holy
Aussie
Ghost.
for one thing. But
Aussie, Aussie,
Abdul,
Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
I
he's
am
actually
not
Love
bloody
from
Aussie.
Aussie.
England.
I'm a Kiwi.
Oh,
He's a
Kiwis are even
Kiwi.
But
better.
No,
Abdul,
no.
So hold on. I want to read from his book. If they incline to peace, then incline it to also and rely upon Allah. Literally, in these verses, they're saying that if they are peaceful, that you are to act peaceful as well, and then Allah is to guide you, not Abdul to make the choice to say it's okay to pew pew people, or apparently just men. I guess Abdul has something against men. By the way, these are generally, if it's the southern border, it was their land first. We're the one.
It
If it's
was.
Yeah, we are taking it back unnecessarily. 100.
We're taking our land back.
I was gonna. I was going to say a couple of things to this whole thing about Abdul and the southern border. Do you realize that majority of crimes are committed by U.S. citizens? So to even think that
Yeah, no
they're
shit.
criminals is goddamn ridiculous. And if you want to talk about actual criminals and when it comes to crossing that southern border, U.S. citizens cross the border into Mexico and sell pew-pews to the cartels.
Oh, and also
Mexico
sell
only
drugs. Sell so many
Mexico.
DRUGs.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mexico in the whole country only has one pew-pew store. The cartels get U.S. citizens to smuggle them into Mexico for them.
So, well, you know what? The U.S. is run by cartels. Look at Trump and his fucking regime.
Look at the bloody White House, my friend. There's
No,
more
That's what I was
criminals
just
in
saying.
that White
Yeah.
Okay.
House
not ran by
than
I
cartels.
mean, it
Abdul.
is.
It
It is
is kind of
a
like it is.
garbage. It's a place of
Okay,
garbage, but
better
it's not
word.
run by
It's run by.
cartels.
Okay, it's run
Mexico
by
is
the.
not a place of garbage.
Okay, so I'm going to
No,
retract my
no.
statement
The
and say
White
it's not the
House is a
cartels.
place
Oh,
of
oh, oh!
garbage.
I thought you said Mexico. I was like,
No, the
excuse
No,
me.
White House is
no,
a
the White
place of
House,
garbage right
and
the
it's
White
run
now.
House
by
is.
cartel
Hey,
members
And
wearing
is
hey,
not
Can I
run
suits.
by
just?
cartels.
I do have to add a piece of news that you might not have heard. But Trump's administration in the US released a bunch of MS-13 leaders.
Not an MS-13 leaders.
They released them.
Yep,
Well,
MS-13
that does make
leaders.
Yeah.
sense. It makes sense. The MS-13 was started in the U.S. in the U.S. prison
Yeah,
system,
yeah,
and just like I was
Yeah,
talking about in Canada here, RCMP basically created the Canadian Heritage Foundation
yeah.
as a terrorist
Yep.
group.
By the
Basically,
way,
Of
MS-13 is
course
the
Trump would. Of course he would. Of
let,
course
let
he
me
it
would.
was a
let me
it was a
fact
deal
check.
with Bukele.
Well, hold on. Abdul again in the comment section is spewing BS. Said it's the most violent country in the world. It's not even top 10, bro. Not even top 10. You are ignorant. You are literally lying to yourself.
That's all Abdul wants. He just wants attention. You know, at the end of the day,
Yeah,
we
I don't
all know
understand why we
he's
give him
a
Finding the
attention.
extremist
vibe.
from Pakistan. At
Finding
the
the
end of the day,
vibe.
that's what
No,
he is.
he's Indian.
No, he's not.
He.
Trust me.
No, he's
No, 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 no,
Okay.
no.
not.
He's not Indian. Okay, don't get
Oh.
confused. Okay,
Yeah, he
Okay.
because
is
I seen
not.
him on panels saying Pakistan Zindabad over and over. He's from
Oh.
Pakistan.
Okay.
He's not from India.
Okay.
He's a piece
It
of
Smiley.
lying
doesn't mean
Okay.
shit.
he's
Okay.
from
And he's from
Smiley.
either.
Toronto. He's from the 905 area. He's not from fucking Vancouver. This guy's a
Okay,
piece of
so
lying
he's not
shit.
even from, yeah, so maybe he has family in both. Like
I don't
you
know.
can chill the fuck
Thank
out.
you,
Like,
Smiley. I appreciate you.
Nah, he's just fucking don't fall for this guy's bullshit. He's a piece of shit.
I know.
Well, when you're from Pakistan, you know, Pakistan has those schools where they really brainwash from the young age.
no, 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 no,
Ye-
no.
Yes.
I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to that idea. So,
Go for I was in Afghanistan and I had some Afghans working for me, and I brought them into the NATO, so they had to really be how you say this, you know, they have really be proven.
what
And
year? What year
there
Vetted.
was
are
that?
some schools in Pakistan taking those kids, you know, and really brainwashing.
What year
That's
was
not
that?
all over. Say?
What year was that?
Oh, that was in 2007, where I was working there.
2007. Okay.
Yes. So there are schools where they have like this very wrong teaching, you know, with a lot of hatred and everything, and they really being brainwashed. So now with Abdul
Yeah.
coming from Pakistan, you know, maybe his parents or his father or even him have ever visited, but there is a not many, not all of them, of not you know, I make much of differences here, but there are schools which having this really hateful thoughts carrying into their children's minds.
Well, That is a Bush era. A full 2007 is Bush era, and like
Yes.
leftover Clinton era. So I don't really know how that argument relates to this argument, baby.
It's more like the West goes into these nations and basically extremifies the religion, and I think again
Yeah,
that's what happened with
always.
Yeah, that's
Abdul.
Western
Again,
interference.
Abdul. Yeah, Abdul, your teacher is from where? Again, I forget.
My teacher is from Gujranwala in Pakistan. My family
There
is
you go. Pakistan.
my
And your
family
family is from where?
is from India, but I do support Pakistan over India just because I'm a Muslim.
Okay. I mean, because you're a Muslim. Yeah, yeah. So you're an Indian Muslim.
Family
Okay,
from
cool.
Pakistan and supports India. That is a wild time. Like, can we give
The other way
some
around.
grace
Hold on,
for
hold on. Hold on.
that?
Excuse me.
Family
Excuse
from
me.
India.
What did you just say? I would like to hear that. Go for Brooke.
He's in. Sorry.
What did she say?
She
I
said that's
said
wild.
it's wild. He is in Pakistan and supports his Indian family. Like, that is a wild time.
Yeah.
There is no Indian family for him.
Well,
That's what you
well,
need to
well.
understand.
No,
But
no,
by the
he
way,
said he
eight,
had
eight,
Indian family.
Yeah, exactly. He did the total opposite.
18,
Exactly.
18% of women aged are married before the age of 18 in Pakistan, up to 4% before 15, and some as low as 5 and 9. Abdul, you wanna talk about Mexico?
What's wrong with that?
Uh, excuse me?
Wow.
What did he
Now,
say?
That's a
bro.
different. That's a different
Yeah, it's our
This is
culture.
the whole.
Our culture. We are.
I don't. No, I don't use the culture argument for that. That's
Really?
This
That's
is
yeah.
the patriarchal man culture. So, Abdul, why
Yeah.
do you
Yep.
follow the patriarchal man culture?
It's the culture of my ancestors. The way we've been doing things for hundreds of years. Why
to
should we?
grape children.
No, we've been having child marriage for centuries.
To
Oh,
grape
fuck that
children.
shit, bro. You're just
child
fucking You
marriage.
know what?
You're
When I
disgusting.
recorded that panel that you were on with all those people, I showed my mom, and my mom was like, "These kind of fucking people, okay, fucking cause all the fucking problems, but when conflict comes, you guys are
Bro,
the first one to run, and you leave innocent people
bro,
behind."
chill the
Period.
fuck out. What the fuck are you doing right now? Like, that is not acceptable. I'm sorry. Like, do not talk to another human like that. Chill the fuck out and
No,
say
I
your
don't think you
argument.
understand. I don't think you understand the whole situation of this guy.
I
No, you don't.
do. I really do. I
No,
really do. I would love for you to quiz me about it, but I would more love for you to talk to him like a
no.
real human. Just
You
take
want
a
me to
breath.
you want me to talk to an extremist like a real human? Are you kidding me?
An
I mean,
extremist.
are you that weak that you don't know how to talk to these kind of people? Huh?
Is that what we're doing right now?
We've dealt with Abdul. We've dealt with Abdul multiple times. This is a
It's
person
my first
that
time.
defends
Yeah, it's your first
BV.
time. Yeah, it's your first time. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about Abdul telling me that I shouldn't be talking about indigenous issues, being indigenous,
Exactly.
because it's boring, and
Like you
telling
don't
me
even
that I'm not
understand,
human.
Brooke. Like you need to understand how disrespectful this person is. What the things that he was saying about immigrants hopping over the fence
Was
should
he
be
saying
cued in
that
the
to
head.
me
Like you
or
don't
to
even understand
you?
that. It's your first time here. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the show.
Oh,
Watch out.
I
Go
love
for Brooke.
that.
Go
thank
for Brooke.
you,
Go for Brooke.
smiley guy.
Hold
Thank
on.
you. I
Listen to
love.
me. These people are very rude and
Oh,
very
really?
hostile.
Very rude, and you're not.
No,
Excuse
I'm
me.
not. I'm not. I'm
Just
very
You're not
nice.
rude, eh?
let's
With the
all
things that you're saying,
Even
No,
cueing
she's
Abdul,
immigrants
you
in the
say
head, eh?
nasty things.
Exactly. Misogynistic, right?
no.
So,
can
Abdul
we
Carter,
just
you
like
think it's not rude when you say if anybody would trespass your land, it should be viewed
It's
right
not
there on
legal.
the
It's a
spot?
legal right.
here?
It's your
No,
legal
it's
right.
not.
Yes, it is.
Exactly.
Bring it to
This is what
here.
you're doing with scum of
It's a
garbage.
violation of international law on several
No,
accounts.
I need deep breaths. I need
What the
deep
hell is
breaths from
international?
No offense,
everybody.
Go. I really wish you would stop. This is not a life to like tone police. Like he this is a very rare case of like shaming.
But go for Brooke. You can see that I'm a very polite person, and
You're
I'm
not fucking polite.
my
No,
views.
you're not
You
polite.
guys
Okay.
are so rude.
You're not
Now I
polite.
Can I ask
can't.
These
you?
guys constantly
I
Okay.
swear at
cannot
me.
see that. To be
They
fair,
constantly swear.
but
They constantly bully me. They
No, you're not being
constantly
Okay.
bullied. You're the
they're
extremist,
rude
man.
to me.
You're the one who's
Sorry,
They
sorry.
bullied.
won't
Hold on,
believe
hold
it
on. My
either.
Can
apologies.
I
Hold
say
on.
something?
So go for Brooke. Hold on. So this is the thing with Abdul. Abdul is a very honest, authentic individual. He is, but he's also a very, very, very conservative individual who at times is very misogynistic, at times is very anti-Semitic, at times is very puritanical, at times is very extremist in his
Racist, kind
views,
of
at
racist.
times is
Racist.
yeah, like as a black dude, some things that he has said to me, not so much about me because he kind of respects me, but to the community has been, again, bigoted. There's a lot of stuff that he hits that basically think of him like a MAGA. Just think of a white, man, and then just transfer
yeah.
over that
I
to
mean, I
to a to a
have.
sort of like extremist Muslim kind of thing.
No,
But
I mean
tell
I
me
have
That's
this:
all.
been, but what
If
is?
he would if you broke his law, he would be okay with pew pewing you at for the sake of honor. Like
What
that
is
is the
the
type of
thing
individual.
I'm talking to him about? Is my question.
You're
Okay.
not gonna
Brooke, you
change
know what? So
extremist
so it's okay.
religion over.
Brooke, do you want to speak to Abdul for just a bit? Is that okay, Abdul?
I'm
Yeah, I would
happy.
like
I'm
to, because
happy to.
she seems open minded and she seems like a sincere person, unlike the rest of you guys.
Everyone
I
here is
am
sincere, with all due respect, Abdul. And this is the other thing.
all
When
sincere.
you're suggesting that we were rude and you're the polite one, come on, Abdul. We're all polite. We're all just basically attacking the things that you have said, your policies that you would implement. Remember, we were talking about you wanting a clerical system where basically there's a sort of third rail political socio-religious institution, like a mini Vatican City, but for like Islam in every Muslim nation, right? Like you don't care about politics really, you just want Islam to be left alone. And my issue was that, again, was as a communist, because you had asked that in relation to my politics.
To be
It's
fair, I
okay
came here
as long as
because
they're okay.
Thanos looks,
Yeah,
his profile pic looks like Madlib, and
it
that's
is.
what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
here
an
for.
MF Doom.
Yeah, I love a little Madlib, so give me more. Give me more.
Also, we have not attacked. Well, Smiley, besides Smiley, but we have not attacked you personally. We have attacked your viewpoints because the problem is that you have no problem infringing upon others' rights because of what you believe in. You
Yeah,
think that
I
it's
do.
your right to do these things when it's not. It is absolutely not your right to be okay to someone that is not consenting, that is 5 to 9 years old, to be sexually abused. That is a human's right violation.
With regard to, in our culture, the
Okay.
kids marry kids. Like it's not adult and kids. It's kids.
Why are
That's what we're
okay?
referring to.
Okay.
So it's not.
Okay.
There's no sex
Abdul,
sleeping
stop
involved.
talking about your religion. Stop talking about what you
Majority
believe.
majority of Pakistani
No,
people are
Smiley,
not like
Smiley,
this.
please.
I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
That's
Because
not.
Okay.
all
That's
my
The
just our
thing,
Pakistani
culture.
friends who I met
the thing
today, and I
is,
show the video of this guy, they're all
That's the
shaking their
same.
heads. Said this guy is absolutely extremist, and these are the kind of people who like to push their Sharia law. Period.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Sharia
Here's the
law.
thing.
literally a
Sharia
majority of
law.
Muslims are
Hi.
Sunni, and they do not hold the beliefs as you do. You are
Yeah.
a very
Right.
minute
I
sect, and
disagree.
you're the type of that breeds the type of xenophobia and Islamophobia in America, because you go online and you say these things and you make it to where people think that you represent the religion and you don't.
I'm very mainstream, by the way.
So
Very.
why
No,
don't we
you're
Very.
let
not.
My
why
Very
don't
views
we
are
let
very
Brooke
mainstream,
mainstream.
but
You're not
why
mainstream
don't
at
we
all.
stop?
no,
Why don't we
let's
give Brooke?
give
Hold on a
him,
second. Why don't we
let
give
him
Brooke a
talk.
chance to talk? Just Brooke and Abdul for quite a while. Let her talk to him. Ask Brooke. Ask him about his side of LGBTQ and different topics, and you will find out yourself what corner he comes
I
from.
would
You know.
love, I would
Go
love
ahead.
to.
I would love to give you this room. Just go ahead and ask him
I,
about certain
oh,
topics.
I'm
I
going to mute
appreciate
myself.
you
Go
so
ahead.
much. I'm following you, baby. So my main question is, what was the first time you encountered somebody in the LGBTQ?
I can't be sure, right? Because not everybody is very obvious that they belong to that group of people.
But what was the first time you clocked them?
I actually was probably young at that time, like a preteen. I was at Canada's Wonderland, and there was a guy in the lineup, and he was probably the first guy that it was obvious to me that he's a floozy or whatever you call them.
Floozy? Is that what you call them now?
I don't know, what are they called? One of those type
Sugar in the tank?
of floozy
What are
or something like that.
what are we calling them now? Baby, like get into my
Yeah, the LGBT, whatever they call them.
car. Get into my car.
They're constantly
Okay, so
changing.
Abdul, my apologies before we continue on. Abdul, can you say 2SLGBTQIA plus?
That's pretty long, I don't think I can remember the
Like it takes just a few days of practice. Like I mean, for me, it took a few days of practice. You're smarter than me, so it should take you just a day or so.
I mean,
It
the name is
takes
constantly
one moment.
changing. Every single year they change the name. Like, we can't keep up.
No, they don't. No, they don't every year, baby. They don't every year.
Yeah. So anyway, sorry, Brooke. Continue, please.
No, I appreciate you. And yes, let's continue the conversation about how many letters this man does not know. Q, I, A, P. None of them. So, I don't know any of the letters beyond them, but, bring them to me. Bring them to me. Bring them to me.
Wait, weren't you just like mad at us for completely? Are you mocking him now?
Oh,
Oh no,
I
no,
don't
no.
know what
It's
the
more.
yeah, I am. I've been mocking him this whole time.
No,
But
she has been. Like it's more like I know Brooke. I don't think most people here do. It's been a while, Brooke. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's more like him again, just being so anti-LGBTQIA plus that it's almost comical. It's like comic book comical. Again,
Yeah.
the whole point of me beginning this live, Dylan I think was ending. I don't know what time he ended. It was like maybe 10 or 11 because he's trying to keep a schedule. And I was like, okay, let me just start something. I was doing some work, editing something, and then I was like, I gotta go do some research. I don't want to do that now. Let me go start up a live, and in all likelihood, Abdul will come up. I'll talk to him in the first beginning hour or so, because I don't want him near people, with all due respect, Abdul.
Yes.
And then it was more like allowing people who can handle you, Abdul, who can push back in, force and power. Because it's not so much you're a powerful individual, you're much more in domination of your mind, which in some sense is your worst enemy because you are so stable in your belief. You're so stable, and I think it comes down
And
to your
so
teacher.
boring and so boring and stable.
I want to speak to your teacher. I really do. I want to speak to your teacher because while I never had a Sufi teacher, I did have, Sufi books, Sufi conferences, or particular festivals I went to, spoke to some people. So yeah, Abdul. Anyway, give me your teacher's information. Maybe he'll
Gang,
convert
gang,
me.
gang.
Gang.
I told you, my teacher doesn't speak English, so I don't know how you're gonna communicate.
Well, you can interpret. That's the whole point. You can interpret for me, right?
That's so tedious. I've done that before. It's just so tedious and.
Really?
Oh,
Okay.
how many times have you done that before? That's
If you really
incredible.
want to have a conversation with someone, you gotta speak the same language. Otherwise, it's just very superficial.
The UN, the interrelational, international system is based on interpretation of languages because Yahweh, your God, basically tore asunder our entire language base, which used to be the same. Hey, James, how you doing? Come on, Abdul.
The Sufi. I pull out my hair every day. Like, come on, let's Sufi up in here.
I think this lady's intoxicated. By the way, Anyways, so the thing is,
Oh,
She might be on the
great.
happy sauce a bit. If not, yes. If not, whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyway,
Yeah,
Abdul.
this bitch has been up for 42 hours, but that I love that for me. So, yeah.
the thing is, English is the international language. So in the UN, the countries that can't speak English, like those are the countries that like lose out. You know, like, by the, you know
They
what? One of the
usually have
different.
translators.
No,
Yeah.
so no, what English is a defunct language, right? Because it is a majority spoken language that everyone, a lot of people speak it, but it's not the official language of every country. Our official
Any
language
country.
is a Te Reo Māori. Well, yeah, ours is Māori and sign language. Those are our only official languages for New Zealand.
Right.
Wait, also,
And our
Abdul, you're Pakistani, right?
No, my family's from India, but I support Pakistan.
Yeah, that is
That's like
the
a
same thing we
major
talk.
multi-language place where they communicate all the time, and
He's
you don't
Pakistani.
necessarily.
He's not from India.
Twice.
English is spoken widely in India and Pakistan because of the British.
Yeah, both
Three
of those
times.
have
Three
massive
times.
What?
So English is comes very natural to us because it's also in the same language family as
Well,
Indian languages.
no, it is
No.
it's
Indo-European.
a imported language.
Punjabi?
Yeah, it's in the same language family as English. All Indo-European languages are.
No, that shit
No.
is imported.
Urdu
That
is
shit
not.
is
Punjabi
imported.
is
Sorry, my
not.
apologies,
I'll
Abdul.
give
Sorry,
you
my
an
apologies.
example. You
So,
know what the
hold on, Abdul. Before you continue, my apologies. I do want to say that Abdul is correct in terms of like the linguistic family tree. The Indo-European language root is the I guess the origination of a lot of European language groups, but there's so much interconnection, so much interbreeding of linguistics that like even mine, which is an old Semitic language group that contains Aramaic and Arabic and a lot of African, language groups, is also a little bit in Europe. And then again, the Indo-Aryans, they're part European, part Indian, or part Dravidian, or part Indus Valley civilization. There's so much interbreeding shit.
No,
We fuck
no.
around. We
No,
we fuck around.
Dravindian.
I mentioned Urdu specifically because I'm familiar with it. English is Westernic, an Indo-European language family. Urdu is the Indo-Aryan branch. Like those are very different branches.
I'll give you an example.
So Abdul, what do you speak? Wait, hold on, Abdul. What do you speak? What is your ethnicity? What's your background? Where are you from? You mentioned Indian,
Urdu is my
India,
native language. Urdu is my language.
Okay.
And I'll just give you an example here that you know the word brother in English, we say in our language, we say biradar. We say mother. Mother means mother. We say pidar means father. We say dukhtar means daughter. It's the same. It's very similar. It's the same.
Right. The
Sister sounds like
the
doctor.
mud is always the umma is always the mother sound. The is always typically the pa, the Peter.
We say sitar. Sitar means star. It's so similar.
Well, sitar is
Ishtar,
also
Ishtar as well. Yeah, a lot of language groups are connected. So
Doesn't mean that they're the same. They're
no, for sure.
Yeah.
No, they're just
a
parallel.
sitar, a guitar, a shitar.
So anyway, Abdul, the whole point is, why are you hateful? I guess it's just the question. I've been doing this how long?
Right.
How long has it been? 5 hours and 7 minutes. Anyway, come on, Abdul. I'm using my first day off on you. I want you to. Okay, let me ask you a question. Say one nice thing about me.
I said before, you're articulate, you're intelligent.
No, don't go down the sort of stupid.
Rude.
Don't go down the stupid, waspy, articulate. You shouldn't articulate young black man. No, one, I'm middle aged. Two, I am everything else though. But yeah, so don't use articulate. Say something else, because that's just like white supremacy coming off your tongue.
Yeah, you're
without you
so
knowing about it.
articulate. I love that you're so articulate.
You asked me to say
Yeah,
something
your
good
language
about
is
it.
so. Oh my God! I thought you were gonna go but you're actually making some sense.
Okay, I'll
Anyway,
tell you something.
Abdul.
From Africa,
You
but
want,
so
you want me to
smart.
say something nice about you? I like
Yes,
your
go ahead, Abdul, please.
I like your mustache.
Thank you, Abdush. Okay,
I mean, I do
can you
like
say
domestic.
something nice? Thank you so much, bro. Can you say something nice about James?
A douche.
James.
Slip of the tongue. God damn it, Freud.
I'll come back to him. Pick someone else.
Hey, Saintless,
God,
I think you're a
yes, ma'am.
handsome son of a bitch, buddy.
Say less. All right, pick somebody else.
I
Yeah,
love
okay,
James
fine.
said say less.
Pick me.
I'm
Pick
in love
me,
with
Abdul.
James's say less.
Yeah. Like, it's better than what I've been called before. Stainless, taintless.
Yeah.
What
Oh,
else is
please.
there?
Please.
Yeah, there's a bunch. But in any case, say something nice about
Dave.
Ashlyn. She has been the nicest to you, really. So say something nice about Ashlyn, please.
I don't know her that well, but from her profile picture, she seems very nice person, very attractive young lady. What else can I say?
Oh, what a
Okay.
Nico.
That's what women are for, just
And
to
that's not the
be looked
Islamic way,
at.
buddy. That's not the Islamic way.
Look,
Okay,
more
how,
bashful. Get
You're not
bashful.
supposed to say
Argue
that,
up.
Abdul. You're a contradictor. You're not supposed to say that, man.
All right, let me
Be
say
so
more
something
how
else.
she interacted,
bashful.
Abdul, how she
Look,
interacted
look.
with you.
I
She, go ahead,
Simple
James.
and bashful. Simple and bashful.
I do want to say one thing. Sorry to interrupt, but Saintless, I have made it my goal for you to switch teams by the end of the year. I'm gonna keep trying to win you over with that Kiwi accent and see what happens, buddy.
That's awesome. I've had a man crush on him for a long time too, James.
I
Hey,
love you,
everyone
I
will
James.
look
let you
forward to it.
try. You know, you
I
can
love
always just try it
you.
out.
I look forward to it. Although I will say, like, I think this was, yeah, on the day of my family member's wedding. Actually, it's a religious wedding. They're going to have a white wedding in August. And
Ugh.
so I went out with a couple buddies and then I left them and I went downtown. I won't tell you too much of the story because it's like a 30-minute story. It's a really weird night.
I mean,
And
do it. Let's go for it.
I tell you little parts of it, but basically I was hit on by four people, two men and two women. And the men, I will say, always very much are better flirters. But so one of
Always.
the guys, so this was around the club district. I didn't know I was walking towards there. I usually walk like a few hours a day
What
here and
city?
there.
What city are we in?
Toronto.
Oh.
This is around the 504, around the 504 streetcar district, maybe Bathurst and Queen, Dundas, King, around that area. And so
Oh.
basically, I'll
Commodity.
just go through some of the highlights. Okay. First image, a guy plopped. Actually, you know what? Let me just tell you. Tell me to stop when it doesn't sound interesting. I want to go take a walk. I'm like, okay, I've been around. I'll come up this street. I haven't been here before. And I probably knew why, because the first thing that I see is a bunch of club goers and drunk club goers. Oh, thank you so much, Seven. Also,
Did you
anything
say?
that you give
Did
me
you say
is gonna go.
drunk
I'm
club
sorry.
goers?
Yeah, drunk club goers. So any coinage that you give me
You
will
hear
go
that,
to
Abdul?
any of
You hear that? Drunk club goers. Okay.
haram alaik.
Haram.
Haram. So this is the thing, right? Any coinage you give me is basically going to a Palestinian that usually or a Syrian that come up. Oh, like Jojo there. So it might not happen now because I gave her a lot before. In any case, anything you give me is going back out. So I was there. The first person I see is basically someone like this with a friend nearby, and I give them some water. I try to, and I tell the friend, hey, maybe you should call the ambulance. They do, or rather, they had before, and so the ambulance and a fire truck comes along. This is
Ugh.
the issue. There was a car in the way of the ambulance and fire truck. There was a car, and it
Yeah.
was in the middle of the street and in the middle of the bike lane. The issue is it didn't move, and I'm sorry. Can you?
Can you move?
Uh-oh, Saintless, you froze.
Abdul, what did you do? Huh?
I didn't know my own device would take me away.
What happened?
Abdul did some voodoo.
I don't know what happened here. Don't know what happened here.
Oh, he's gonna try to restart.
I don't
He'll be back.
know
Don't
what happened here.
Wait, Smiley guy, do you speak? What do you speak?
I speak Punjabi. I'm Sikh.
You speak Punjabi? Okay.
Punjabi is
That Abdul?
fucking awesome. Dude. With the smiley face is so funny.
I can speak some Punjabi as well. It's not my native language, but I can speak
I
a bit
didn't
of it.
ask you. No offense. Actually, offense.
I mean, Abdul, we're not.
Hey,
I don't
Duncan, you know
know.
what my favorite movie is? Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, I know.
Yay.
He looks kind of like him, doesn't he?
The fact the only compliment that you could come up with was about my appearance tells me everything. I mean, minus all the other things of what you think about like women in general.
Pie.
And the whole thing is,
just a full pie.
I know the whole thing is. The whole thing is, when he said that, he contradicted his own religion. That's why this guy's so fucked in the head.
No, he doesn't.
He's
He
not
doesn't
supposed to do that.
actually like. This is an extremist that doesn't take. He clearly does not follow the Quran.
Let us introduce Richard James. Richard, you haven't had a chance to talk any. Welcome. Can you state your age and where you come from? And then maybe you want something to share with us.
Yeah,
Well,
Richard
I'm
James.
Canadian. I'm from Ontario, and I'm 62.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I love Richard. How are you, Richard?
Hey,
How you-
Smiley.
Richard,
I know who
I
you are. I
love
don't know if you
you.
want me to use your other handle or not.
G'day, Richard.
Oh,
Hey,
the other
James.
handle. Oh shit.
No, I only use this one. And that's it.
Oh, Smiley.
Yes, sir.
Richard, how are you doing, James?
James,
James, Mr. Chuckles.
Yeah,
the other
yeah,
private.
yeah. I mean,
You're not enjoying
mean,
the
I'm-
company, James.
oh no, sorry. I'm in debt. I'm watching this documentary on the 28th Maori Battalion from WW2, who Rommel actually feared.
Oh yeah.
Can we all take a moment right now to talk about something that's happening? And Nick, how are things at home
Yeah.
with the whole thing that's happening, the situation with Ukraine and Russia? Because I think that's something that we shouldn't talk about.
Yes.
Really, yeah.
Well,
We don't hear
the
much
Ukraine
about that.
situation is getting really bad, especially with America taking his eye off Ukraine. The situation every day is getting worse and worse, So with Mr. Trump taking certain things off Ukraine, sending it to Israel, it's making it even worse. So we are very aware and we're very worried about the whole situation.
It's getting worse and worse.
Yes.
It's
and
called distraction.
Much like she does.
It is.
Much like
I'm
she
watching my
does.
voice here because I see several lives going down, using the wrong words and everything. So I'm really careful with what I'm saying about it, but I think it's very wrong that America is getting the eyes off it, and being busy. Of course, Iran happening, everything happening, but and even Gaza is getting out of the news now, not here in Germany. But for me, having the feeling being on American, Canadian, international life, this is not a subject anymore. And, Mr. Putler is getting worse and worse on daily basis. The people are in more threat every day, so it's really hard. It's hard to see. And I really wished our governments could do more. Yes, we're doing more with providing and setting up money and help, But of course, I would, for me, always, I'm a very simple thinking woman. I'm a very liberal woman. And for me, the situation could really be solved if we stick together, and show unity as NATO governments, even with the US. And this would put much more pressure on Mr. Putler. But since Mr. Trump is so pro-Putler, Mr. Putler can do at this point right now.
He's stepped out of this conflict, and it's wild.
Yeah,
Now,
but
Didn't some good things come out of that NATO summit, though? I think something about some M's coming to Ukraine.
Yes,
Some
yes,
ships.
yes.
And I
But
think
NATO is
NATO.
more needed. You have to understand. We're talking here about humans unliving,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
children, women,
Oh.
even men. Not only talk about women and men, innocent men. Olders. Whoever they unlive, and they really, really, really hardly being pew-pewed every night. And we have to do more. And as civilians, we have also the responsibility to gather together and help. You know.
Um, as somebody who served, what I would like to see is a ceasefire on both that side between Russia and Ukraine, a ceasefire between Israel, Gaza, and Iran. And I would really like to see, if that was to happen, I want to see blue hats.
Yeah.
I want to see peacekeepers in there to make sure shit
Yeah.
Yeah,
stays.
Putler don't let them. The Putler don't want this. You have to understand.
I know he doesn't, but that's why I want them there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's all. Everybody wants that. NATO wants that. We say, hey, let us have the ceasefire. And as you see, and I think this is why Mr. Trump is turning his back on the Ukraine right now,
Of
because he
course he
thought he
is.
coming in
Yeah.
there, being the big back, and everything
hmm
will work out. And now he Putler shows him just where they was talking about the ceasefire. Just 24 hours later, Putler went in even worse than ever before to show Trump, I don't give a shit
I
about you.
know. I know.
He's just
So
going wild style.
yes, and he losing face. He losing Mr.
Abdul,
Trump.
Putin is not scared of Trump. Fuck, it's the other way around, dude.
Oh,
Yeah,
Trump is a
100.
Yeah,
puppet.
Trump
Trump
is
is a
definitely afraid
puppet
of.
100,
for Putin
200.
and Israel.
Yeah.
So
Oh, also, yeah.
big time.
That's
Yeah,
well,
that's
Abdul, you just writing
sad
down
but
in the
true, man.
comments. Putin wasn't scared of Biden. Putin is not scared of
Oh,
anyone.
that's
That's
Abdul,
number
right?
one. And number two, at least as the NATO governments, including Mr. Biden, was showing at least some unity in this case. He didn't go on that bad like he doing right now.
Abdul, instead of writing it down there, why don't you press unmute and say it? So
yeah.
someone
Yeah,
can
and
debate you.
Abdul,
Get
Putin
it.
is worth maybe $1 trillion. To Trump is basically honest, the most honest politician 5% of the time. Like when he was
I,
saying,
I'm
oh,
sorry,
like,
he's the most honest politician 5% of the time?
I give him
like the thing is
2%.
when see, this is the thing, when he talks about certain things and he would say something a communist like me would say, I'm like, okay,
A
cool, but this is the thing,
communist like you would say.
yeah, but this is the thing, right? He's a fake populist. He's a faker, and he's a
Well,
triangulator.
are you a
When he yeah
populist
when
or is he a populist?
he's a fake populist. He'll use
A
the
fake
language of
populist, but you are using his
yes.
language.
Well, he is using my language. So when he says something like, "Oh, we
Oh,
need
I
to
love that for you.
destroy the loopholes that people like me, a billionaire, used, to keep my money away from the
Yeah,
tax
you
base,"
a
like that,
billionaire,
that sort of
you, right? You the
yeah,
billionaire.
me. Yeah, well, like he is now. I think he got back some of his money
No,
because he
you a
scammed a lot.
billionaire. You
I'm
were
sorry.
talking on his behalf, and he is a billionaire this whole time, and
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, he is a billionaire, and
Hey, look,
you are
Well,
not.
no, actually, hold on. Actually, the thing is, he wasn't a billionaire up to a certain point because he had been bankrupted so long. He
Yeah,
owed the banks a long, long time. He gained those billions back in the last 6 months from
From
scamming
Russia
his followers. Yeah,
and from Russia.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
Russia helps him out. Yeah.
I love this storyline. I love
What
this
storyline?
storyline.
Oh,
I
Trump's
do.
storyline.
I have watched this shit on Days of Our Lives my whole life. So like
Can I say something about
I
that?
get you. It's
can
so
we
it's
not
so
do this
fucking
shit
messed
on
up.
Days of Our Lives?
Days of Our Lives. These are the Days of
Yeah,
Our
this
Lives.
man, and actually before this, there was Alyssa was on, and she and I were agreeing on this. Basically, Trump Trump's father is to blame. He had no love. He didn't know how to talk to people, talk to his father.
He didn't have
He had no
love.
love. He only had $400 million by the time he was 18.
Oh,
He
what a
didn't have
poor
love.
baby. What a poor baby he
Again, this is the thing, right? He's an awful human
What a
being.
tiny
I wish
little
I
poor
wish I
baby
wish
he
Trump's
was.
dad had more of
I
a
still have
pullout game.
compassion
I
for that
mean,
little shit.
I don't know if
such
you
a
know when the host is
tiny
speaking,
poor.
everybody has to be quiet. As long as Saintless is speaking, even if you're running crazy right now, maybe even we should let him talk because he is the
No,
host.
thank you, Nick. No worries. But the whole point is like, even for Trump, I have some compassion just for the fact that everyone's born, a babe with innocence, quote unquote. And this is the thing: the privilege of the rich is basically them basically having the comfort not to really look within. So he had no love.
Oh, a rich
I
without
know.
the comfort of
I know.
looking within.
Shut up, Brooke. I understand.
I
Anyway,
know, I know.
little testicular,
I know you
Trump.
understand it, but like, why the fuck are you not talking about it?
Why not? This is the thing. He's a fascist. No, we are. Look, see the whole article there. But this is the thing. Again, with someone like him,
Is that what you're
everything.
talking about? Because that is
Oh, yeah,
not
yeah.
what you have been talking
Can
about.
he finish, please?
No. What I'm talking about, Brooke, is basically when I said he is at times one of the most, honest politicians. He speaks sometimes like a populist like me, but he's a fake populist. That's what I'm saying. So he knows the language of liberation, right? And people are attracted to the language of liberation. And people like the Black Panther speak like this. People like feminists speak like this. So sometimes he'll speak like it in a sort of way where he talks to the farmers and conservatives who are working class. He'll speak to them like, hey, you know what? NAFTA, was a shit show for you. Or, you know what? Harley Davidson and the steel workers, I'm with you. Your jobs are being, taken overseas, etc. Right? So
Can I call him Che Guevara now? Can I interject and call him Che Guevara? Or what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the actual fuck are you talking about?
Brooke, hold on,
You
Brooke.
can't keep
This is
up.
what
You
I'm
need a
saying.
book.
Okay, hold on, guys. Brooke, this is what I'm saying. Trump is a piece of shit. You and I agree on that, yes?
Yes.
Okay. What I am saying, though, Trump is smart enough to basically use my language, your language, the language of liberation.
Yeah,
the
he is a
language
populist.
He's a fake populist. That
Yeah,
is what I'm
he's
saying.
a full fake populist.
Exactly. And
I
that is
think
why
that's
I'm
why
saying.
he got elected, and I think that's why we cannot use his language for him.
No. What I am saying is he is using our language, the
He
language that
is
we
using
use.
our language, but we cannot use that
Yes.
language for him. We have to change our language.
Well, no. We have to overpower his use of the language because when he uses it, he uses it to trick people, right? When we use it to uplift people, and the whole
When
point
is
is
he
to
gonna talk about La Raza?
la what?
La Raza.
You mean Gaza? You can say Gaza if that's what you
No,
prefer.
La Raza.
Maybe I'm missing something. Can you tell me what that
LA
means?
space RAZA. La Raza. When is he talking about La Raza?
Can someone translate for me? I'm sorry.
The race, it's a Mexican racist group called the La Raza.
The Mexican. Sorry, can you speak up? My apologies.
La Raza means the race in Spanish. It's a Mexican group in the United States. It's like a
Mexican.
leftist.
Okay,
So when we're talking about Che, we have to talk about La Raza.
No, you don't bring Che into that, okay? Che is in a different class.
Well, Che is in the
my
worker
apologies.
class.
You're talking about Ernesto Che Guevara, and you're gonna bring him into that category? Are you kidding me? Like, do you even know your fucking history?
Yeah, I do know
No,
my
you
history.
don't. You're just
Yes, I
jumbled up
do.
right now. How are you gonna take Ernesto Che Guevara and you're gonna put him up next to La Raza? Are you kidding me? Totally two different things.
Okay.
Ernesto Che Guevara was actually freedom fighting in South America for stopping colonialism. part of the whole
I
Cuban Revolution and everything else that was into it. But you're
I
gonna
know.
tie him up into
Yeah,
that?
sorry.
Raza? Are
Who are
you
La
kidding me?
Raza? My apologies. I've been up for a while too, Brooke. La Raza are what? A terrorist group, an anti, or rather a pro-colonial group? What are they? A gang? What?
No, La Raza is a like current like Mexican American
Cartel type?
diaspora. No,
Oh,
no,
diaspora.
no,
Okay,
not cartel,
diaspora.
diaspora.
Okay, it's a particular name. You're American, California. Okay, fine. So, okay, what about them? What about the diaspora, the Mexican diaspora?
What about them?
No, you brought them up. So, like, I was confused about the whole thing. But again, okay, you're talking about the Mexican diaspora. What about the Mexican diaspora in the U.S.? It is their land, by the way, right? It's stolen land. So, what
Yes.
about them? Yeah.
Yeah. So what about it? What is your question?
You brought up La
Never mind.
Raza.
So I brought up La Raza and he said I don't know what La Raza is. So ask more questions.
Okay, so the diaspora, sure, I'll ask.
Go?
It's okay, I'll ask questions.
No,
Bro,
I know.
so the
I
La
want to ask.
Raza.
Are you part of it? Are you? Are you Chicano?
I am not Chicano, but I was with a Chicano for 10 years of my life and a very important time of my life, and my best friend lives with a Chicano Mexican American and is like scared every fucking day of right now. So like
La
yeah,
Raza, La,
3
La
times. La
Raza, La
Raza.
Raza, La Raza translate to the race or the people in Spanish.
Yeah,
In the
La Raz.
context of the Chicano movement, it refers to a sense of shared identity, community, and cultural heritage among people of Mexican descent in the United States.
La Raza.
It is also used to describe the broader Hispanic community and their shared history and culture.
Welcome to La Raza, everybody.
All right.
I'm so
Okay,
glad.
cool. All right. So
The
I'm glad
fuck?
you. I'm glad I don't have the option to like look that up. So yeah, so the Mexican diaspora. Yeah. So the ICE, I guess, deportations and the ICE Gestapo. Yeah. Fuck those guys. So you know. Anyway, Abdul, are you okay with the fascistic ICE Gestapos, Abdul?
Abdul likes messaging in the
They're not
comments. He
fascist.
just like talking.
Hold on, they're not fascist.
They're
They're
not
not
fascist.
fascist?
What are
What?
they? What are they?
They are professional. And
Oh,
they've been
fuck me.
This
really?
guy's a
No.
fucking idiot.
I asked
Disagree.
Abdul some because of that, please.
Hard
Can I point that
disagree.
question out? Abdul,
Listen,
are you aware?
when a
Because
military man like says "fuck me," like it just goes to show, man. Like wow,
Right.
this kid is
Abdul.
fucked in the head.
It's okay. Nick, go ahead, please.
Oh God, I'm telling you, Abdul. Let me just give you a little story, and I really would appreciate you giving me an answer. As I look at, I hope this is you on the picture,
As
so
long as
you
the
would
story is
not
not
like.
too long. Can you make it a short story though?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it short. So you obviously don't look like a whitey American. So if you would live in America right now at this point of time, having a American citizenship or a legal status, just by the look you look like, they would take you off the street and put you somewhere else in some jail and lock you up just because you look like that.
No,
How would you call
that's
that?
not true.
I don't
What?
know.
What?
I think that's scaremongering and exaggerated.
What?
You guys been watching
That
man.
no,
It's not true that
look,
Trump wouldn't do
it's
that,
not.
Brooke.
Saint Liz, can you make me mod?
Can I just chime in here
Sure,
quickly?
give me 1 second.
Right.
Yes, James, please.
You have to wait a few
Yeah.
minutes.
So
James, go ahead.
yeah, ICE isn't just ICE isn't just going after undocumented immigrants. They're going after citizens, including people of the indigenous nations, like the Navajo Nation, where their leaders have actually told them, carry your papers on you at all times. To
Carry
indigenous
a
people.
They're arresting American citizens.
So, yeah, exactly.
They're arresting people with a legal status.
Kilmore Garcia, Murwell Quintera,
You know what's so funny, St. Liz?
Jose Hermoso.
This guy hates Modi, but he likes Trump. But they're fucking doing the same shit. Like, how dumb is that?
Like Abdul, yeah, like I always talk about Trump in relation to the Muslim world. He's probably one of the worst people to have ever interacted, with the Muslim world, and yet you still like him. Why?
Well, your premise is wrong. I mean, he had a very successful trip to the Gulf, and he showed so much respect to the Arab
Yeah,
culture.
he got a bribe.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
he got a bribe. Cool. He got a bribe. What else?
Recently, he brokered a ceasefire between India and Pakistan.
That was
I know.
basically
Oh,
not
bullshit.
one, and then was ended in a
started
few
the
minutes because of
problem.
Israel attacking, and Israel began this whole debacle. What else?
No, I was talking about India and Pakistan. He brokered a ceasefire between them.
Again,
No,
Modi,
no.
Modi
No,
is
he
a
didn't do
fascist,
that.
and that is
I
not what
love
is
that for
happening.
you.
Why? Because he said so? Because he
Do
said
you
so?
think do you think he deserves, like some conservatives are saying, a Nobel Prize?
Not a fucking chance.
It was actually Pakistan that nominated
Absolutely no
for a
way.
Nobel Peace Prize.
Fucking Abdul, you should
So-
get the Nobel Peace Prize.
So Obama didn't deserve his Nobel Peace Prize, and if Trump gets one, he wouldn't as well. So I don't think any American president has ever deserved one, because all of them have been imperialist, kind of presidents.
Well, let me
all the way
say
from
something
Can
about
I
that.
let me speak 1 second here because I have experience with the
Sure,
Nobel
Abdul, you
Peace
go after
Prize.
that. Yeah.
My grandfather was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for helping discover insulin with Dr. Banting and Dr. Best.
You said this
That's
before.
that's the man. That's the
Wow.
man that deserves a Nobel Peace Prize,
Yes, agreed.
not fucking
Wow.
Trump
Exactly.
Not RFK.
Awesome.
Can we
and
be
not
clear?
RFK.
Not RFK.
My grandfather, Sir Frederick Banting and Best, sold the recipe for insulin to the University of Toronto for $1 for
$1.
humanitarian means.
I
A fucking
love.
dollar.
Duncan, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And what your grandfather did is he saved millions of lives.
Yeah, he did.
More than a millions of
Yeah,
lives.
yeah,
Millions
Yeah.
and millions and millions.
yeah. And you know what? He almost failed. They almost kicked him out of the university
I
because he
believe
was in a
that.
because he was doing something different, and they told him to go figure this out in a little shack out in the back of the university, and
I
that's what
believe that.
came from it. So yeah, those are the kind of people that deserve Nobel Peace Prizes, my friend.
For real.
Uh,
For real.
It's simple. When it comes to the Nobel Peace Prize, it is for people that are for the benefit of humanity, right? The ones that
Yeah.
are literally helping humanity evolve and
Yeah.
progress. Trump, any world leader, if in my opinion, doesn't deserve it because they are literally just looking to protect their own countries. And
Yeah.
to progress their own countries, not the world as a whole. I mean, that's just my opinion.
No, you're right.
Baby.
You're right.
It's the wrong opinion, James. You're a communist. You're always wrong. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Less than 24 hours after that, you know what Pakistan did? Condemned him for his involvement in the Iran-Israel conflict. Not
I
only
can't-
this,
There you go.
not only this, there is no way that I believe that Pakistani people actually want to think Trump. They're just jumping on the Qatar, the Saudi, and the train of kissing his butt because they know that when the U.S. gets involved in things, especially someone as volatile as Trump, that it becomes an issue because he will sanction them, he will ban them, he will do all sorts of things, and it's better just to kiss his ass.
Hear that, Abdul?
I'm fanning my
Listen
whole
Trump's
body
ass.
right now.
And Bill, the Nobel Peace Prize is not a joke, and it has lots of credibility, and they just don't give it to anyone. Fuck me. Read some fucking history,
Okay,
my
let
friend.
me explain
Yeah,
something
I
about the Nobel.
gotta get out of this
So there are
conversation.
different type of Nobel prizes. The one you described about your grandfather wouldn't
Shut
have been
up.
a peace prize. It would have been
Shut up. Do not
a
disrespect. You're
science
about to
prize.
disrespect. I know you very
Okay,
well.
so Abdul,
Let me
You're
speak
I'm
about
and
to
gonna
I can
go
hear
back to
that.
my
disrespect. Close your
story.
mouth.
Sorry, I'm gonna go back to my story, Abdul. Because when I was telling my story, I kind of like chopped
Can
out,
you
and then
make
it
your
kicked me
story
off.
short, though? Could you make your story
No,
short?
no. I'm gonna make it as long as possible because again, this entire conversation has lasted 600 million years. So basically, I was in a club district walking. Uh, I met some young club goers drunk. One of them was off in some sort of stoop, kind of like, thinking that, this man's not cognizant. I asked a friend, did he need some water? The friend's like, we called the ambulance. Ambulance comes 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes later, there's an individual in the middle of the street, halfway on the bike lane, halfway on the street, and the fire truck behind are basically honking their horn for 2 minutes straight as this man does not move an inch. We are all watching this throng of people in the club district. I'm at this bus stop, and I see my streetcar basically there, but it's all busy, right? Because of this one man who does not understand that he's supposed to move out of the way. And this is the thing: he had ample space to move, but he did not. For 2 minutes straight, the truck was honking that horn. And then the guy came out, the most patient, angry fire truck guy ever. He starts banging on the window of this car that, again, is disrupting the natural flow of traffic as well as health services to getting this unconscious young man. And they're knocking on the window, telling him to move, and then he finally does move, but only an inch. And then again, they're banging on his window, telling him to move, move, move. And by this point, everyone on my side of the street, all the club goers, in unison are going, move, move, move. And this guy moves an inch, 2 inches, again, for 5 minutes. I don't know what it was. Maybe his cognizance was gone. Maybe his perspicacity, his awareness. Maybe he was like in a different sort of space.
Capacity.
Yeah, perspicacity. Like after 5 minutes,
I
really.
love it.
After 5 minutes, he finally moves on. He kind of speeds away, and then finally, what happens is basically the ambulance and fire truck are allowed to come to the space where the guy is. But this is what happens: the ambulance comes and parks in front of the streetcar. So I'm having my walk because I just want to, walk. I of course get thirsty and hungry, and I want to go someplace. But now the ambulance is in front of the streetcar, which is fine, of course. The paramedics come out. Now, I only mentioned their looks because of what the club goers were doing. Two women come out, and if there's a societal standard of patriarchal norm of beauty, these two women hit it and then some. Basically, two supermodel paramedics, and all the men, club goer, drunk men, were like mouths open at these two professional paramedics who, in their minds, were supposed to be like not doing this but like on some magazine cover. One was a redhead, one was a brunette, and basically we just watched them do their professional work. While again, these men were questioning themselves as to whether or not they were drunk enough to be like seeing this. I was sober, so I was like, okay, cool, watching these guys, jaws open. Anyway, they bring them into the back of the thing. The fire truck goes, the ambulance goes. Finally, the thing comes along, but by this point, I'm already walking away because I'm like, you know what? I'll walk, I'll explore the city. That was my mistake. So I see another person drunk, throwing up. I give them a water bottle. I move on. Then I come up to like a pizza store, a pizza restaurant. I meet someone from my home native country, Ethiopia. We recognize each other. We have a lovely conversation. One of the best pizza slices I've ever had. I'm there sitting. I'm actually enjoying a birthday party. Again, the first thing that I did on this day was a wedding. I was up by about 2 days by this point, 48 hours, because of all the wedding rush. So I was on a live with some buddies, and it was someone's birthday in the U.S. And basically, we were twerking for him. If someone gave a corgi, someone who had to twerk on video for the birthday boy, it was basically a 21 plus adult thing, and we had fun. Then I go across the street just to sit down and relax and unwind away from all the digital stuff. I just want to relax. And two individuals, both indigenous. The woman was Ojibwe, the man was half indigenous, half white, come stumbling to me, but it's the man who's stumbling. The woman is basically trying to support him, and he plops down 5 feet away from me. And then he's basically talking about his day, about what was happening with his club going adventures. And the woman was like really pissed because he had cock blocked her. Like, this is a conversation they were having in front of me, and I was like, cool. And then finally he kind of notices me, and he's like, hey, and I'm like, hey, and then he's like, saying some stuff. I can't hear him, and I'm like, hey, come closer. I can't hear you. And he comes closer, and then I swear to God, he comes closer. He looks at me. I think his eyes sort of settle, and he's like, oh, you're a beautiful man. What's your name? And then we start talking, and he's like, oh, this is what happened to me at the club. All of these, and this is his words, all these white men are shit. Fuck them. Happy
Fair.
Pride, by the way. Happy
Fair.
Pride, by the way. And the guy was basically, just, I got very drunk, but very sober still. Abdul, he was actually a little more, sound of mind than you sometimes, even while as inebriated as he was. And basically just talking, and I asked him like, oh, what's up, man? Like, you're kind of like hating on, these very victimized people, these white men. And he was like, oh, they're shit. I had issues. My last boyfriend was one. He was a narcissist. And I asked him, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I called the police on him. I tell him he's brave. The woman there is still very much angry because, again, this man cock blocked her. Now is having a conversation with a total stranger. I feel for her. I go start talking to her.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey,
Is
her
this your
name.
husband? Is this your
Well,
boyfriend?
they're friends.
Like,
They're
yeah.
friends. Yeah, they're basically friends from
You're
outside the city
good.
of
You're
Toronto.
good, Judy.
Yeah, they're basically, she's like the designated driver, and typically in these sort of situations, I'm the designated driver kind of thing. So I feel for her. We start talking. She tells me a little bit about her narcissistic boyfriend and how she tries to help her friend, etc. out of these sort of spaces. And I asked about how long ago he had seen his narcissistic boyfriend. He says 8 months. He's safe, so all that is good. Then he starts hitting on me. He was already hitting on me from the beginning. He starts hitting on me. The woman is like, I like that sort of thing. He's like, oh, you know what? Give me your number, etc. I'm like, yeah, no worries. Where's your phone? And he's looking for his phone. And then he's like, oh, I lost my phone. I looked at a friend because so I looked at a friend, his friend, and she is like upset because she picks up the phone that she has had in her hand the entire
The
night
whole
because she
time.
has to hold this
The whole
for his
time.
friend. And so this is what she does. She picks it up. She looks at me. She looks at the phone. She looks at the friend, and she throws the phone in his face.
Wow.
just straight in his face. He
Just a
doesn't
full
feel
tired
thing.
woman.
Hold on, a woman did that to a man?
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Basically,
Abdul. See, you hear that? A woman did that to a man. Jesus.
Abdul, where's Abdul? Yeah.
Is he gone? No, he's
Abdul
there. So
fell
Abdul. So yeah, I'm glad you're still here. I do know you
Get
pay
it.
attention. So thank you so much, Abdul,
Get
for
it.
at least.
No, but tell him about the time when the woman at the subway, subway
Yeah,
station.
like
Kipling.
keep it going, Saintless. Like I'm enjoying
Anyway,
this.
I'll finish with this. Yeah, no worries. So I'll continue. Okay, so basically, she throws the phone at his face. He kind of like goes like this. Hold on, let me just take this off. Give me 1 second. My apologies.
Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta ask one question because
Okay.
this is what Abdul wants to know. Is she good looking?
Oh, jeez. Okay,
Oh,
so this is the thing.
Abdul is not asking this question.
Oh, I'm
So
sure he
all
is.
women are beautiful. So this is the
But he
thing,
is
right?
not
So
asking this question right now. He is
You're kind
not.
of slow today. He's gonna. I don't think you really realize what's going on.
yeah.
No, I do
Abdul.
realize. I do realize. What
Okay,
What is he
so
asking?
yeah, Abdul is a stereotype, but anyway, Abdul, we don't attack you. We just, your ideology and stuff. Anyway, so she throws the phone in his face. He doesn't feel it. He kind of does this, looks down, picks up the phone, and goes, "I forgot my password." I'm like, "Oh, dude, is it an iPhone? Maybe you have Face ID." I don't think it was an iPhone, but he doesn't try. He kind of like half-acidly throws it back at his friend. She picks it up. She's a very nice friend, and then I basically look at her. I'm like, "Hey." I tell her my name. Like I told her that before. We start talking a bit. I'm like writing down my phone number in the piece of paper. I give it to her. I'm like, "Hey, you know what? Here's the phone number, everything." He tries to give me his IG at some point on my phone, and he doesn't remember though which person he is because there's like 4 or 5 options. But again, very drunk individual. So that's the first person that hits on me. There was
Yeah.
another man that hit on me, and this is when I was going back to my car, and this is after an individual who called me Lenny Kravitz. He saw me waiting at the street, a drunk Arab, basically drunk Arab Muslim. "Hey, Abdul, kafir. He's a kafir. He's drinking and he's Muslim, an Arab. Ya Rab, Ya Rab, Allahu Akbar, Astaghfirullah." Anyway, so Abdul, this young Arab man looks at me. He's like, "Lenny Kravitz," and he comes up to me. He's like, "Are you doing a music video?" And we talk and we shoot the shit, and we basically come together on the basis where for some reason our conversation went political, and I just said, "You know what, I'm good with you if you would stomp on a Nazi's face and or anyone who beats women and children," kind of thing. And he was like this, he was like this, "Yeah, buddy." And that's how humanity should be, Abdul, right? So anyway, when I walked back to my car, I basically was in front of these couple of Gen Zers, and I guess they saw me eating some broccoli, and they asked me for some broccoli, I guess, and a lighter. I'll stop with the euphemism. They asked me for a lighter, the young man, and this is what he did. Hold on, give me a second. Where's the lighter? This is actually the lighter. He asked for a lighter. I gave it to him, and this is basically what he does. He just holds it in front of him, and he just does this, and he talks to me. And this is a very much a universal sign that this man is hitting on me, and his eyes are very much there. And again, men, or at least gay men, very
I
good
mean,
flirters.
it's also a magic trick. Like,
Yeah, very much a magic trick.
yeah,
I am the
do a
fire god.
magic trick. You gotta do that, and then you gotta catch
Yeah,
it
and so
over
he
here.
had a friend. He had a friend, very Gen Z again. That was like, "How are you, sir?" And I was
Oh,
like, "I'm
good
good,
energy.
ma'am." Like, no, cynical energy from Gen Z makes sense because the cynicism that is necessary to live in this world is what they have to have, right? Like, they might not have a future, really. They might
Yeah,
not have
but
food. They
I
might,
don't
yeah.
have to have good energy for bad energy. Like,
You don't have to have good energy for. I mean, that's true. You mirror. You mirror. So a few other weird things happened that day. It was a great. All right, I walked further along away from the club district. Although again in Toronto, if you know, there's certain McDonald's that are very infamous. One is on Yonge Street, I
mm,
think. Sorry, one is on Yonge, yes. One is on Spadina. One is on Bathurst. I
Oh,
forget which
that's
one I went
Spadina,
to.
and
that is.
Young one is the not Young Spadina. Is he Spadina? No,
Well,
Spadina and
there's one on
Queen.
Young, Spadina, and Queen, and there's one
Yeah,
on like Bathurst somewhere. But everywhere where like busy street, clubs, etc.,
actually,
things
Yeah,
open
Spadina and
24/7.
yeah.
Queen has a lot of those addicts. You know what, Abdul? You could do a lot of recruiting there on Spadina and Queen. It's only a
Not
20-minute drive from where
Don't
you're at.
give
recruiting.
him
Not
ideas.
recruiting.
Don't give him ideas. Okay, so one of the last things that happened, this guy sees my afro. I see that he has an afro too, even larger than mine. And mine, if you saw it, it would probably go up to here because this is all
Party.
curl. He had even larger than that, but he had tied it back because his was way softer than mine. Um, he looks at my hair, I look at his hair. He does this, I do this. But before that, he was hitting on 2 women crossing the street. And in my head, I'm like, you don't do that. You don't hit on women, anyone, just walking the street. I'm like, so I look at him, and he looks at me, and again, the hair thing, and then he starts talking to me. And then he sees a woman to the right, and I look, and the McDonald's is there, and she's just eating her McDonald's with her friend, a buddy. I don't know if his boyfriend, whatever. And he asks me, do you want me to hit on her? I'm like, dude, do what you need to do. At this point, I'm just like, dude, you gotta let people do what they need. So he
Yeah.
takes that like a challenge, goes to speak with her. Of course, the beginning initiation of any flirt is like very precarious. So I'm just like not trying to pay attention because I got my
The
very bad
worst.
coffee, that was watered down. They wouldn't let me use the washroom, so I had to find a washroom later on, and I did a hospital. That's good suggestion. That's public. That's
Not in the
socialist. That's dual.
hospital, baby.
Yeah, the hospital. It's socialist, very much. As
Central.
socialist here as well. The garbage truck. Give me 1 second.
Socialist.
I
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
go.
Garbage truck,
Central.
socialist, hospital, New York
It's all
vibes.
socialist,
New
baby.
York, New
And so,
York.
Is your story finished now?
no, Abdul, I'm still gonna continue on because we've been having a political conversation about for 5 hours plus. So, if anyone, again, like I said, if anyone apart from you
Get it.
wants me to stop, I'll stop. So,
Spadina
Central, I want to go. I want to go.
and C.
Central.
Best recruiting.
yeah,
Spadina.
go ahead, Nick. Nick can
So
go.
I have to go because I'm running a bit fever, so I got to go get some more rest.
Yeah, please feel well. Yeah.
Did you read the WhatsApp what I wrote you? Because I really
Hold on.
would
Let me
like
read
to
it.
have
Let
your
me read it on
permission.
screen now. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go
help
ahead, because I
myself.
would like to have your permission for this.
Okay, hold
Y'all
on. Give me
do
1 second.
WhatsApp? That's very cute.
Nick is my best friend ever. Abdul, you could have been my best friend ever, but you rejected friendship.
Oh, I don't want him in our family, please. I would have a
Well,
heart attack.
It's okay, Dauntless. He finds your stories boring, so you don't need that
I
kind of
found it.
I
negativity
am
in
a
your
very
life.
boring person.
I
You told the whole
mean,
story, and I
y'all get
realized
on
that in that
Discord
story, you walked
and
about maybe 4.5, 5 kilometers.
I actually
Look,
walk longer.
we're
I
having
This
just
was all
5 kilometers.
this was all between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. So I walked
Oh wow,
probably if I looked at my
10.
thing because again this is an average. I probably walked maybe 50,000 steps, which is last time I checked was probably
Yo,
16
Saint,
plus
I want to
It's a
get. I want to
whole
kilometers.
get
day
together
in
with
my
you
app.
weekly. We'll go for walks. Do our
so
thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. We should do that.
100%.
So yeah, sorry, Nick. Yeah,
um
yeah. If you're having a 12-hour thing on Sunday, I
Yes.
can come up for a little bit. I have work a little bit later, but I can come up for some hours for sure. Yeah,
Well, it will be in Central European time. Can I point it out, Duncan, because you asked about
for sure,
Ukraine?
please.
I want you to know on Sunday, coming Sunday from 6 o'clock a.m. till 6 o'clock p.m. German
Okay.
time, Central
Yeah.
European time, I'm running a donation live. There is this guy called David Fraser. I really recommend go check out his page.
Goofy.
He is helping out Ukraine with cars and everything. He just now is on the way bringing cars down of a combo. He will in August again try to bring a combo down with also medical aid and everything, which I'm going to be joining. I'm going to ride a car down to the Ukraine, so I'm
Wow.
looking
Okay.
forward for that.
Okay.
So I would really appreciate your coming in, joining some time with us. I'm going to put up the history of the Ukraine because many ignorance knowing, saying Ukraine always belonged to Russia. We're going to point out several situations about Ukraine. So I really would appreciate your sharing. I have it out on my page. And so we can be as much as possible to help David to gather some money to buy cars and whatever we need to
I
bring down.
love it.
Okay. Okay.
My
Sounds
one of
great,
my
Nick.
best friends is from Ukraine, so I'm like, I gotta make sure she gonna
I'm
get
I
here.
married I married a Ukrainian, so
Yeah.
Thank you
yeah.
for letting me pointing this out, Saintless. Really appreciate that. I love you. You know this.
Yeah.
So
Can you share a
everybody,
link so I can share it?
it's on my page. I'm gonna if you friend me, I'm gonna put it out in my story again today. So then you can share it. I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Also, David Fraser's page. You can already see what he has been doing for Ukraine and everything. He is also married to a Ukrainian woman. So we're just
Mhm.
trying to do our civil thing and human things and try to help as much as we can.
Mhm.
So now Mama gonna go to bed and take care of my
Yes, mama.
body.
Yeah. Get better soon, Mama.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'm on antibiotic,
Sleeps.
so I will be good. Thank you so
Okay.
much, everybody. Thanks, Endless, for having me up here.
Yeah. Love you,
You're
bye,
Mama.
awesome.
Nick.
And Abdul, please go into yourself and try to reflect yourself, and maybe you will find somewhere in some corner a little bit humanity and empathy, and just to make the world a better place.
Mm.
Can you drop me?
What a good meditation.
Can you drop me, Sandler? So y'all take care, everybody.
I got you. I got you.
Night, Nick.
Bye.
Night.
What a great woman.
What a
Yep.
good meditation, though. Like, just.
Good to see Abdul. Abdul, that's what a
I-
good. That's what a
might
good
help.
person is like, Abdul.
I do have a question for Saintless. Can you hear me, Saintless? Buddy, pal.
I was saying good night to Nick, all on mute. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you just a dinner and a movie kind of guy, or do I have to go like full courtship on you?
You might have to walk a lot.
So this is the thing. This is what I'll say. Okay. So I'm always trying to understand myself. Everything comes from like my Buddhist ways of ahimsa, of course, from your Indian culture, Abdul, as the ahimsa, non-violence. So the thing of it is, I'm always trying to understand myself, and basically, if I were bi, gay, the fluidity of schmexuality, etc., is something, right? The thing of it is, for who I am and what like I've discovered for myself, I'm like straight, but for the time being, for sure. Is there ever a point where maybe I'll understand myself even deeper than I do, and maybe I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm even more fluid than I thought, etc. Then yeah, for sure. And if there's anyone who could, quote unquote, change me, or rather make me realize my sexuality, it is you, James. Very much so. Also, Richard's beard, for sure. Yes.
Not Richard's beard.
But so here's the thing. This is why I consider you a good mate, Saintless, and the fact that I can do this and you don't take offense to it. You just look at it as me being me, right? I actually do it to a lot of men just to see how uncomfortable they are in themselves, right?
Hey, James, do you like to pull out hair? Because you got Abdul up there.
Yeah. I mean, I'd wrap Abdul's around my fist, mate. That's the kind of guy I am. But well,
oh my.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like you can
Like
tell
a
how
full
comfortable
top.
a man is. Yeah. You can tell how comfortable a man is in himself by the way he reacts to advances or compliments from other men.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, like Gentazar, right? We've dealt with him before, and he gets so uncomfortable, right? And even discussing if it's all right for a man to compliment another man on his looks, and it's like, dude, seriously, like if a man compliments me on my looks, I'm just gonna go, cool,
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the compliment.
Well, I think you tagged him the one day, James.
As one
He's pretty
should.
much. I think he's conflicted.
Oh yeah, he's very much repressed.
Oh yes.
As one should, though.
Yeah.
Be repressed, obviously.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
The mathematics of the universe.
Abdul, I've given you the rule in the comment section. If you can't say anything nice, no speaky in the comment section, okay?
Exactly.
Just mute him from the
Abdul,
comment section.
Yeah, Abdul, don't do that, okay? And Abdul, if you want to say something, say it. You've already said enough. So
Make me mod so I can ban him in the comments.
Wondering if your story is finished by now.
Okay, you know what? Okay, let's go to the story. I'll try to finish it up. Although
Yeah.
100 again, I've only said like 5 minutes of it. 25 minutes of the story is even
You've
crazier.
been listening to your story
Okay.
for half an hour.
The guy playing with the lighter, basically just talking to me, flirting. I went to a church, smoked up, fingered, not fingered, popped off, flipped off the colonizer priest statue there. Went to my
Hell yeah.
car. Five times people knocked, my apologies, 10 times people knocked on my window asking if I had weed. Maybe they thought I was a plug, I'm not sure. What else? I went by Kensington Market. Sometimes on these lives I will show people through my walks the graffiti in Kensington Market. So basically when I went there, there was a woman that came up behind me in some goth
Abdul's
clothing.
gone.
Okay, bye Abdul. I was almost done, Abdul. Anyway, how you Dutch
Bye,
Buddha?
Abdul.
So this woman, goth, I mentioned it because I like gothic music, gothic literature, all that good stuff. She said, "Excuse me," very polite, and then walked off. And through her body language, I thought she was quite upset. So I thought, oh, if we ever meet up at like a stop somewhere at the other end or whatever, I'll ask her if she's okay. Then behind me, I hear someone like, clopping along, boop, boop, boop. I turn around, it's like this dude, and he says, oh, sorry, excuse me. Again, very polite people on the streets of Toronto.
It's always
And he goes,
dudes.
yeah, and he goes, and he kind of like follows the woman, stops her. She gets startled. I'm thinking like, oh, I better watch out. But she knows him, of course. She was just startled because like he came up from behind her. They start talking. What I hear is, as I walk by, I'm not trying to like listen in, but I just hear that she's upset with someone at like a club or a restaurant that she was at, and she starts crying. And sometimes I think that the purpose of my walks is just to have exercise, of course, have fun. Sometimes I do it by myself, sometimes I'm with people, sometimes I'm with people on these lives. Is like learn a lesson of sorts, gain some insight. I think the whole point was that interaction with that woman, that man, and what I heard. Because it seems as if we live our lives, and maybe this is also about Abdul, we live our lives on this sort of recursive loop, where that was such a Dawson Creek moment that, like, of course, every one of us have
Not
had these
Dawson Creek.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna drop because I think he went to Dylan's live. I'm gonna harass him there. I'll be back.
See it, Smiley. Jeez. Go on.
I swear.
Carry on my wayward son.
Look, I'm gonna say this. When it comes to, I swear, when it comes to Smiley, me, and probably Bo, we have a tendency of just going after Abdul for the hell of it now. And the likes
You
of
guys gave him
Gingers
a
are
lot
as well.
You guys gave him a lot of space, a lot of time. Like it's been about a month or so. I think a few weeks
Saintless,
at least.
Y'all
I've
need
been
a
having to kick him off.
Discord.
I've been
Y'all
having to
need
kick
a
him off tons of
whole
lives
ass Discord.
the last
He's
couple of
come
months.
into other lives, and I mod in a lot of lives, and other creators are not as nice as you. St. Louis,
No,
like you
not
are
at all.
so
Carry
understanding.
on my
Yeah.
wayward
I
All I
won't give
would do
him.
is I'd be
I
like,
won't give
"Hey,
him
this
any
is what this
time.
guy said,"
carry
and he
on
gets shut
when
down in
you
like
are
2 seconds.
gone.
Yeah.
Carry on my wayward son.
Yeah, but that's very different than
Don't
like the one day
cry.
where the person was like expressing indifference with science on religious basis. Like that, I give a lot more room because like that's not harming anyone. What he says harms, like, is a harmful
Yeah.
ideology.
Yeah, it is.
And this is what I say always, like the best solution to this is not to platform them at all. Like just to basically not platform them, not give them a voice. The
Yes.
second thing is to give them a platform, but only if that individual knows how to speak to this individual, knows how to push back, knows how to overpower or shame them, guilt them. And the thing is, with people like Abdul, potentially, if he does not care about certain people, he's not gonna care, maybe not empathetic or whatever, but the data part of it, especially if he has a large audience, He has a YouTube page. I'm not sure how much, but like I told him, hey, bring me up on a debate thing. We'll do a real legitimate debate. I told him. And the whole point is like, first, don't platform. Second, if you do, you have to be strong with the force in order to speak to what
Not
is
the
basically
force.
I
The force.
what is basically a
He's
No,
back.
he's
He's
Yahtzee,
back.
down
a
below
He's
now.
back.
Yahtzee, an
Like the
extremist. Yeah,
force.
like
He's
yeah,
down
like
below
I'm a
now.
great
Not the
Jedi, you know.
Oh,
force.
My
he
God,
came back. Cool.
I'm too
Abdul, you're
liberal.
just
You little shit. You come back here for only that. That is the worst thing you've said. Everything else, the genocidal, maniacal shit. You calling me a
Carry
liberal?
on
That's
my
fucking
Nazi
carry. Be
son.
careful with the wordage, Brooke. Be careful.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Where are you, Abdul? Come up here. Oh, jeez. And
we.
also, this will be on YouTube.
I've been
Yeah.
kicking
Oh
him
my
off lives
God.
for the last couple of months, Saintless. Like it's ridiculous, dude. We don't even let him have a speech now. Like it's just we see him come up and see you later,
Where
deported.
did you go, Abdul?
I
Where did you
mean,
go?
He's up above there now.
he had a whole minute plus.
I was just waiting for your story to be finally over so I could come back. It was
Oh, a
Well,
whole
okay. You
story to
know what?
be over. I love that for you. I love that for you. So why did you want to come back here?
Never-ending story.
I already like Saintless's stories because he's very interesting, and I don't leave my house if I'm being honest, so I live vicariously. And it was
Exactly.
I really enjoyed that one though because I knew it had like a purpose. You couldn't go off and harass other people, and then also it was clearly upsetting you that the attention wasn't focused on you. So it was
Yeah.
like it was the most beautiful story I've heard in a
Yeah,
month
it
now.
was
Oh,
really
thank you. It's not even
beautiful.
finished yet, but I'll stop there. Go ahead, James.
I have to say I enjoyed your story, Saintless, but I was hoping
Did
that at
you?
one
But
point,
why?
um,
But why did you enjoy
because it's
it?
Saintless.
Because it's
Look,
him?
look, yeah, it's him. I've got a man
Thank you.
crush on him. Okay.
Okay, say more. Say more. I love this for you. Say
I've had
more.
I've had a man crush on Saintless too, and I'm
I
straight.
mean,
So what? Well, so what does that
also
tell
me
you? So
too. So,
you
like,
know,
as a straight woman,
Yeah.
Wait, the only
let's
person that
let's
I care
get.
for, Abdul. Do you have a man crush on me?
no, what kind of question is that? I'm 100%
No
Wait,
crushes.
Duncan
No
is straight. I have a man
crushes.
crush on all these people as well, and the
Straight
I'm
up
woman
about
is
I'm
married,
about
this
as
very,
straight as can
motherfucker.
so
be.
smart
Straight
that
up
I'm
So
crushing
married.
on
straight
yeah,
as
all
an
every
Wait,
arrow,
one of you.
normal.
yeah,
Come on,
wait.
Abdul.
yeah. It's
Abdul, you
normal.
do, Abdul, you do understand what a man crush is, eh?
Hi, Abdul. You ran back in here now, eh? I go
Eh?
to
Silly.
Dylan's panel. They're
Uh,
like, yeah, he's
uh,
here in the comments. And then he runs back here.
Eh?
so next time, Saintless, you want a long story, just to piss off Abdul, can I sit here and read the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
Oh God, there you
No.
Yeah, I
go.
read that when I was 14. Awesome.
Please
Yes.
do not.
Wait,
I would
hold on, Brooke.
not.
Brooke, I will tell you this, Brooke. Okay, this is what I'll tell you. Lord of the Rings actually has a good depiction of masculinity, I will say, and even the films,
I
which were
know.
like, it has very good depiction. You know what, Abdul? Have you read the Lord of the Rings? Have you read that Kafir
It
book?
takes like 3 chapters at least. I'm not here
I
for 3 chapters,
know.
okay? Like,
I know. It's like, but I love the
it's
music
too
in that,
much.
and I know. So Abdul, have you ever read it? And by the way, it did intersect with Ethiopian languages. The what is it, Minas Tirith,
I
and the
kind of liked
Rohan.
I liked Shogun a little better actually, but
Shogun's really
Shogun.
good
Yeah,
too.
Shogun.
Yeah,
Shogun is incredible.
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
There's another
Duncan,
one
I like
on
the original
Japan.
Shogun,
Is that
back
the
from the 80s.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
when I read it.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, Abdul? Do you watch any television shows? Maybe I'll
I,
develop a man crush on you.
I used to watch a lot of
What did
TV.
you used
I
to watch? Because
remember
I
I
think we
told
talked about this, Dragon Ball Z and
yeah.
cartoons and stuff like that. Yeah.
Remember I told you I used to watch HBO Spawn when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, you used to watch
Uh,
Spawn, and you said the violence of Spawn was not for kids. How old were you again? I forget.
I was around 8 or 8, 9 years old.
Yeah, so
Too
if you were 8 or
young.
9, I might have been like around 12 or something. So I
Both
was
of you too
probably not
young.
old enough. Yeah, I was probably not old enough, but way older than you, or at least older than you, and able to like.
Later on, I watched Death Note. Have you ever seen Death Note?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
How old were you when
Yeah.
you watched Death Note?
I was older than it because it came out
Oh yeah,
later.
like
Is that anything
77
like
or
the
something.
brown
The
note?
best was Bleach.
Bleach was good.
Bleach is too
Yeah,
long
sure.
though.
Watch
Bleach.
all of
I
it.
don't fuck with
Uh,
Bleach.
Like
Code
'Too
Code
much
220
Geass
filler.
is
episodes.
pretty good. Have you ever
And
seen
the
Code Geass?
movies.
Code
Code
Geass is pretty good.
Geass.
Yeah.
Yes,
Kurosaki
Code Geass.
Ichigo. Zimbabwe.
What else did I see?
I mean, like a full C
Bankai.
lab. Has anyone seen a full
Oh
C lab?
yes.
Like a full 2021?
Is it that cartoon, the that satirical one? Is that what
Yeah,
the one you're
hell
talking?
yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, Cartoon
Yeah.
Network or something like it's the Adventure Brothers,
Yes,
insane
it is a full
cartoons.
Venture
I love them.
Brothers
Yeah, I
alternate
love it.
adventure. Yes, I love a full C lab.
I'm thinking
So
I
wait,
was
so
too old for
Abdul,
all this.
why no? So Abdul is more conservative and fundamentalist. So is that why he stopped watching cartoons and stopped believing in joy?
I mean, I am too old for all of this, and I know all of this shit. So
No one's too
let's
old to watch cartoons.
let's
It's
Assalamu
not.
alaikum.
party.
You used to
Walaikum
watch My
salam,
Little
Jojo.
Pony, Dream Castle Unicorn.
Oh no,
Care
that's too
Bears,
young for me.
Care
Well,
Bears
Care
was
Care
the
Bears,
Bears,
I
best,
can fuck
bro.
with Care Bears.
Teenage Mutant
Ren
Ninja
and
Turtles.
Stimpy.
I
Well,
fuck
Ren
with
and
Care
Stimpy.
Bears.
Happy, joy,
well,
happy.
I
Yeah,
was in
I
the
well,
working
mean,
class at that time, you
you
look,
guys.
know.
I'm feeling really old now because I grew up watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, GI Joe,
Also,
Yeah.
Transformers Generation One,
hell
Yeah.
yeah.
yes, also
right?
this, babe. Yeah.
I
I
was working
remember
at,
when
I was
Teenage
already
Mutant
in the
Watch
Ninja
working
Turtles.
field.
Beast
Then.
Wars. Have you ever seen Beast Wars? It's
Oh,
awesome.
Yeah,
oh,
for sure.
yeah. Y'all think that Transformers were the first ones? Get the fuck out of my get the fuck out of my house.
I love the Transformers. Optimus Prime, the originals. Oh,
No, Transformers are nothing when you're talking about Beast Wars. Get the fuck out of my house.
Beast Wars was my favorite because that's what I grew up watching. It was CGI at that time.
Actually, Transformers weren't the original. They were called GoBots. The GoBots were the original.
Yeah, I don't
I
care about
recall that.
them. I'm
Yeah.
talking about Beast Wars right now, babe.
You remember a TV
I,
series called Cyber Six? If you're a
The
Canadian,
Rocky
oh
No,
TV
yes,
show.
that was a
no.
good one.
Canadian. So basically, it's interesting you mentioned it because she was like she played a man and a woman. She was a woman, but during her daytime sort of job, she role played as a man. And she was what was she again, Abdul? She was basically this laboratory
He had
Like
a
a
pink
Wonder
experiment,
panther.
Woman.
super soldier type of
Wonder
thing.
Woman.
He had that
Lovely
panther, remember?
animation,
The
A
Black
little bit
lovely
of
Panther.
Wonder Woman.
animation. French, I
You want
think
to hear
produced. It
something
was
funny?
such a yeah. Go ahead.
So my parents had a black and white TV, and they used to love watching Incredible Hulk. Then when they got a color TV, they're like, "What? He's green?
He's green, baby.
Wait,
He's
dude,
green?
Smiley. He used to be
This
gray,
fucking
actually.
original."
The original Hulk was gray as well, so they actually were watching it in the original sort
Yes,
of color.
Yeah,
they
the
And
TV
say,
show
now
Bruce
I
Banner.
love
is
that
he
shit.
now green?
It's
Is
He's
he
hilarious.
green?
He's
now?
green.
Is he
He's
now
green?
green?
Yeah, man.
He's green. He's red. I think at some point he turned something else. If anyone
Yeah,
doesn't know,
yeah.
okay, I read the comic books sometimes. I read a lot, but
Me
comic
too.
books as
Me too,
well.
baby.
I like
Yeah.
So
Columbo,
where
the
the Hulk
detective show
is,
Columbo.
Oh, I
oh,
love
that's
a
a great show as
Columbo.
well.
I
But
love a
where
Columbo.
Hulk is, I just want to say where Hulk is now. His story basically, he's connected to the essence of the anti-god. So basically, there's a god of the Marvel universe that's the most powerful being, but the Hulk is connected to the opposite end, which is also a very powerful god. And so
Mm-hmm.
the Hulk is basically one of the most powerful, like just like worldwide universe busting
But
characters.
he's gonna
And
come back like this because they're doing this right now, and then he's gonna come back like
Oh,
this.
I
So
wanted. Let's just
I
make this a Marvel thing. Everything else, no more
I
politics.
I
Abdul.
fuck with DC. I don't
Hulk,
fuck with
hey,
Marvel, but
Looks
you know
like
what?
it's a
DC is
panel.
better. I will say.
Yeah.
But I'll say this
Yeah.
about
Throwing up
Marvel
gang
and
signs there, Brooke.
Oh, I
the
did a
Hulk,
peace sign. I'm doing
the Hulk
British.
in the Marvel
British peace signs.
cinematic universe
Right. I
should
put
have like
cranberries in my
been
potato salad.
so much more powerful. Should have been like so much like should have like people were waiting for that. Like they liked the Iron Man versus Hulk fight, I guess.
Yeah, they
But
do.
it like Hulk should have been like, just had
Wait,
been given an opportunity.
okay,
Kind of like
Exactly.
listen.
Iron Man,
I'd like to take a moment.
please.
Abdul, I would just like to say I'm proud of you because you did not say negative things in the comment section. And I think we all should recognize that.
It should be recognized, because I got a lot of good things to say, but people got to give me an opportunity.
You don't got shit to say. Here's a gold star for being good for 2 minutes.
Wiley,
Hey, fuck off.
give him a moment, okay? Positive reinforcement
Here's
works
a gold
best.
star. Okay.
I'm exercising all of my fingers for this man right now. Like, okay.
This rocket and a cookie, I'll
All right.
give it.
Saintless, I've got a question for you, Marvel related. Okay, because a lot of people look at him as a villain, but do you think Doctor Doom is an actual villain, considering his stance when it comes to his home country?
Okay,
Good
with his home
question.
country, people love him, right? He is a good leader. Unfortunately, that good leadership skill set that he has comes into contact with his hatred of someone he is very envious of, Mr. Fantastic, Dr. Reed, right? Professor Reed. Professor Reed in the Marvel universe is basically the number one most smartest person in that universe. He sometimes contends with another person, a child. I forget their name. This little girl, maybe Riri Williams, and also the Black Panther, T'Challa. But typically, Professor Reed is seen as the most smart. Doom is also top five, basically. But Doom is basically. Sorry?
Do you know that in X-Men, Professor X and Magneto represent MLK Jr. and Malcolm X? Did you know that?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, for sure. And so, like, for who Doctor Doom is, I like MF Doom because MF Doom, as a hip hop artist, one of the greatest, basically is like me. At some point, when his brother unalived, unfortunately, he came back with the mask on, and I think what he was saying is he was much more in touch with his shadow side. That, like, after the death of his brother, he understood maybe the world a little bit more. He was experienced a bit more. He was much more mature, much more of an adult. And the mask of Doom represents him hiding, or rather, let's not say hiding, actually, even though it is hiding. It's
It
much more
is
an outward expression.
creating. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's much more an
creates
outward
a
expression.
he creates a
Shadow.
villain.
Hold on 2 seconds. Hold on 2 seconds. Abdul, you were good for 30 seconds. Here's another gold star.
What? Thanks for that smile.
I
So,
love us talking
Doom's
about mad villainy, and
yeah,
somebody
so
else gets a
Doom's
gold
mask
star.
or MF Doom, the mask represents his shadow self. So this is why I like Doctor Doom and also why I don't like
Yes.
them. Okay, one of the comic book stories has basically Doctor Doom effectively become the second most powerful person in all the multiverse. Basically, and Doctor Doom is kind of like me in the sense of like he is quote unquote good in a lot of different stuff, or at the very least he's interested in a lot of different stuff.
I want to
Magic.
know
I
how
am a
many
witch.
people here have listened to the
What?
album. Like
Mad
that's
Villainy or
yeah, Mad
like
Villainy. I want a Mad Villainy. Like anybody.
poll, a Mad Villainy poll. But in
None.
any
It's
case,
zero.
anyway, everyone should listen to it. It's a great thing.
It
Great.
is.
Like I said, basically think of it as like jazz pop or jazz hip hop.
It is the most important like hip hop album you will ever listen to, unless you
I would
listen
place
to
it up there.
Donuts. Unless you're listening to Donuts, this is the other album. Like,
I will also place it up there with like Outkast, Bombs Over Baghdad, that one,
I
Stankonia,
will too.
Miss Jackson.
Stankonia, I would too. But also,
And so for James to answer James' question, long-winded, but like Doctor Doom is very much a complex character. great leader. At some point, he was God. Had basically the molding powers of the multiverse, and all he did was create a world called Battle World, which was just a stitched up world made up of all the different universes. Because he had that much power. Again, he's a master of magic, a master of science, a master of everything. And yet, even with all that power, all that knowledge, everything, because his shadow side is everything that he is, unfortunately, even though he has the intellect and the heart to help people, even at the end of time and creation, the world that he created was about control and domination and battle and violence. And so what happened basically is Professor Reed saved the multiverse by asking Doctor Doom, listen, I can do this, let me do it. And Doctor Doom, in a sense, relinquishes that power, and Professor Reed does make the universe better. He basically recreates it.
Dr. Doom says, I could come for you, but I will not.
Well, he says sometime, but this time around, excuse me, he says to Professor Reed, because he realizes Professor Reed's, I guess, actions are much more benevolent, much more in line with humanity. And again, he saved the entirety of the multiverse. What Doctor Doom says at the end of the storyline to Professor Reed is, oh, you were the better man. Something like that. He finally accepts the fact that, like, he's been wrong. Even because, again, he gained ultimate power.
It's a gross intelligence, a wild presence.
Yeah. And so he gained everything, and yet it took his mortal enemy, the one person, again, he was the most envious of, to basically just be like, hey, let's just put it back to where it was. Let's be kind. And this is the other thing that he did, Professor Reed, which is why I do like Doctor Doom, because he can accept when he's lost, very intellectually as well, because it's his intellect that is his weapon. And so when he loses, he admits it. He basically said, oh yes, Professor Reed's a better man. He saved the universe. And then the last thing that Professor Reed did was basically heal Doctor Doom's facial scarring and his body scarring.
Yeah.
Because
So
you
the
see
mask,
the last panel.
the
Yeah,
mask
so the
comes
mask comes
off.
off. Yeah, and he's healed, and basically, again, that's one storyline. Of course, Doctor Doom comes back and basically becomes another menace to society. But
Yeah,
this is
he
why I like
said,
Doctor Doom.
my mask is off now, so I need to be president of the United States or whatever the fuck I feel like, you know.
At some point, I think he was. At some point, he was the leader of the entire world. And James, again, this goes to the story. He had a good society. The only thing is, again, he is so authoritarian that even though there was, like, literally, I think he had 2 rules for that storyline. 1, universal health care. 2, basically no violence. If there's violence, you are. So, I mean, it's like, yay, universal health care, because he realizes a fundamental, issue. But then 2, he's like, no crime, and if you do something about it, I'm gonna go ape
We
shit
gotta
on you.
play the music for the
Saintless,
people.
this is why. Okay, so Saintless, this is why I asked you it. It's because I wanted to see if you saw how nuanced a character he was. Because people just look at him as a villain and not the whole nuance of the actual
His
character.
name is Mad Villain, but he's not a villain. That doesn't mean he's a villain.
He's talking about Doctor Doom, not MF Doom. He's talking about Doctor Doom, the comic book.
Well, they are also like,
they're also complex.
Yeah, complex.
So wait,
sides
James,
of
why
coins.
why are you asking me that question? Like, in terms of, like, the nuance. Okay, do you think Doctor Doom would make a good leader here on this planet?
No, it's because no. The only reason being is it would be under one rule, his. I don't believe in a system like that, but no, it's because when people read Marvel comics, they don't get the social
Mad Villain
messaging,
is not a Marvel
the nuances
comic.
of characters.
Sorry, go ahead, James. Give him a moment, Brooke. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when it comes to reading Marvel comics, people don't understand the social messaging, the nuance of characters, and all that. Like, the whole fact that X-Men was actually based on the civil rights movement. and things like that. And I kind of like, yeah, they're a great read, but I like when people actually kind of get the social messaging behind them as well.
Yep. And hold on, give me a second. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, I love technology so much. It makes things so easy.
So much fun.
But at the same time, it's the people in charge of it that make it so much worse. Give me a second. There we are. Thanos. All right. So yeah, you're so right. So this is the other thing
Thanos.
about Thanos, right? The mentality is the issue. Again, Professor Reed and Doctor Doom are basically mirrors of each other. And you know what? Like you said, Magneto and Professor X mirrors of each other. And this is the thing, though. Malcolm X and MLK, as you know, were very much closely aligned, much more so than people think. The white supremacist system wants us to think that they were separate, but they were actually like this. But you're right. In terms of the comic books, very much a mirror of them, and they need to create tension in comic books for art's sake, right? With Magneto, he is such a complex character. Like again, he's basically like the Malcolm X of by any means necessary, kind of like a Thanos. And this is what I want to get to: the mentality of a Thanos, the mentality of a Magneto in some ways, but mostly Thanos. He has the godlike power to basically snuff out what? Let's do some quick maths here. You know, there's like 11 billion
Any
people.
god.
And there's 11 billion people on the planet. This planet. There's tens of millions of planets in this galaxy alone. Hundreds of billions of galaxies in this universe alone. At least the universe we can observe. So let's just say whatever, 500 trillion people. He unalives 250 trillion people. He could have also just increased the resources by 3, 4, 5 times. He could have made everyone have smaller stomachs such that they needed less calories. Like, this is the thing, the mentality of someone like him that a lot of, and I'll say this, a lot of young men gravitate toward this. And this is the thing, I also gravitated towards him, but only because of his complexity. I always loved him as a character, as a villain, even prior to the MCU introducing him. And I might have been the only one in the audience, maybe a few, that when he came up wasn't like, who is he? Because when I saw that smile, he wasn't.
Abdul
it was
also
awesome.
said
I've been here the whole
Batman
time.
and Joker is the best contrast. Abdul, would you like to? I know you're in the comment section.
It is a funny take. It's a DC take.
The Joker is an incredible character. Very like you could do psychological analysis.
I mean, we're coming from Marvel into a very deep DC.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Actually,
we'll go
I think
all over.
Look, the thing about Marvel is that they're superheroes. They got too many superpowers, and it becomes fantastic.
Oh no,
fantasy.
I mean,
I'm going to push back on that, Abdul.
That shit is all over DC.
I like Batman's better because he doesn't have any superpowers.
Okay, so Abdul, I'm going to push back. I'm going.
And his detective
Can I
skills.
push back on the whole Batman thing? No, I'm going to push back on the whole Batman thing, right? Please. Yeah. Batman is probably one of the worst vigilante characters in the history of comic books. And the fact he instead of using his absolute wealth to help others, he decides to put on a suit and go out at night and beat up criminals. Right?
I am so offended.
Let's be honest. With the economic structure of, say, Gotham City, a lot of these low-level criminals don't have the resources to earn a decent living, so they are turning to crime, right?
No
so
shit.
He's beating up these people.
No shit in a modern era.
Unalive anybody.
But Batman has been around since the 1980s. Prince.
Okay,
Prince
so if you're
music
going
for this motherfucker.
Okay, so if you're going to go vigilante, no powers, the best representation, and I know he is ultra violent, but it's Frank Castle, the Punisher. He is absolutely ACAB.
No, he's not the Punisher.
He goes after
Rorschach.
Yeah, more Rorschach. Yeah.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on. Let James. Well, hold on, Brooke. Let James
Yeah.
finish. Then Richard, you can make your point about Rorschach. I will push back on what James said about Batman a little bit. What you might say about Rorschach, maybe. And Brooke, you can go after that. Go ahead, James, please.
Yeah. So the thing is, Punisher, right? His origin story I actually enjoy for one thing, but the fact of the matter is he goes after bad guys, and it doesn't matter if they wear a badge or not, right? That is why I find it absolutely hilarious when I see conservatives using the Punisher symbol for shit. Because he is the absolute, and yeah, he is the absolute opposite of what they are.
You know what? Let's do everyone's favorite thing. But Richard, if you have something to say about what was it, Rorschach?
Rorschach, yeah, from The Watchmen.
Oh yeah.
Well, Rorschach was it was about trauma, just like it was with Batman, except Rorschach. His mommy and daddy weren't murdered, and he wasn't filthy rich. His mother was a prostitute and used to beat the shit out of him if he messed up her tricks. And then when he starts with his first thing that he does, he hunts down a child molester who is feeding his victims to his dogs. And that's when Rorschach becomes Rorschach, because he doesn't fight his urge for violence, and he just totally rips this guy to pieces. And that's when he puts the mask on, where it changes all the time. I thought it was, The Watchmen, I thought it was pretty unique, actually. But that's all I got.
So I would also recommend, if people are just watching The Watchmen, also read the comic books. Like, that is a very important step.
Rorschach is a problematic character. I think in the comic books he's coded as a sort of white supremacist adjacent, or very because he was a stand-in for the 80s sort of supremacist. Not so much the punk scene. So not so much the punk scene, because I'm punk and I know about punk history. Not the original punks, but the Yahtzee punk scene of the 80s, and Rorschach is very much like the Confederate, stand-in for, conspiratorial type of stuff. Especially in the comic books.
Yeah, especially when it's a good time to fly a flag.
TV show? That's when the white supremacists turned him into some sort of figure, and then they were going around being vigilantes, and they were white supremacists. Yeah, that's right too. I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, but that's in the comics, because again, he was basically a stand-in for the prototypical vigilante psyche of the American, young man. But okay, this is what I'll say. Brooke, do you want to say something about anything, or?
No, I think I hit all my notes.
Well, whenever you want to go to sleep, because you've been up 42 hours. Thank you so much for your service.
Brooke, is that pretty much?
I gotta get heading, guys. You have a good night, guys. Thanks,
Richard. Thank you so much. Of course, anytime.
Where, Richard?
NoFX Fog and Molly. Are we talking about NoFX?
Wait, Brooke, is that Freddie Mercury? Can I see that?
that is Prince,
right?
Baby. Yeah. That's Prince.
Okay, I can't see it.
It's Prince. It is
Dropkicks.
Oh yeah, that is Prince.
Dropkick Murphys for sure.
It's Prince's mugshot.
See,
Prince's mugshot.
You have officially, Tay, you have officially become one of my best friends now. Dropkicks, NoFX, flogging Molly.
Also, me too. Can we talk about the last concert they played? I'm like, I am so here for it.
Fugazi. There's a band. There's one of the earliest. Again, black people are never given the credit, especially black women, who created rock and roll. Sister Rosetta Thorpe and Big Mama Thornton. But one of the great early punk bands was called Death, and it was three, black men out of Detroit.
basically early 70s.
Oh my
Also,
god!
so I'm gonna push back on Richard
Out
for the
of my
Rorschach thing. Actually, I already
mind.
did.
I'm so
Uh,
excited talking about.
I punk history, I loved it. So
Yeah.
James, all right, I'm gonna say this about Batman because I read him, and you are right. You know, sometimes he can be written incorrectly, but during the 52 era, basically it was one of the best runs of Batman stories, and they really went down into his psychology, the arcs, and this is what I'll say. For what Gotham is, what they wrote about it was basically because there's magic everywhere in the DC and Marvel universe. Basically, Gotham was a city that was unfortunately on this dark, accursed path because, and quite literally, this is true, the past billionaires of that city basically created some sort of cursed contract so that it was always being controlled. And Batman was kind of like on the opposite end of that, and he did beat up on like these criminals and what have
And
you,
in the
but he
cycle.
also,
Yeah.
yeah, and he also funded a lot of the psychiatric programs, work programs. He also buttressed the underlying grid, the light, the electricity grid, the
Yeah.
various other structures. But this is the thing, of course, the writers want to make Batman seem to be some sort of saint. But again, he's a very deeply psychologically traumatized,
Yeah.
child
He is
that never grew up.
Gotham.
Yeah, and this is the other thing about him. If you do read the 52 comic books, the epilogues, the sort of like last 5 pages of Batman in those stories for like a year, basically just told the story of how he trained to be Batman, and it was probably the greatest just story of Batman. It was just basically all these like little 5 page, scenes, and one of them was like, oh, he would go and train with some sort of Brazilian master, some sort of escape master, escape artist.
Yeah.
He would train with like a Russian martial artist who would put him
Alfred
in a
takes
pit.
him to Russia, and
Yeah, that's
they
where it
have
is. Yeah,
a good
basically a
adventure.
martial artist in a. So the martial artist, Russian, would put him in a pit, put bears in with him, put other martial artist experts from again Russian group, and his job was to survive for 24 hours. The Brazilian escape artist basically had Batman steal a work of art from Spain or somewhere that was very heavily, had heavy security.
Oh
And
yeah.
the whole point was, oh, you have to steal this work of art in this museum while not stopping moving. So he basically stored the art piece while he was driving in a car. So he had to
Yeah.
figure. So
In order
it's
to
interesting.
prove, yeah, he had to prove what a good thief he could be,
Yeah,
right?
so I like the stories. They're very fantastical, of course.
I
Batman
love
has
it.
issues, I will say,
I'll,
very
I'll tell
much
you
Yeah.
what
more psychological.
I'll tell you what I like about Batman.
What do
See,
you like, please?
his his Bruce Wayne alter ego is actually the mask. Like he has to
That's
pretend to
true.
be he has to pretend
Yeah.
to be a ladies' man. He's sort of buffoonish. He's no idea what's going on. He's
Oh
just
yeah.
so that's not the real person. That's the act. That's the mask.
That's the
It's the
mask, yeah.
When
Michael
he's
Keaton era of Batman.
you ever see the animated film Mask of the Phantasm?
Uh-huh.
It shows like
Yeah, yeah.
how he originated when he first decided to become a vigilante. And
hmm
he falls in love with this girl, and then he decides, I want to break my oath, maybe to my parents that I made that I will.
But
What is my
You know,
oath?
but
But
that's
what
the
is
see
my
beginning.
oath?
see here's the other thing, right? When I look at it, look at his apprentices, and how damaged they all were once getting in tow with him, right?
Which ones?
Jason Todd becoming the
Oh yeah.
Red Hood.
Yeah.
What happened to Barbara Gordon? Like
Oh, don't
I
talk to me
find
about
problem.
Barbara.
Yeah, but the fact he takes these vulnerable youth under his wing
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
puts them in that position. To me, I found that really like
Problematic.
off-putting.
Yeah.
Off-putting, to say the
Yeah.
least.
No shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 That's
But
totally
and then
fair.
I look, look at Frank Castle, and why I like him so much is the fact that he goes it alone. He doesn't want anyone's help with his mission.
Yeah.
He pushes away everyone that he actually cares about, so they don't get hurt.
I mean, I would love a Green Arrow and Batman timeline together, you know? Like, if we're trying to push narratives forward.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, that makes sense, because like the new Superman film, I'm kind of excited for it. James Gunn seems to be I was about to say computer nerd, but a comic book nerd like us. Sorry?
Superman is terrible.
I believe.
I'm sorry.
Believe
What?
this is.
Yeah, Superman is the most ridiculous.
The new movie, I believe.
Wait.
Yeah.
Here's the actual. No. Let's be honest. When it comes to Abdul, let's be honest. When it comes to Superman, he is literally the epitome of an illegal alien.
No.
I like that.
He is.
No,
if you think about it, he has no papers. He lands
He just
in
a
a
Superman.
land he is not originally from.
He's got no fault or anything.
And yet he does everything to protect humanity.
I don't think we have precedent in our current culture to talk about this right now. So I would love for us to be able to talk about this with like the same sort of precedent.
Batman is a million times superior to Superman. You gotta admit.
Again, why don't you like Superman? I just want to know, Abdul, do you think he's boring or something?
Boring. It's got no depth. I mean, even like if you read those Batman graphic novels.
Wait.
You can't have any equivalent to Superman.
No, Abdul, have you not seen Injustice or read the Injustice?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I don't want anything Superman. It's just
I've seen it.
Yeah.
One dimensional.
So here's the thing. No. Here's the thing. You look at the Injustice games and read the comic books. Superman literally shows how truly vulnerable he is without the use of kryptonite.
Untrue.
When he well, actually, it does, right? And the fact that how emotionally vulnerable he is. Because of what happens to Lois Lane in the Injustice series.
How vulnerable he is emotionally.
Okay, how does Lois Lane not know?
Yeah.
I didn't know. We were talking about how emotionally vulnerable he was.
How does Lois Lane even know that Clark Kent is not Superman when all he does is take off his glasses?
Well, they are.
And she can't tell the difference.
They're like very intertwined at this point, so.
I mean, it's just the whole premise is ridiculous.
Yeah, no shit.
It's a ridiculous.
No shit.
Bob came up with Batman. Now that's a genius. That's a genius idea.
No.
Let's go with 5.
Well, if you look at when he originally came out with Batman was running around with a pew-pew. It wasn't until later.
No, he was not running around with a pew-pew. He was running around with a gun that shot a grappling hook into where he was. When he first wrote in Batman back in the 30s, back in the origin story. I'm thinking of the movies.
He was running around with a pew-pew. It wasn't later until they wrote in that he was anti-pew-pew. And that he would not use them.
And so you're anti him having pew-pews? I'm so confused.
No, I'm just saying that it took a lot of work to get Batman to be the character he is now. And there were a lot of changes that were... yeah.
Did you work on it?
I mean, with any character... No.
No, but what area of work do you work in?
Really?
No, I'm
I've been
asking
reading
because
comic.
I work in
I mean,
VFX, so
I've
I'm
been reading.
curious. You're saying
No, I've been reading comic book. Look, I've been reading comic books since I was like 7 years old. I'm
yeah,
42 now,
me
and I've
too.
seen the evolution of characters and the changes that
Why
like
are we talking about
contradict
comic books?
the.
Good.
They started this conversation a while ago. Saintless was talking about a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Just kind of led to this, yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, go ahead. I was just confused.
Yeah.
So sorry, what was
Abdul,
that?
what do you know about working on these types of films?
Pardon me?
Abdul,
Yes.
what do you know about working on these types of films?
I don't know. I've never worked on a film.
Okay, Witty Kitty, do you know about working on these types of films?
What types?
Superman, superhero type of film.
I mean, I've never been on a set, so I mean, I imagine it's like fun. I don't know.
Okay, it's not. Okay, James, do you know about working on this shit?
I have no like. I've watched plenty of the behind the scenes stuff and that, but no, not personally.
Wait, what does that have to do with like the like many times they don't do it based off of just like comics and stuff? So I mean,
No, so I have worked on these movies
okay.
my whole
Yeah,
life.
but I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
but
not.
not
I'm
all
not
of us
talking.
have. So
I don't
Yeah.
even. I've
Yeah,
never
and
even
I'm
read
not.
a comic book, but I understand the difference between like I've read Harry Potter and I saw the movies and the stark contrast in them and how and I'm
That
not a
is
fan of Harry
so
Potter anymore.
different. That is so different than making the movie, though. Like, so wildly different than being on set and making the movie.
Brooke, are you like being self-aware right now and realizing like we were having a very nice conversation prior?
Oh, I mean, I did try to bring it back to that at one point. So, no, I'm not doing that right now. Sorry. I apologize. I'm very tired and yeah, feeling myself.
You're good. It sounds like you're like kind of playing a dick measuring game.
yeah, it does.
No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just
'Cause-
trying to like explain.
Then tell us the point.
Okay, so the point is I worked on a bunch of movies that I can't tell you all about, and I worked in the VFX department, and that shit was the worst fucking time of my life. so like living 16 hours on set and driving for 4 hours on either side. It was the worst thing I've ever done. But you know what you do? You get it done.
That sounds like
Nobody cares. I laugh. Nobody cares.
I don't know how to respond to that.
yeah,
Like, I mean,
don't.
Yeah, just like
Oh no, look, Brooke. The working class are basically shat on, regardless of the industry, right? Whether you're in VFX, whether you're in
I know that. I know that because I worked in the working class before I did any of this work. So,
yeah, you are the working class. Yeah, we're all the working class.
yeah, we are the working class. The working class is also, by the way, dissolving. None of us have any jobs right now in America. Okay? So, any VFX person you know, anyone in a camera department you know, all of us are looking for work abroad. It's a very strange time. It's a very terrible, strange time. And if you don't know that, you should know that. Okay?
Okay, well, thanks for telling us.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like that was a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
It's just I don't think anyone can relate to like that specific thing to help like carry on the point. So like when you say that, like I honestly don't know how to respond because we've already kind of mentioned that we have zero experience in that.
But I would love for you to.
I mean, I was in theater and did tech and stuff and did makeup and stuff. And
Yeah, me too.
But we had a great time, so.
Yeah, I did that too. I would just love for more questions, I guess. Feeling very alone in this moment, so I can just drop out, and that is fine also.
Oh, you're good. Like I don't know how to relate that to the conversation. First off, I was just listening for this entire thing because I don't read comments. I have no idea what any of them are talking about, but I was learning.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, if that's this subject that they were talking about isn't like suiting you, you could say, "Hey guys, can we talk about something we all maybe like? If you would like to be a part of it, like that's more than I'm sure that everyone would be welcoming to that."
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've all had experience in jobs that we don't like. I mean, that we can, sympathize with. But
what
as
about
far
careers?
As, like,
what about careers that have ended?
I will tell you the worst job I ever had was I used to work security for the local hospital, the night shift, and I used to have to take the family members down to the morgue for IDs.
Oh.
That was and also escort the bodies as well.
Oh.
Goodness.
That was the worst job I've ever had.
It hurts my heart
to see
babe.
people in that vulnerable state, that nobody deserves to be in, is heart-wrenching. And you can be the hardest person on the planet, and if you don't even shed a tear on that, you have no heart, because these people were just, their loved ones were there 1 minute and gone the next. And because it's such a private moment, I always felt like I was intruding when I was there, and that's not the kind of person I am.
I used to be an aide for a nursing home, and it was really hard, but especially because they be like, at least for me, like I always like treated all of the residents like they were my grandparents, and so like it was always hard to lose them. So that was the hardest part of that job, but I still loved it because like I there's just nothing like getting to talk to an old person and find out how they lived through the Great Depression and like just find out about their lives. It's pretty cool.
Abdul, would you like to go?
I think what I said in the comments says it all.
Oh, well, have you had experiences in tough jobs that you didn't like?
I told us to say this before because he works night shift and I used to work night shift as well. I used to work as a taxi dispatcher. I used to work at a warehouse as well, like he does. And night shift is brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Like it messes up your life. You don't get to see the sun because you're sleeping all day.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, so I would never recommend.
I used to work night shift.
I even used to work in night shift in Home Depot and in Amazon as well, and like it's terrible. Especially Home Depot, like they make you work really hard. So I mean, sorry, not Home Depot, Amazon. Amazon makes you work really hard.
Abdul, can you hear me? Sorry, my earphones on a live, so I'm charging them. Can you hear me if I talk like this?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Abdul.
Also, bye, Brooke. Thank you
Oh,
for
bye.
coming.
Get a good night's sleep. Yeah.
Yes.
After a certain period
Yeah.
of time, the mind, even if it hasn't drunk anything, after a certain period of time, the mind is kind of inebriated. It's almost as if it's drunk 2 shots of whiskey.
Yes. They say that going 48 hours without sleep is like being drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sorry, say it last.
No, please go ahead.
I have two experiences. So I worked for the United States military industrial complex. I was a medic in the military. That was gruesome, like hard work. I mean,
I
didn't
wanted to
actually.
do that. Sorry.
It's yeah. The thing that got me though is that as a medic, they have to desensitize you, so they have to show you people getting boomed. Nothing compared to what I've like witnessed on Telegram because of like Gaza and all of that, but like that was not fun. But I also worked in emergency psychiatric care for a facility that treated patients horribly, and I petitioned them. I was retaliated against. We admitted a Parkinson patient without levodopa and carbidopa on hand. And
Can I ask what those two, I guess, chemicals or medications do for a patient like that?
so Parkinson's is a dopamine deficiency, and dopamine specifically controls all motor movement, like wakefulness or arousal. It controls like so many things in the body. Like you can't even go pee without dopamine, right? So like he could not function, and they have to take it every like 3 to 4 hours depending on the severity. He was like a level stage 4 at the time, which is like the worst. He did eventually unalive in care after I had left, but like it was horrible.
I can't imagine. I'm sorry. I mean, honestly though, the hardest job for me is taking care of myself, because I have lupus and a bunch of other health conditions. Like I have a feeding tube and stuff in my stomach, and like it's a full-time job taking care of myself. Like no joke.
Hi, James.
I just got in. I have no idea what you guys talking about. You just kicked me in, which
I'm
is
gonna
good.
bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back to Abdul. The main topic of conversation was Superman and why Abdul is wrong about Superman. So Abdul, the whole point of these stories and these myths, right? These comic books are basically just a different type of myth that we create, just like Ishtar or Vishnu or Lord Shiva or whatever, right? The whole point is these myths connect us to themes that we want to explore. So, what is the theme of a Superman? Like a man or an alien, an immigrant alien with the power of God, the power to basically. Because I'll tell you, by the end of his story, Superman is basically the most powerful thing ever, right? So the whole point is, what would a person with, I guess, the ideals of humanity do with ultimate power? And I think that's the whole point of Superman. He's not boring. He's an individual that could do anything, reshape the world, and he doesn't because he's a human being that believes in liberty. And again, James pointed it out where there is a universe called the Injustice universe where Superman is basically a fascist. Basically, what's his name from the boy? What's that superhero name from the boys? The blonde one.
Well,
the guy
Homelander.
Homelander. Thank you so much.
Homelander.
Basically, again, the right
The
way.
Homeland?
Hey, y'all.
Yeah, so basically, white young men don't understand that Homelander or the fascist, Superman from the Injustice universe that had basically Joker unalive Lois Lane.
And the fact that Abdul, you like the Joker, maybe you like his character arc. I'm okay with that.
I do not, but I talked about the homeland and some other stuff, but
Well, no, James. A Homelander is a comic book character. We're talking
I
about.
know that.
Yeah.
I'm not a kid. I got your point.
Oh, okay. Do you like the Homelander?
No, I didn't. I never watched it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm a
well,
documentary guy.
okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah, me too. Like, documentaries are awesome. And we were also talking about certain documentaries before. We've been up live for about 7 hours now, talking to Abdul, who is an apocalyptic Muslim. But anyway, Abdul, Superman is just about responsible power, responsible behavior with ultimate power. So, what do you say to that?
Well, I mean, even the premise is not that creative, to be honest with you. I mean, if you look at something superior like Death Note, the guy has the power to basically unalive anybody. He just has to know their name and have seen their face. Now, what is he gonna do with that power? He decides I'm gonna get rid of crime and all bad people from the earth, right? So that's more interesting. That's a more interesting premise. It's not like Superman, where Superman can just like do anything. He just flying around, saving planes from crashing and stuff. So yeah, go ahead.
Yes, but it's the same theme, though. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Can you at least save what's going on in Palestine?
Yeah, free Palestine
Yeah,
for sure.
we talked about that a little bit before.
Yeah,
but
that wasn't a part of this. Abdul, do you find yourself to like be a very punitive individual?
No.
What? Okay, I'm not trying to like create like a third world issues and stuff, but these kids are dying. Come on.
James, my partner is Palestinian. His mom is from
I
Bethlehem.
understand
I do
that.
lives on this. I literally, my like entire, yes, we're familiar. It doesn't mean that we can't sit here and have conversations to ourselves, because I would be emotionally exhausted and wouldn't be able to even hold lives. I would be freaking in the psych ward if I did that 24/7. You think that I don't do this?
Look, when I listen to the news, and I'm politicians, and I'm 100% politicians. I'm not into what I see, what goes on in certain country that's not right. At least give them some food. If you want to kill them, at least give them some food. If the Israelis want to kill the Palestinians, give them some food. Let them get some rice, whatever that is. Then kill them.
Yes,
I know they're gonna kill them
it is a
anyway.
forced famine. James, go look at my last video. It's literally a paper published on the methods that they're doing right now. Like I get that we want to talk about this. I literally come from lives where I just had a conversation with a Jewish person, with a Palestinian person. I just did like a 5-hour live with that. I can't do this 24/7. Do you have
I know, I'm
lives where
sorry,
you
my apologies.
advocate
My
with
apologies.
500 people in it? Like
No.
I'm anti-Zionist.
You know what? I'm not. Oh, I'm anti-Zionist, of course. But like, imagine, just imagine. I want from now on. I'm gonna put my own. I'm gonna own thing. I'm gonna put all the what do you call the? Hold up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put.
James, do you know
Yes,
what's happening in the Congo?
Yes, I do.
Myanmar?
Yes,
Okay, do you go into lives asking about those as well?
yes, I do.
Okay. Like I'm very much so on your side, but like this is the type of thing, like people can't do that 24/7. You have to understand that.
No, we do. Until we finalize
My
the
own
operation.
partner is Palestinian. He doesn't do that. He lived through the first Intifada.
I want my dream is to have a podcast to have a split screen and show where the Jews went through Second World War and where the Palestinians going Second World War.
James, then the first way you can do that is by getting enough followers here. And
I don't care about
and
followers.
having your
I'm
own
not making no money.
No,
I don't
you
want
can
no
run
money.
your own lives, James, and you can do that 24/7. Like you don't even have to sleep if that's like your end goal. But what you can't do, because it's like other people were having a conversation, and like absolutely let them finish, and then we can move to your conversation. We can have a fruitful
You got
conversation.
me in. So okay, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Yeah.
James, I did not know where.
Yeah, you're fine, but like we can't do it 24/7. It would be emotionally exhausting.
Yeah, James, let me just say this. For like, I have family members who have like, fought in this, have like, been sort of revolutionaries in this.
Did your thing work better or no?
Yeah, and then they also, need breaks of sorts. But the whole point is this, James. Like we're with you. The thing is,
Okay. Do you think that's clean and normal?
yeah. The thing is, hi Virgo, how are you? Anyway, James, we're on the same side. Hi Virgo, hello Virgo.
Would it be okay, man?
Virgo Queen.
Hi.
Virgo Queen.
Hi Queen. How are you?
Sorry, I can't go live. I have to have so many followers still, so I'm still kind of new to the TikTok live.
No worries. So what's age and location, just for the TOS purposes?
My age?
Yeah. It's over 18.
Well, I usually lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm 45.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being here.
And I'm in Canada, Ontario.
Okay, so am I.
I've been there several times. I
cool.
love Ontario. I know I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, but I love Ontario.
Oh, nice. Las Vegas is an interesting place. One of the few places, for some reason, that my mom, who's a Muslim woman, loves. I think she likes the dry heat. I think maybe of Nevada.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Because of my, I have ultra wires, and it helps me a lot.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm glad it helps.
I like listening to their conversations. They talk deep.
Oh yeah, if you want to say anything to what we were saying before, left, thank you.
Don't touch nothing, babe.
Swipe your phone some more.
Wait, James, do you speak Arabic?
Yes, I do. I speak French, Arabic, German. I speak all languages.
French and Arabic. I love the combination.
Hold on. Can I say something to you?
Yeah, please do.
Ana Urido an Atalum al. Oh my god, I'm butchering it. I practiced so hard and now I can't even do it. Ana Urido.
It's not a big deal.
An Atalum. Oh no, I can't do it. It's too early.
An Atalum.
Ana Urido an Atalum al Arabia.
Ah, she said that what she read, that means that she wants to learn Arabic. That's what she said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like trying to learn how to say it, and I'm like trying. I'm studying it because my partner speaks fluently.
Is
like
very hard.
I got a question for you.
Anything else I can make sure it's not on the counter?
Let me ask you a question. That's what bothers me the most. When I'm a Muslim and Arab, well, not Arab, but sort of Arab, and we try to speak like 5 languages, and other people, they barely speak one language, and they accuse us of everything. Doesn't make no sense to me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, it's we don't learn at a young enough age, and then we have like forced assimilation through immigration in the country, in America at least.
So American languages.
They're gonna deport me. I'm gonna be deported soon.
So the way that we think about like how people are deported here is by the language that they take with them natively, right? So if you are born in America and you speak Cherokee, we do not know what to do.
Cherokee.
Yeah, if you're born in America and you speak Cherokee, we do not know what to do. If you're born in America and you speak English, that is
No,
an
let's go back. Let's go back.
American.
I know what English is. Cherokee.
No.
Obviously. I'm
No,
not.
no, I want to hear that. No, because that's my favorite language in the whole world.
What are you
I
doing?
want to learn that one
Cherokee
day.
then. Speak more Cherokee.
You know why? Because of your color.
Oh, the non-binary?
Right? No. No, I'm not talking about it right. No. Because of your color.
Yeah, it's
That means you're not American. You're not a white American.
yeah. Like my people in my family, average amount of language that they speak is like 5. Like my mom speaks about 7 or 8, but she's seen in a certain light by the structures, by doctors, by various people, because they'll see like an Ethiopian Turkish woman with African dressing, and they won't. And then when they hear her speak English, like English is her worst language, but she knows 7 other ones that are much better. Arabic,
Yes.
etc. And I used to know Arabic. I should relearn, I guess. Like Bekhair, Kawais, like it's like I can, like if someone speaks slowly, I can maybe decipher it. But apart from like,
Why is that? In Canada, all the Indian Americans' language they're fine, but when it comes to America, no, they're not good. No. Take them back to Canada.
I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry.
Okay. In Canada, they have so many indigenous languages. They're fine. In Canada, you can speak like East and West, or mostly West.
How many indigenous languages do you speak?
No, I don't.
Okay, but you know they exist.
Well,
but you don't speak them.
No, I don't. But
You should. Yeah, you should.
Well, hold on. I'm a follower. I follow them. I follow their language. I wanted to learn, but I can't. It will be like, for example, Latin language.
So wait, are you saying that you wanted to learn the language, but the people who knew the language, they wouldn't teach you? Is that what you're saying?
Impossible. I'm too old. I'm 61 years old. There's no way.
Well, I mean, learning languages is a difficult prospect, but they may teach you. I'll also say if in some instances, and I only bring this up because it is true, like just for an African tradition I practice, the particular masters or the teachers might have to vet some people because they have a history.
As they should. Yes.
Like colonizers, etc. Just other peoples that they are not a part of the community. It's not so much they think you're gonna abuse their language or whatever. But again, the experience, they're just much more wary. And again, just from my African tradition of the teachers, the tradition, tens of thousands of years old. Colonizers tried to destroy it. Tried to destroy the
Right. I understand what you're saying. I'm tired of the French and German and English. I want to learn the local. I mean, like the people that were born in this country. I want to learn their language. It's hard for me to learn it.
That's a beautiful sentiment. It's a beautiful sentiment.
Yeah. So technically, like where I'm from originally, Texas would have been Mexican, like Spanish. They would have Spanish.
I
My
understand that.
grandmother.
I'm in
Yeah,
Texas.
my grandmother was a Vargas, and basically she was 100%, and she was never taught Spanish because her father wanted her to
What
assimilate.
part of Texas?
Northeast.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in San Antonio, which is right below you.
Oh, I was stationed out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm right behind you, 100%.
Yeah, like they like it's easier for them. So I only learned English at a young age, and my
You're funny.
yeah, well, like I don't know any other like language because my my parents would, in my father, he's half, and he would talk negatively about how Spanish students were keeping us behind and all of this. It's internalized anti-immigration rhetoric. Like that's what happens. That's what happened. Even my partner for a while.
Could you go back? Could you go back for 1 second?
Spanish is so sexy sounding.
Hold on. Yeah, I understand that. Say one more time. She said something that's unusual for me. You said your father would not allow you to speak a certain language because of the color.
He didn't want like us to learn it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
As immigrants,
he was strict.
That is a whole thing, bro.
What year we talking about?
Yeah, it was just like pushed to have.
No, what year we talking about? What year we talking about?
I apologize. What?
What year we talking about?
What year? Oh,
Yes.
I'm 30. Yeah, so this would have been 20 years ago.
At least 20
yeah.
years ago. Yeah.
And James, the same thing happens to me, or like a lot of immigrant families, where in order to be embraced by whiteness, by the system, in order to be protected by
No. Let's not even talk about white and stuff. Let's stay with her for 1 second.
Well, I was a blonde hair, blue eyed kid too.
Yeah,
I
she
did
is
not look.
embracing whiteness for sure.
So your dad told you to not talk to white people?
James, let me
No.
finish.
That's what you said?
You're very pretty, Ash.
We can argue against it.
Yeah.
So the whole point is this.
No, my father.
Let's talk. Let's talk. For 1 second. Then we'll get back to you. 1 second.
Sure. Go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, like no, my father like only 100% embraced the whiteness. Like because I looked like my mother, and I
Like
have
what?
like very fair. I'm white tea percenting, like 110%.
Okay.
Yeah. I was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid, to the point where my father, I remember him telling me that Schmittler would have liked me and my brother.
Whoa.
What's a Schmittler?
Wow.
Whoa.
So basically,
What's a Schmittler?
A Schmittler with an
this
H?
mustache guy. You can't say his name on TikTok.
He wanted you to look more like him.
The 1940s.
Schmittler with an H?
half and half?
Schmittler with an H?
Yeah. So James, so the whole point is, with immigrant families as well, with people, especially parents who want to protect their children, they will make them speak English in a particular way. This is why if you speak to a lot of,
I see.
yeah, a lot of
And
people,
find your place and your own advice.
they're much more likely to speak. They're much more likely to speak English in a much more eloquent way, in a much more, and Abdul, you'll like this articulate
Another
way.
way. Okay, I got you.
To basically be protected by whiteness. Yeah.
So they will not be related to their culture, but their real name is still gonna tell them that
No, the name does not tell them. The name passes, and when they look, it also passes. But also, when you have siblings that do not pass, you have to protect your siblings that do not pass.
Yeah,
Okay?
but your last name is gonna show that you're Hispanic.
No.
Mine doesn't.
Yeah.
Because my it was a maternal side.
Yeah. The names don't have to represent.
Her name was Vargas. I'm not gonna say my last name because I dox myself.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
That's
do
not the
not.
Yeah,
point.
they're English. So
Right.
that's So I basically I didn't even know anything about my ancestry. I had to go look all of that up on my own, and I discovered like, oh, I am not as this as I think I am.
I'm not as this as I think I am.
You find me Hispanics?
Hmm?
No, go. There was a story. You talking about the
No, you say more. You think she needs to say more about it, bro.
No, but hold on. Just tell us your story real quick and tell us what was your industry. What did it say?
I think we got a good story. I think we've
I know
plied-
that.
My grandmother was 100% Hispanic.
Okay.
I mean, what else are you asking for?
Okay, hold on. Okay, what are we talking about?
Like, we can chill the fuck out with asking more.
Okay, Hispanics, listen. Hispanics, 99.9%, they're all Moroccans.
No. They were.
Look it up. I swear to God. If I'm
No,
wrong,
I love
will
that
send
for
you
you,
$200
but
each.
it's to the moon, a full 100.
No. I know my.
I will definitely send you $200 each in your Venmo.
Oh, I love that for you.
Okay, I don't. Okay, like yes, there's a lot of like Spain and Moroccan influence.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean specifically Vargas, it's a dicey one, right? But like I wouldn't know. Like there were indigenous people in Mexico prior.
Mm-hmm.
There was no Mexico. There was okay.
Oh,
Well, hold on.
What are you talking about right now?
Wait.
Hold on. Let him finish. He might be
Wait. I said
wants.
I
Go
will
ahead.
send you $200 cash in Venmo.
I got
Just send me your
extra
Venmo,
time.
and I will send it to you. If your ancestors, they're not from Morocco. Morocco, North Africa.
Yeah, none of my sisters are here right
Anyone
now,
of you.
but I have all of my sisters right here right now.
I will
Okay, so
send you
we are not
$200
from
cash.
Morocco.
Wait,
I swear to God, I'll do it right now.
James.
Yes, I am listening.
Okay. What were like the Aztec, the Incan, the Mayan, the land bridge that exists through that region?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen. That was way in the other side of the world. We're talking about way before.
Was it way
come
on the
on.
other side of the world?
No. Like
Come on.
Spain and Morocco. Like what
Listen,
happened to the indigenous people
Listen,
of
if
Mexico?
your ancestry says 1% or 2% Moroccan or North African or Iberian from Spain, you lose. I won't send you $200.
James, I don't know what this is.
I mean, I feel like it's a fucking like
I'm sure there's probably
race game.
No F word.
I don't like this.
James, I'm sure like I literally just said Vargas is a dicey one, but it doesn't mean that 100% of Mexico has Moroccan and Spanish influence.
Now they do.
So, okay, James, hold on.
100%.
So, James,
no.
Again, I kind of maybe
I'll
understand.
bet you.
Hold on. James, hold on. Just give me a second. I
Okay.
kind of maybe understand what you're saying, but then we're just talking about, oh, you know what? The North America was basically had people. Hold on, Virgo. I'm just gonna mute you for a sec. Basically, North America had people come into it. 20 to 30,000 years ago, who were the first people of Turtle Island, right? So they came from, the Bering Straits or, the Alaska.
The tiniest colonizers.
I'm sorry.
The tiniest colonizers.
The first colonizers. You know why? Because Turtle Island was for the megafauna, the mammoths,
and the large plants,
Oh,
you know,
he
like
got so mad he had to leave. He was
and
like, "No,
things.
no, we were the biggest colonizers."
Well, maybe it was his phone that unalived. Who knows?
Uh,
James, if you're talking about that, maybe I can get on your
Too loud.
side. But the whole point is, you know, Mexico, Turtle Island, it's all indigenous. It's all Mexicans, land, the indigenous, the First Nations people, whether from the top of North America to the bottom, whether from the top of South America to the bottom. So that's the
I
whole
mean, like untraceable indigenous people.
Anyway, yeah. I was gonna go see the. I'm actually gonna go to the beach now, but I was gonna
Beach.
go. Yeah, I was wishing there was a sunrise because my lives, if I end them, I usually end them with like a naturist or picturesque sort of like
I'm here for it.
nature. Usually a sunrise over the waters at Woodbine Beach. That's Lake Ontario here on Ontario. Woodbine Beach has great sunrises between the winter, like say deep of winter, to like deep of summer. Great sunrises. Great sunrises all around, regardless. But over the waters, some of the best sunrises I've seen here. But anyway, it's a little bit cloudy, but I'll still go over there and maybe we'll be able to see the sun god Ra. Who knows?
Sun God Ra. I mean, I have him here in an album if you want to see him. So,
Sure, if you have the album, that's yeah, he's a great artist. Weird
oh
artist.
baby, yeah. Okay, he's
Thank
right
you.
here.
If you didn't
Hold
distribute
on.
it, people won't speak Spanish, and it would be hard for them to,
Oh no,
I guess.
it's not Alice Coltrane. I'm so sorry.
Coltrane, I love. What was
It's not Charles Mingus. It's
reminded me of
not.
Charlie Parker
It's
now. Great.
it's not. It's not also protect your neck with this motherfucker. If you like, a good amount of football. Also, Pharaoh Sanders, is that no, it's not it. It's not DJ Shadow.
Oh, DJ Shadow, his album "End Introducing." What a great album. It's been a while since
Yes.
I should.
And also, we gotta get the misfits up in
DJ
this
Shadow.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Introducing.
Oh yeah.
Introducing.
Yeah.
What a clever play.
And I love. So,
I'm here now. I must see the sunset or the sunrise. The sunrise.
Hold on.
I'm here now.
Okay, so does this
Here
actually
now.
imply something horrible?
here
That
now.
colonization brings benefit to the colonists? I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
colonies. I
that
think?
is. Yeah.
The
The
colonization.
perpetrators bring
the-
colonization to the places they want to be in.
Well, it doesn't bring benefit to the colonizers. The benefit is usually due to the colonizers trying to sort of rewrite history.
Yeah.
So
They need
yeah,
to go there to be there.
yeah, it doesn't benefit the colonized. So for example, in the U.S., Frederick Jackson Turner is typically seen as the sort of grandfather or godfather of American history, of American Badlands history, of American sort of like West expansionary type of history. And he even was honest enough to say, hey, my whole job as a settler colonial historian is to basically whitewash, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I do have the book somewhere on Kindle, and I have a hard copy somewhere on this guy. Basically saying my job is to make sure that the American citizens see colonization, our settler colonial story, as good, and he also described the indigenous as like barbaric and violent. And he, again, the godfather of American history, said this was a necessity. This is something that he had to do. So this is where a lot of the miseducation, I guess, in North America, even here in Canada, comes from. Because again, the fathers of these so-called, academics, these fathers of history or medicine, especially in the West, were really horrible people. And even if they had some semblance of truth there, their seed was just control and domination like a fool. But anyway, Tay, how is California? You guys have sunrises there?
It's all right. I think that they're still protesting. I haven't seen anything on the news about it because of what's going on everywhere. So I've had to like look up, but it looks like they're still doing their thing. It looks
Full
like there's still
garbage.
military there.
Okay, all right. Well, it's funny because again, the police in LA, one of the most, if not the most racist and bigoted police department in the
Oh, I
world.
know. I
Even they
know.
were like, oh, it was mainly peaceful. They were like, oh yeah, the protests were peaceful, and it was actually.
Dude, I was there like 3 weeks ago and that shit was chill. That shit was chill.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been
We
crazy.
were
And then
doing dance lines together. Like backing it up. Step, step, turn it around. Step, step, back around. Step, step, do it again.
Rick, where are you from?
Originally or right now?
Just right now. I was just curious because you said you went there.
So right now I'm an Oregon
Oh,
baby,
that's right. You're in
but
Oregon.
yeah, but I have all of my family in between California and Oregon, so we we do shit, to get
Yeah.
e- each other's shit done. So
Yeah. No, I hear you, and thanks for supporting. It's been pretty crazy. But yeah,
wild.
I've like literally the news has just been with what's happening out where DT did what he did. So it's like I can only find anything if I Google it or if I'm looking on here, listening to anybody from the
Which is
area.
so silly.
Yeah.
It's so silly.
Yeah, I've been covering the Iran Israel topic lately. Also, hi Tete.
Hi.
Yeah, I've been covering a lot of that, and even when it comes down to now, before this, I could get so much information on Netanyahu's like trial, but now all the headlines are about Trump coming out and like being mad that Israel is even putting him on trial for corruption. I'm like, everything this man touches covers
Has
up.
nothing to do with him.
Yeah, it just covers up all the news and everything centers him, and I'm just like,
Right. Hey,
Yeah.
can I mute and where did it go? Did you already do it? The guy that just came on and was like, "Hey."
Who?
I thought he was. I think he's already gone. Somebody already muted and blocked him.
Oh, I don't know. But we've had a lot of interesting people. Abdul, the most of. Actually, Tate, let me ask you because it's been a while since I've seen Abdul on Dylan's. What was the last time? What was he doing the last time on Dylan's live that you were there? Like, was he?
Oh, just his typical. I mean, you guys give him a lot of airtime on.
Yeah, fair.
But I get it. It drums up conversation, and I get it. And he does, like, when you get him out of that realm and he starts talking about things, he's actually okay. But then he goes into the comments and starts being cray-cray again.
no, that's why we practiced a new approach today, Tay. He could not speak unless it was something neutral or positive. If it was negative, he went to timeout. And then, if he said something nice, I would try to include him in the conversation. So I'm training him like a dog.
I feel him.
Actually, that's technically ABA therapy.
I feel him. I don't feel him. I feel him. I'm flying blind.
Abdul. So yeah, this is my plan with things for everything that he
Oh,
is.
Emerson Fox is in the building. Hello.
Emmy.
Who's Emerson Fox? I don't know this person.
Hello. I was just saying the name. Hello.
Oh, okay. I thought you knew this person.
Get up here.
You should. I think I've seen. I think that he might be pretty popular.
Okay.
Or she might be pretty popular.
Fox, get up here, please.
All my friends are offline
Yeah,
right now. All old
They
people.
is probably, if we don't know. Yeah, okay, she.
Yes, she. I think I've seen you're friends with Gracie.
Oh, I love Gracie. Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, the cray cray, yeah, Abdul. I give him space in order to push back. I always say one, the best thing to do with people like him, because again, think of him like a MAGA or Yahtzee, very, very, very conservative far right. Best not to
Hmm.
give them too big of a platform, if at all. But if you do, you better know how to push back on these people. If you're not knowledgeable, Ashlyn is knowledgeable.
You better
Smiley
look.
is.
Right.
Uh,
I think she can see better than most. She can identify pretty fast.
yeah, yeah, and so she knows how to talk
No.
to any
You like
type of
giving me too much
Abdul.
credit.
No, I think you do because like
Babe, I
seriously,
got
like I
you.
was sitting there in the comments and then you were like, and he was being good. And I was like, oh shit.
I mean, also
trying to
the
amend
owl.
it
Can I bring the owl?
instead of creating more incels. And I'm fine. Hi, Emerson. I'm fine with people in their spaces pushing him out because that is their choice, and I think that's a community thing if that's distressing. But
Yes.
Saintless runs a very specific type of live, and in this live, I'm going to respect the type of um, the kind of camaraderie and understanding to an extent, obviously, that
Yeah.
Saintless has in his space. So if it were my choice, I probably would have just booted him a long time ago. But you gave me mod powers, and I'm going to respect the type of way he likes to run his lives. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tay. Uh,
Yeah, you did a good
Sweet.
job.
So sweet to each other. I love it so much.
Welcome in, Emerson. I think I've seen you a few times on the TikTok world, and you seem to be a very wonderful person. And I follow Gracie. I love her. I love her wife, and I think I've seen you in a few videos or a few comments or something. You seem really great.
Oh, thank you. I try to not be an asshole unless it's asked for.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Which apparently is often. So.
Also.
So, where are you from? And if you don't mind, just for TikTok purposes, just age. And
I'm 38 and I'm in Manitoba, Canada.
you're in Canada?
Manitoba.
Stainless is over here in Canada, over here.
A full Manitoba.
I am looking at relocating to New Jersey, though.
Because that shit is so funny.
Really? You're gonna go to New Jersey?
Don't come to the United States right now.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Stay.
I know all
Go
the
to
reasons not to
Toronto.
go, but I have one very special reason to go.
Well,
So-
I love that for you. But also make them move to Toronto for you.
Have them go to. Is it a particular person?
Yeah, my love,
Okay.
Robin.
Nice.
Robin.
No, you gotta go where the
baby.
love is. You gotta go where the love is.
Well, and
Yeah, but
it's
love
so much
can
easier
bring
for
y'all
me to go there
together.
because I'm a dual citizen.
Oh, nice.
So I can just up and move.
Yeah.
Without
And
doing
they
anything.
can't.
She would have to go through a whole immigration process and
Were you born in the United States or?
Denver City, Texas.
Oh wow.
Denver City,
I don't.
Texas.
I am from Texas. I don't even know where Denver City is.
It's in West Texas, like out by Lubbock, Odessa, and
Yeah, I was like, that is like nowhere near Houston.
No.
Nowhere near Houston.
No, it's in West Texas in the desert asshole area.
Yeah, almost there. Arizona.
Well, in the comments, she used to live in Texas as well.
Yeah, I was so disappointed. I went on a motorcycle trip down to Texas last summer just to go eat barbecue everywhere, and I ended up in Austin, and I fell in love with Austin so hard. I was like, this is where I want to be. And
Austin
then
is very cool.
And then this year happened. I'm like,
Yeah,
it's the worst now.
Yeah, this shit is wild,
It is like the
man.
craziest thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just like, how do I just like shelter my brown friends in my house? Like, why would I do this now? Like, I don't know. It's very fucking stupid.
I don't
So,
know. I'm hoping to go to Canada one day. I've met so many wonderful people and I want to visit them and just get to know them and see the sights and just like hang out.
I mean, I've been hoping to be Canadian for like my whole life, but they're not taking us anymore. So I'm like, how can I get to New Zealand?
We'll just
That
have to we'll have to
the next goal
you'll
is
have
New
to figure out a
Zealand.
way to marry Saintless. You'll have to figure out a way.
Right,
Oh
so
shit!
you're gonna
Oh shit! I
hold
gotta
on.
They
get
just
my
like pardoned you
passport.
off,
I
Saintless.
gotta get the double.
Like all the coconuts as well, all the white chocolate. I will protect you. Come on up. I will marry all of you. I don't think bigamy is legal any longer, if at all, in
It's
Canada.
not.
But
It
I will
is.
push for bigamy for you, and I will marry you all. You will become Canadian citizens.
I
Tay, I will also
mean,
marry your husband. I will adopt
Yeah,
your kids.
I
he'd probably
mean,
be down.
so
He'd
is
probably be
it
down.
bigamy if my husband also comes too? Like
Yes, I will
two
marry all
Yeah,
your
two
we'll
husbands.
just start
husbands?
a
I will
whole
marry them.
colony.
I will divorce them after a certain point, after you guys become Canadian citizens, and I'll continually do this cycle through.
I
I'm
love this.
totally down.
I love this
I'll
idea.
just
There
force
we
my
go.
husband. Listen, this is how it's gonna go.
Babes, babes,
There you go.
we already talked about this.
We'll buy a big plot of land out there and start a
Babes, we already talked about
thing.
this. Like, what are you even confused about? I'm so confused that you're so confused. We
This has
already
already
talked
been
I'm
about
so
this.
confused. You're so confused. Is that what you just
contracts
said?
The lawyers are waiting for the
The
signatures.
babes
Oh my
talk.
god. So Emerson, at the end of his lives, he always goes to the beach and he lets us watch the sunrise,
Yes.
and it's so beautiful.
I love
No sunrise today though. I mean, there is a sunrise. I am at the beach right now. It looks like choppy waters. Very cloudy. Still beautiful though. You'll see it in 5 minutes or so.
Oh, I'm out of my mind. I
You know
need
what? Hold
it.
on.
I
I will
need
show
it.
you one of the sunrises prior. I have an entire folder of the sunrises here.
No, no, no. I don't need a folder of sunrises. I would love to see you just step on sand right now. That is what I need.
So, Emerson, how long have you been in the relationship with Robin for? Has it been like long distance, or have you guys met? And
It is long distance, and it hasn't been very long at all. Maybe 2.5 months.
okay, yeah, so
A little
that
long.
works out. Hey,
A little long.
I got with my husband literally the day he asked me to like go on a date with him, and then he asked
Also.
me to marry him, and then 2 months later we were pregnant. And we've been together 16 years, so
That's
it works.
amazing.
It works.
So,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it's
Fine
like
babes.
one of these when you know, like we weren't looking for anything. We met on
Yes.
TikTok, and then we have done video chat and phone calls literally every day, multiple times a day since. Just
I love it.
My
I love it
partner,
so much. We did not have TikTok, but like we did all of the other things, and that shit is real. That is
yes,
like MJ Blige real love. Like
the partner that I'm with, legitimately, after a month and a half, he proposed. We're not married and we're not engaged anymore. We like decided, wait a minute, like maybe that was a little much, but we're still like together, and it's been like almost 2 years now. So,
Nice.
yeah, like I mean, I like still have the ring and everything, but like, yeah, it like I know what you're talking about when it's like quick and you like.
and also, how many times have you played that song for him?
The Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, just the real love.
Real love.
I need to know how about you felt this real love.
Yes.
Somebody
Let's
get
just like, yeah.
real love. Not this real love.
I love
no many times.
I think it maybe
Am I just too young?
one
Searching
time,
for real
times in
love.
our 16 years, maybe.
Should
I
be
don't know.
true.
Am I like too young for this reference?
I mean, baby, you might be. You might
Mary
be
J.
too young.
Blige. Oh wow.
Mary J. Blige, real love.
Talking about this real love. Real
Searching for the real love.
Yeah.
Somebody to come at me like this.
Yes. Oh, that's one of my faves.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's a
That's a
very good
double
shot.
sunrise right there.
Yeah, that's a full 2-axis.
And it has like the diamond in the middle.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I told Sailors to
Can
take
you
that
send
picture.
that photo to me, babes? That I would love to make that my
I have also
background.
royalties on that picture because I told him to take that picture. So,
Well, no, I'm not talking about royalties. I wish I was talking about royalties. No, I just wanted to make it my background.
you're gonna have to talk to me and St. Louis'
As we're
accountant down at
talking
the
about
bottom.
real
Ashley down
love.
there. She's taking over accounting for us.
Yeah, it's a Faith Evans coming in upon us.
Faith Evans. Oh man,
Hey.
you're like a '90s baby like me. My sister loved Tupac, Faith Evans.
Yes, that shit is crazy. Yeah.
I'm a 90s baby.
So Biggie and Faith, what do you know about them?
Oh, I know.
Yeah. But I was born in 94.
Okay.
I'm a younger millennial.
Yeah. So what do you know about Biggie and Faith?
Like,
Nothing. Nothing.
I mean, I know who Biggie Small really or Biggie. I know who Biggie is.
Ashland, the '90s was huge. It was everything. I love punk. I know about punk in the '90s.
Me too.
I mean, we have Pavement. We have Radiohead. You said one of the
Pavement, Radiohead. Yes, we are the party vibes, but also
Smashing Pumpkins.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Cranberries.
Yeah.
Cranberries are, it's a very like white girl moment in the 90s. If you were not listening to the hip hop station in the 90s, you were fucking up Biggie Small's whole life. So
you know what?
I know
these. I'm gonna bring it over and I will play some of those songs. I will get copyrighted because when I put this on YouTube, it will copyright me. But it's okay. I don't do this for the money. I'm a communist. I do this for the love.
Yeah. You do it for the love. You do it for the
bring it, baby.
Yes.
Your hair is so highlighted.
I know. It's like he's like an outline.
Yeah, it's like the sun's really there. It's not there. It's not there.
So when are you planning to move to Jersey?
For sure by the end of March, but ideally as soon as fucking possible. Like this is becoming unbearable for both of us.
Where in Jersey are you trying to move?
Some skin on skin loving.
Yeah.
Where in Jersey are you trying to move?
Be South Jersey.
South Jersey, okay.
But like, I think it's about an hour away from
Manhattan.
No, not Manhattan. From Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. Well, Philadelphia is like pretty blue state, yeah.
Yeah.
No, Jersey's.
Jersey, yeah. Philadelphia is a city.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of the state. I'm thinking
Yeah,
of I'm
Jersey
thinking of the wrong spot.
City, New Jersey.
Yeah, like
I did it
Jersey is
already,
a pretty
baby.
safe haven,
We're
but I
good.
mean, like anywhere, the more rural you go, the more it's where I'm initially planning to head. It's not super great, but
Why? But why?
just very conservative
But
country
why are you
folk.
trying to head there?
The love of my life, where she
Okay,
lives.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay, okay. What are you gonna do there when you meet them there?
Well, with a little bit of luck, her.
Well, I mean,
Like a lot. Um,
all of the snaps, all of my snaps.
um, I'm the main thing I need to do before I try and move is I want to have work lined up. And I'm a professional painter by trade, so it shouldn't be
What
too
kind of
hard.
painter? Like
Yeah,
house painter or like
houses, commercial
face
buildings,
painter?
apartments.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, there's probably a good amount of work in Jersey for you like that.
You know what I was thinking, and I just thought about this the other day. You know how like people like graffiti like buildings and like then they just like paint it with like a random like light tan or brown on like spots and it's
Yeah,
a
all the
brown
time.
spot. You know how like there's some like mural artists that like can actually like make stuff look like actual like
Yeah,
brick and like do that?
beautiful.
Can you do that where you can like paint it where it looks like
Detail.
identical to the previous thing?
I haven't
Michelle
tried,
McCucci
but I
is a
probably
good
could. It's
reference.
likely just a matter of um, okay, if I were to attempt that, like let's say painting over a brick building, like a brick building that has graffiti or a mural,
Right.
I would probably I would take a digital picture of the surface that I'm covering,
Mm-hmm.
bring that onto the computer so I could blow it up and kind of pick out primary colors.
Right.
Okay,
Um,
but
and
also
then
paint it prime.
I would get samples done for those
Can we
colors.
paint it prime before any of that too?
Oh,
Are you hiring people to do that?
to do priming?
Yeah, priming on bricks. I mean,
Oh, no, that I would do. Yeah.
okay.
I'm just
You
talking about figuring out what colors to use.
Like to
Yeah.
match it completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
What
don't
you'd really be
use
doing is you'd be putting down a base color.
Uh-huh.
So you would tint your primer to whatever base color you're trying to use. And
Yes.
then you would use a textured roller. There's different sponge type rollers you can get that will basically stipple all of it. And you do that with your different colors to match the visual texture of what was there before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that that would be like something really cool to get into, like if you start practicing that, because there's so many buildings that have like, you know, just random graffiti that's gross and not appealing, you know, and you can
Mhm.
match it instead of like, I've seen like people just paint it and it's like a block of like a similar color, but it's not the correct color. And it looks terrible. And then I was like, oh my gosh, what about all those like beautiful areas? And I mean, you could really get in depth if you get really good at it and go to like spots where it's like, you know, like waterfalls where people graffiti all over the place. And then it's like, oh my gosh, if you can like make it into something beautiful, like a beautiful like thing, or match it and get rid of that like nasty stuff, I think it would like be like really cool.
Yeah, I think also Emerson, like, find your outlet with this shit. Like, find the way that you're gonna figure this shit out for you.
Well, I mean, I've like right now I'm employed as a painter. Like I work for another company, but prior to that, I had my own paint company where I was living before. Let's
Yeah.
see. I'm gonna show you guys what my
Emerson, you sound like you're probably really awesome at your trade. I have a question about do you like, so I used to work for like a roofing company that also did, do you do like lab analysis for color match, or is that what you're talking about? Because we used to send off samples, or is like that's what you're saying? You take a picture and you can just do that yourself.
I would just do that myself. Like it's you can bring a picture into Photoshop, and then you can just kind of use a color select tool, and it will give
and
you
projection mapping
a
and
code.
yeah.
So then you can take those codes. You can go to your paint store, and they should be able to color match based on like a hex code or CMYK, and you should be able to get your colors pretty close.
Interesting. Yeah, because like maybe it's just because of that it wasn't paint, it was generally siding. So then you would just have to find what's on the market, and they probably had to, and there was sun damage to it. So that's what I was wondering that's probably very different.
Yeah.
I mean, paint is going to fade and chalk with UV exposure. So
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Is this something
chalk,
you
Sorry?
Is this background something you've painted?
No, I was gonna
That's
pull up a
normal.
picture of my
I was like, damn.
what my work truck used to look like.
Okay.
Are you just a commercial painter, or do you do artistic painting as well?
No, I don't do anything artistic. That was my work truck.
Oh wow.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, would love to live in.
Ooh, that's an awesome wrap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I told my
I
graphic
need to see the
designer
back
to
end.
design me a rally truck. So
Go Canada.
I need to see the back end, though. I need to see the butt.
Very nice truck.
Have a picture of the back end.
This is
You
why
can't-
people should clean their cars and everything else. I found a sriracha packet, one of my favorites as well. And also, I'll show you guys one other thing before I get to the beach. I think this is in the car because I was showing my partner at the time. Basically, my dad was teacher. I have the book as well, but he photocopied a bunch of it. It's like Tai Chi, the original Tai Chi, the animal sort of form of Tai Chi that he taught me.
I love. Do we do Tai Chi together tomorrow? Are we doing that tomorrow?
I do mostly yoga now. But actually, you know what? If she's there, sometimes I meet this woman on the beach. She does yoga, I guess, for her stream on the beach. She'll go into the waters. It's cool, regardless. I mean, she was there a couple months ago, and it was much colder. And like I talk to her sometimes, and very cool individual. So I think this here is.
Did you print that out?
No, my Taoist teacher did. He also gave me the book, which was no
It's all
translation.
printed, though.
Yeah, this is the printed one, but he eventually gave me the book. This here says more wheel left to right, so he basically he tells me what to do because the images themselves, you know, they don't have everything. This here says gorilla dances. That's what it's called, gorilla dance. This
I'm
one.
feeling.
We're gonna have to do a
feeling.
morning session on the beach. All of us get outside and do a yoga Tai Chi
I would
moment.
love to go to my park. My dog would have to come, and he would be like, "Why the fuck am I here?" and barking the whole time. But
Who's
I
that
would love.
muscly man behind you?
I was gonna ask, do you guys want to see what I looked like about a year and a bit ago?
I feel
Yes.
it. I feel it.
Yes, please.
I feel it.
Oh my goodness.
I
I was
feel it.
me all jacked up on steroids.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
look at the
feel
tattoo
it.
matches. That is totally you back there.
That was my last ditch effort to try and be man enough.
Oh,
Didn't work.
babe, I feel it. You are so gorgeous.
Well, hey, you're
Honestly-
gorgeous now. You're living your authentic life, and you be you and enjoy and fucking just do you. YOLO
Yeah.
all day.
Wait. I want to know,
blind.
how do you make a gorgeous, like, how are you, excuse me, like a gorgeous woman and also a fucking handsome man. Like
Oh, well, that's a whole other conversation, baby. Like, that's
But
a
like you still have good muscle tone. You like still
yeah.
are like really
yeah,
fit and like
yeah,
good.
yeah.
But
I've,
you're
But
I've,
that
I've
can
healthy.
also
You're healthy
happen.
now, right? You're like
oh
not,
yeah, like
yeah,
I
you're not
The
mean,
doing
bone
that.
density is working, but like, yeah,
yeah, we
shit
can
is.
do a better side by side. I lost a lot of weight when I first got onto my ADHD medication. I didn't realize that Vyvanse is also um, it's also prescribed for binge eating disorders. So I
Appetite
basically,
Oh, I
suppressant.
didn't know that.
mhm,
Yeah, it's an appetite suppressant.
you have to
And
be really, really careful.
any stimulant is going to be an appetite suppressant.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, any for everyone, but
No, they're all technically appetite suppressants. Like
Hey
that is
Emerson, how did you find the live? Was it on like For You page or do you know any of us in here?
No, I had to follow all of you guys. It just it popped up on my FYP and
Oh wow, you hit the For You page, Saintless.
I love,
there.
I'm
Okay, so
following that.
Hey.
I
this
love it.
is
All right, I'm
Also,
about
following
this
you.
is
25 pounds difference.
Oh my
Oh wow.
god, tiny baby.
wow.
Wow.
Also, your leg tattoos are gorgeous. I'm
Yeah, all the
also in
tattoos
love.
are great.
This one's an otter.
An
Yeah. Oh
otter?
my god. Do
It's an
not
otter fisherman
show
with
me an
little
otter.
fish.
Do not show me an otter.
And Tay Tay, I think it's because of you. I always bless your fingers. You always very much heart my
Oh.
lives much more so. So thank you so much, Tay Tay.
Well, it's because I love you so much, Saintless. You know that.
Thank you so much, Tay Tay.
Yeah, she feels it.
I feel it all day. Whenever I hang out with Saintless, I would literally, if he could go live for like 24 hours straight, I'd literally sit here. I didn't even know you
Same.
were on until I saw earlier. I was in Dylan's live for like 3 hours. And I was like, oh, I'm going to pop off. And then I saw you and I was like, hey, hey, I'm here.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
This
thank you so much,
man,
Tay Tay.
this man is so intelligent. I don't even know how much knowledge he can keep in his brain. I mean, anything you talk about, he knows. He knows everything. Like he's like a walking encyclopedia.
You're talking saintless here?
That's because I
Yeah.
have no life. Yes, I have
Same.
no life.
Yeah.
Books are my friends.
Yeah.
Libraries are my sex parties.
You gotta be
Although I have been to sex parties.
a little mad villain. A little mad
Mad
But
villain.
villain.
oh my gosh,
MFT.
Emrys, I mean, I'm amazed. What a transformation, and you're so beautiful, and just
I mean, you
happy for
are
you. You
so
live your
gorgeous.
authentic life, and freaking do you, do you.
It's it's a really weird thing. For one, one of my biggest fears before deciding to go through with everything was something I told myself. So I was married at the time, and my ex-wife, she had put her when I told her about the point that my dysphoria had gone to, that I was thinking I wanted to transition. She kind of like put her foot down, like, okay, we're not entertaining this anymore. Like, this is no.
Wow.
So I kind of like snapped out of it for a while. And we were sitting on the front porch the one day having a beer at the end of the day, and I paused and looked at her and just said, like, thank you. I would have made such an ugly woman. And that's what I went into.
Oh,
this
baby.
with. It took me so long to discover that I was not hideous. Like,
Yeah, how long has it been? Like how long has the process been to get to where you are today?
if I were to, okay, I would have to, I think, include my weight loss on on Vyvanse, I think, in it, because like if I said, 8 months, hold on, 8. Okay, I started on estrogen on January 22nd of this year.
Oh, wow.
But a huge part of my transformation to be this from this was like a year earlier, I guess. So I don't know. It's been a while, but not very long.
Yeah.
I honestly, okay, so looking at your face now and looking how happy and glowing and just like you have like this huge smile on your face, and then looking at the man behind you.
Who the fuck is
Your,
that? Right?
your
Yeah, the
face,
sad man
he looks
behind
Look at that
you.
miserable asshole.
upset and like not, he just doesn't look as happy as you are today, and I don't mean to be rude or anything. I think that you're living your true authentic self, and you can see it. You're glowing. You're truly glowing.
For me, it's I'm not one of the people that gets to say, oh, like I knew this when I was 7 years old, and I did not have that. Something in my subconscious mind recognized something in me when I was very, very little, that, oh, no, this isn't safe, and suppressed it.
Right.
So I didn't have a conscious awareness of having any gender incongruence until I was 37 years old.
Oh, wow.
And the thing that broke that open for me was this process. I was jacked up on steroids, and I wasn't managing that cycle properly. And so I ended up with a massive hormone imbalance with my estrogen and progestin levels skyrocketed.
Right.
And the damnedest thing happened. For the first time in my life, I felt like myself, but it wasn't because of the muscles. It was because of the estrogen. And so I thought,
love.
but then that started triggering the actual gender dysphoria. So I thought, okay, well, I can't trust anything I'm thinking or feeling right now. I have to wait until my hormones normalize, and this will go away. This it didn't go away. It got worse. It got worse.
Yeah.
So that was,
And worse until it got better,
to kind of do
right?
a reverse investigation through my entire life to kind of find the things and reassess, like, what was really going on here? What was really going on here?
Right.
But the thing that happened with being so self suppressed is I went my entire life without having a sense of self. Like, I didn't have my own personality. I didn't have my own identity. I chameleoned with different people in different groups. I would go through phases, and then I would, run a course with this group or this identity, and then I would revamp the whole thing. And kind of, I would just do that in cycles over and over again, and never actually feeling like I was a person. I was just an emulation of other people. And so what happened once I started to move through transition and get comfortable in that, I didn't feel like, before everything felt like effort. I had to try just to be, and feel comfortable being, which was not comfortable. So, and moving into transition, and being on hormone replacement therapy, I don't feel like I have to try anymore. I've just kind of resigned into being myself, and that's such a weight off. Like,
You found yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, too, I don't think like people who engage in like the use of steroids, because unfortunately, like, if you do use them like long term, they are harmful. Like, it's clear that they're looking like for something, like, because I've seen and I've dated many men that use them, Trenbolone.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't do trend, but that's very
Yeah.
effective and very fucking dangerous.
Yeah, they and yeah, the like the bounce and cycles and things like that. It's like, would you say that like you were experiencing like body dysmorphia at the time of
Oh
use?
yeah, oh yeah. I've had body dysmorphia my entire life. I was always the little skinny guy. My older brother, one of my older brothers, he was always more naturally built, and so I was always kind of, in my mind, comparing myself to him. Didn't help that he called me like Skeletor for my entire fucking life.
Oh,
He would refer to me
fuck
as
that.
his sister. Yeah, no, I always thought I was just this like weak, emaciated, frail thing.
And so you bulked up.
Yeah, like
You
I
got
wanted
big.
to
Yeah.
be that ideal conservative man.
Yeah, big bullshit boy.
And I did it. Like I was good at it. I
Yeah, you
said,
fucking nailed
down
it. Are you
here,
kidding
like
me? Are you kidding me? You nailed it.
I
Okay, you're like clearly one of those people that like, especially the way you talk about your work and like it's very clear like you when you set your mind to something, I've known you just for like a little bit, so I don't want to like seem like I'm like glazing you or anything, but like the way your makeup is done, the way even like you are like seem like you're like I will do something and I'm gonna do it well.
Oh yeah.
That was a recycle, baby.
Oh yeah. I don't. If I'm not going to, excel at it, I don't touch it. It's just I don't know, maybe it's ego. I want to be the best at like, just like
Yeah.
that bitch with everything.
And that's okay. And that's
This
okay.
was
Whoa, look at the beard.
I mean, the biggest
Look at the
beard,
cigar.
the biggest cigar and the biggest beard I've ever seen.
Biggest cigar, biggest beard I ever saw.
But like, tell me that this isn't like putting on a character.
I mean, it is. It is, baby. It is totally. I would play him on RuPaul's Drag Race any season. So, I would come up to Chad Michaels and do a splat
Unscripted
next to that bitch. So,
Hi, welcome in.
I can only stay for a few minutes, but Emerson, may I give you a compliment, please?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
You are absolutely stunning. Like, I just came into the live and I was like, who is that gorgeous woman? I'm like, what? I love the tattoos. I love the makeup, the hair, everything is just screaming, I am here.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
Go to
Well,
work on such a high. Go to work on such a high.
well, you should, because, I mean, I just came from getting lost in the smallest mall in existence, and I have to go back and find my way back to my in-laws' house, which I'm not very familiar with driving in the city. So I just wanted to come up and say that. But yeah, thank you for sharing your story, because whenever we share our stories, shame goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. Basically, I've been unapologetic about kind of like I put this all out on social media right from the start. Just kind of I needed an outlet, because no one wanted to actually listen to anything I had to say about what I was dealing with. My entire friends, like my social life had all that dissolved already. So I needed an outlet for one, but for two, I very quickly recognized that, I was Mr. Conservative guy, right? And so until I experienced it myself, I thought all this dysphoria stuff, all this transgenderism stuff was bullshit. And then I got smacked in the face and punched in the gut with it. I'm like, holy fuck, this is real? oh shit. And
Gotta
because
get
I had
over it,
experienced
babes.
no one wanting to listen to it, to try and understand what I was dealing with, I was like, people need to see that this is real. So if I, as Mr. Conservative, was, could be affected by it and was going to say that, no, guys, we need to pay attention to this and we need to recognize it for what it is. I figured if I could take on the burden of all the backlash that I was going to get for it, in my local area, it might make the road less hazardous for the next person. So I was trying to, I guess, engage people's empathy, which turns out conservatives, so many of them now don't have any. It's completely
It's a hard
turned
road
off.
to trow, baby. Yeah.
So I spent a lot of time initially just kind of all the good parts and all the bad parts and the ugly crying, naked in a bathtub. That video's on my it's on my feed, covered with the towel, of course. But I was grieving the relational loss of my kids. All this stuff. There's so much that people lose when they decide to put themselves first for once in their life and do this.
I am so sorry.
I've had people kind of pose it to me in a genuine sense, really, asking well, isn't it kind of we're married, you have kids, isn't this kind of selfish?
I love Saintless right now with the talk, by the way. Let's get it.
Yeah, no, that has to be challenging. For sure.
For sure.
Well, the way I turn it back on, the way I respond to that question is just kind of explaining to them kind of the point that I was at, to show that me and like anyone else, me transitioning was in a way it's not. In a way, it's kind of selfless because of all the hell you go through, for one. But I just tell them I am actively fighting for my kids by doing this, even though they don't want to be involved with me right now. I was at a point where I would have given myself a week or two and I would have been no more. So it was either I do this thing, deal with it as it comes, so I can still be here for my kids when they are ready.
Right.
And I can work on becoming a healed, joyful, happy person.
Saintless.
So when they're ready, that's what they find.
Get that Saintless.
The alternative was come visit me at the cemetery. That's where
you're stronger than and eventually they'll come back and be with you and everything will be good and everything will be great. And there's a thing where it's they say, what is it? A peaceful home is better than a perfect home. So if you're at peace...
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that at all.
No, because, you think about it. You want to have peace. You want to have that peace of mind. You want to be happy in your life. And you don't have to have a perfect home. You can still do the things that you want to do and still enjoy life. And if everybody's at peace, they can totally be there and do that.
Yeah, I think a perfect home is inextricably impossible, and
there's no perfect
a peaceful home is more possible.
Exactly. Make it peaceful where everybody's happy, right?
Find peace, but bring peace to yourself.
Exactly.
That is the only thing that brings peace to your children, the people around you, your friends. It is the only thing that brings peace to them.
Exactly, because you have to be at peace with yourself. You have to be at peace with everyone around you. And honestly, you can't be the best you can be if you're not as happy as you can be.
I agree.
Emerson, you said something super interesting to me as well, where you were talking about how you're like, if I do it, I get to pave the way. Do you see kind of your existence in how you live as a form of while this is open-ended because it's more of like a really big question, as a form of kind of protest to modern society and advocacy?
Oh, why? Why are you asking that question?
Oh, that's a good question. I like that. That's I would say hmm. Oh,
I'll put on the waters for you if it helps you concentrate.
No, you're good. Emerson, I asked one of my good friends, also later was married, and we've had very deep conversations on the subject, and like how their story was very similar to you as well, and
you.
That was why I was asking is like you mentioned that it's paving a way for other people. I think that is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, I guess it was like
there's literally a
advocacy
family
through
of deer
authenticity.
walking across my yard right now into the apple orchard.
Oh,
Another
hi,
apple
Adamantium. Just age and location, Adamantium. I know you, but I think it's the first time you've been up here.
Oh,
ASL of these
43.
trees.
I'm 43 Washington State.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So sorry. Go ahead, Emerson, please.
That's right. Yeah, it's like advocacy through authenticity. And being unapologetic. Just, I guess, the term that was on my mind for a good while was trans normalcy.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I'm a pretty normal person, other than being trans. I'm a coffee geek. I have a regular job in the trades. I like
Sorry
dogs.
to interject, but I would just say you're a normal person.
Yeah, exactly. And so I wanted to demonstrate that to people in my area. I was in a small town. It was just, they needed to see that trans people are just normal people.
Correct.
Must have been tough being in a small place. I mean, where I am, there's like a population of straight white redneck people, and there's like one black family. And it's a little corner of Washington State where, I mean, all of us don't give a shit.
Except for the one black family.
Except, well, let me.
As they should. I mean, like.
Like I can relate to that, Adamantium. Like where I was living, it wasn't that I was a trans person. I was that tranny.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like you're the. It's I hate to use the South Park term, but token.
I love South Park. Use all the South Park terms.
Yeah.
It's token.
It is not a South Park word.
Except he was
tranny.
named Tolkien because of J.R.R. Tolkien, and it was Lord of the Rings.
No, that's not where it came from. But I love that for you.
Dope. But that's the whole entire joke.
Yeah, in the episode, like their black friend.
Yeah,
in
it's
Tolkien. They always thought it was Tolkien.
It's the reference, Brooke.
He actually was. His parents
They said it in an episode. They did name him Tolkien after J.R.R. Tolkien because they were fans of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that episode was amazing. Like,
Yeah, I mean it was great, but
Was that the episode where they went to return that video, that corn video?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I recall. Yeah.
They were on the quest.
They were on the quest like the Lord of the Rings.
They're on the quest like I am. I don't know where this
Yeah,
road
you're
is
on a
leading.
mighty
You're my
quest.
witnesses.
That's when Butters went all precious. And I will go down in history as saying that Butters is the best character in South Park.
I had to get used to him first. I was a little butthurt that I wanted Kenny. Like
Butters was a little butthurt,
but like Butters.
Now Butters is butthurt right now. Butters.
Butters is
Did they still make episodes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Did you
know?
Did you know? I am 40 years old, and they've been making them since I was 10. Okay.
Did you know that The Simpsons just killed Marge?
What?
Oh yeah.
No.
Liar.
What?
I saw that on the news.
No.
Yes, on the news it said, "How do people react to Marge's?"
Wait, was this like the season finale?
36 finale.
No, I don't believe it.
It was literally on the news.
Wow.
I don't believe it. I believe Bob's Burgers would kill one of the children before they kill Marge Simpson.
Stewie,
I don't know.
Family Guy and The
Guys,
Simpsons.
TikTok language, please.
I don't believe in Family Guy.
Family Guy and The Simpsons exist. They've crossed over, right?
Yeah. It's not a great time, but yeah.
So Stewie has a time machine.
So Stewie.
Great.
So Stewie.
I mean, this is the Hercules and the love affair.
Where do you go? Go under the trees. Go under the trees.
Stewie and Brian can
Fork
go
in the road.
fix
Go
it.
under the trees. It's more magical.
I gotta get this.
I'm always a left-handed guy. Always take the left path.
Yeah.
You know, fuck the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Always do the left thing.
Fuck the right thing to do.
I mean, I'm
Go on the unbeaten path over there.
Get a hard left.
I'm kind of attached to The Simpsons a
Look
little
at how
bit.
much nicer the left side was.
Because
The
I'm
other
from
one was all
the
cleared out
canopy,
for you.
it should always be
Look
left.
at that. You got a view.
This canopy, are you kidding me?
And I actually did interact with Matt Groening, like growing up.
Really?
Good for you. I love that for you.
Because I was part of the Herpetological Society in the Pacific Northwest at the aquarium. And Matt Groening was part
But not
of that.
an animator. Okay. I gotta get out of here.
He was making comic books. He was
need to
funny drawings, and I met him, when I was like 10. I hung out with Matt Groening all the time.
I love that
Was he?
for you. I love that.
Was he
for
a good
you.
guy?
Good night.
Was he a good guy? Do you?
Good night,
All right,
Brooke.
good night, Brooke. You go to sleep. You've been
amazing.
awake for over 40 hours.
Have a good one.
He actually
Wow.
did. He actually was like adopting and rehabilitating iguanas and reptiles and stuff
Oh wow.
in Seattle. Like I grew up with him and meeting him and hanging out with him. Like
Interesting.
my stepmom went. My stepmom was the vice president of the Pacific Northwest Herpetological Society, and Matt Groening was part of it. And that's how I got.
Very nice. All right, let me ask. Were you ever in one of the comic books he created, or like a character of you? Were you like in The Simpsons, or are you a token black man or black boy in The Simpsons? Please tell me so.
No, dude, I'm I'm Scottish white, and I met him after he made the books.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me
Literally
see. Look.
his
Oh, your
books,
PFP
and
kind of look blackish. Okay.
but it was I met him like right when The Simpsons was on that late night show. It was before the first season
Tracy
of The
Ullman, the
Simpsons.
Tracy Ullman
The
show.
Tracy Ullman
Yeah.
show is where they had the pilot episodes. But I met
Yeah, for
him
sure.
before those, and then he took off, and then he would pop in like once or twice a month at the meetings and make sure everybody was taking care of their iguanas and their turtles
Nice.
and all that stuff. If you look at the episodes of The Simpsons, there's iguanas all over the place, dude. Like he hides them in the trees.
That's hilarious. I do recall an episode where, like, I think at some what was it? I think it was frogs that invaded Australia. They became like an invasive species or something because Bart Simpson brought his. It was either his lizard, his pet lizard, or
So
his frog. His
he always had a frog in his back pocket with his
yeah.
slingshot.
Oh man, that's funny. That's like a good tidbit of like Simpson lore.
Yeah,
Because that
and
Australia
if you look,
episode was
the
so
first
fun.
appearance,
Simpsons was something else back in the
the
day.
first appearance of Bart
Yeah.
Simpson was in the book School is Hell.
Wait, they had books?
Yeah, Matt Groening has tons of books. School is Hell.
I didn't know that there were Simpsons books.
They're not Simpsons. It's Matt Groening.
Oh, okay. I
The
missed that.
Simpsons
Sorry.
are kind of in it, but it's Matt Groening, and
Okay.
the main character is Bongo, and Bongo comes from the Congo, and he has one ear, and he's a bunny rabbit, and like most of the characters are bunny rabbits, but this one character Bongo has one ear, and it's coming out the top of the middle of his head. And he's a weirdo.
Okay.
You can't
Yeah,
tell
I
me
think
that psychedelics weren't part of that
know the
process.
character.
Work is hell, life is hell, school is hell, and
Yes.
Oh, I
book is
remember
hell.
that. Okay. Yeah.
They're
Okay,
coffee
well,
book.
I gotta
They're
get going
coffee
here
book
so I can get to
tables.
work.
They're coffee table.
yeah.
books.
Oh, it was so
Anderson,
nice
yes.
meeting you, and thank you for sharing. You're wonderful. I sent you a follow, and I can't wait to see your journey to New Jersey and everything. And I'm
I
very,
sent you a
very
follow
happy
too.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
Very nice
inviting me up. You actually saved me from falling asleep. So, I was scrolling and then just kind of like drift. I already had my makeup done and I laid down for a minute and then I was passing out again and then all of a sudden I heard my name. And
I was like,
That's funny.
I think I know this person somehow. And then I was like, oh yeah, I do. But I'm sorry I didn't follow you, and now I do. But I knew you from a friend that I saw like videos, and I saw a video and I thought it was so cute. You were with this one girl, and you guys met in like this this building, and she was wearing the cutest like dress.
my friend Joan.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I love her. I love
She's
her.
so sweet. Like how she is in her videos.
Yeah.
That is her. That is 100% genuine. There's no character being played. That is her. She is such a sweetheart. Like
Yeah.
she's wonderful.
Yeah. I have
Who is this? Sorry.
It's my friend Joan.
Joan. Yes.
Joan
I
Podesky.
have to see if I follow, but I've seen like her posts on like the For You page, and I've seen you. I have seen you on there, and I've seen you in Gracie's. So I definitely added you. And I'm like that kind of person. If I talk to someone on lives, I add them and I friend them. That's just how I am, because I want to have like that. Like I've spoken to this person, I want to like get to know them better.
Yeah.
That's just how I do it.
Absolutely.
That's how I do it as well.
Okay, well, folks, have a beautiful day, and we will see you
too.
around.
So nice to meet you. Take care.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thank you
Bye.
so much for your story. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Liz, your journey
I
is
don't
always so
know.
Like,
I don't know
bravery.
how, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, whoever was
That was
talking.
definitely brave for sure.
I don't know how religious are you, Saintless?
Oh, me? I'm agnostic.
Oh,
Agnostic
are you?
atheist. Yeah, like if
Okay.
for I think it was Hitchens or Darwin, Dawkins, who has some sort of system 1 to 7, 7 being like completely atheistic, almost militant or something. I'm like,
The Dawkins scale, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
like what was the top end? Like the top end,
It's
let's
only
just say
it's
maybe
actually it's only 5 though. I
is it 5?
thought.
Okay. So whatever the top end is, maybe just a rung or two. I'm agnostic. I'll just say that I meditate. I have weird experiences.
He
I just
he
lay it
says
down
that
as an explanation for the psychology
I
of the
believe
mind.
there's something. I don't know what. I don't believe in God per se.
Right.
But I know there's something because like I know there's like at least an in between of something because I do believe in spirits. I've had my own experiences. In fact, when I was younger, I was about 4 years old, and I remember standing up in my bed and seeing my great grandfather, and I only knew it was him because I saw pictures of him. And my mom had, he had passed away when my mom was 9 of leukemia. And so when she found out I saw him, I remember her bawling. Um, but like I never was like I've never been scared of them. I've always like I mean of course I've usually seen family or like friends. I just like
I'm at
when I saw my
1%.
grandfather.
I might unalive. Poor choice of words, but I'm at 1%. I'm gonna try to get to that bench. I have my laptop. I have a portable battery with me, but it seems to not be working. But continue on. I might come back
Okay.
on live. Yeah, go ahead.
But I always felt like peace when I saw them. I never felt scared. I always felt warm and loving.
Nice.
Saintless, you said the Dawkins scales. I have had arguments that I think the Dawkins scale is inaccurate.
Yeah, I know. I don't like Dawkins nor Hitchens. Like they're very.
Well,
I don't know. They're arrogant, I guess, in some ways. But yeah,
well,
go ahead.
that and I don't. I think that you're when it comes to like one, it doesn't have anything for deism. 2,
There you went.
It doesn't have anything for deism or anything else. It only says agnosticism. But I think if you are only including the terms atheism and theist, that is a true dichotomy, just based on the word itself. If you're not theist, you are atheist. You are without God. Right? Just based on that term. But you could also be a deist, but if you're a deist, you're still atheist. You're without a theist perspective on God. So the Dawkins scale to me doesn't. When I first saw it, it never made sense. I was like, and then it just has an in between of agnosticism, which agnostic is just without the knowledge, which cannot be an in between state because you also have agnostic atheism and you have Gnostic atheism. The same, like just based on the terminology. I found Dawkins' scale to be highly problematic, and his phone probably died. So.
On.
Well, your phone can unalive and it'll hold the live until for a little bit. He may or may not be able to get back in time. It may just 86 it.
Yeah. I believe that there is definitely a higher power for sure, but I don't know if I completely believe that from all religions that there is like a one and holy, God, I believe a lot in like the alien thought.
Yeah, me too.
And I believe that like a lot of religions, they wrote these things so people felt safe when it comes to the unaliving later on.
Yes.
Alien?
Like, I've always thought of the Bible
Wouldn't
as
an
just
alien
stories.
be natural?
What do you mean?
Like an alien, like what do you mean by it? Well, if it's like if
Like
as long as it's not a deist, like a non-benevolent, like that type of like something that created everything but isn't involved, that's very different.
Yeah.
But alien itself would be like still like a naturalistic explanation.
Right. Like I feel
Where
like
did
they're like testing us and they put us here and we're just like some sort of being that's here, and I believe in like reincarnation and all that. So it's interesting to me, and like even with reincarnation, you can be an animal, a person, or a plant, or an object, or something.
I mean, yeah, but that's not alluding to a god. You could like be you can be an atheist Buddhist.
Yeah, I've talked to Satelists about that. I feel like I fall more into the Buddhism aspect of things, but I still think that there is something else out there than what we have been told and what has been written in history and everything. I think that that's just my feelings on it. Everybody can have their own thoughts and everything, but that's just how I feel.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm an agnostic atheist. I see no evidence for anything, and I typically believe things only with evidence, and that's just how I feel. As long as you're not harming anyone with the use of a rhetoric, and you're a good human, yeah, do what you want to do, be who you want to be.
Right, believe in what you like, yes, but like it's like I don't want to be forced upon some religion or be like, especially in our our United States, how they are like pushing Christianity upon, like, oh, this. And I grew up going to church when I was younger and going to Bible studies in the summertime and all that. And honestly, I think that, yeah, it's nice and it's great for everyone that believes and stuff, but it's also like not something that I felt strong on.
Oh yeah, like well, in there is a case against Christianity. One of my good friends, Chris, is a Christian, but he is a person who is a Christian who advocates against the harms of Christianity itself, and uses like understands that like the Bible's not a monolith. They just choose to believe in things, and it's based on faith and all that type of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, like I have some qualms with like Christianity itself.
Right. Like I remember there was one song, and the only thing that I like remember of it is you gotta have faith. You gotta have faith, and yeah, everybody has faith in their own thoughts and beliefs. And I just like I remember that, and there's some great things that have been spoken upon in the Bible, but still I feel like a lot of it's kind of like written down for others to follow, and some of it's not.
They're horrible. Tay, have you read them?
Some are okay, but some are bad. Some are really bad.
Have you read the Torah, the Tanakh, the Quran, the
I
New
haven't
Testament?
gotten into those. No, I have not.
Yeah, the Abrahamics. They're really bad to women.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can understand. I mean, I used to like, my parents used to have National Geographics, like these huge, like